Macmillan Audio presents Bonded in Death by J.D. Robb. Narrated for you by Susan Erickson. The Purple Testament of Bleeding War. William Shakespeare. Revenge is the poor delight of little minds. Juvenal. Prologue. London. Urban Wars. In war, life and death hung in tenuous balance. In war, taking a life in battle wasn't murder, but victory. And still, death won. In war, planning the death and destruction of the enemy was strategy. And still, death won. Violence, like a virus, spread from city to city. A stray spark in Hanoi kindled a fire in Chicago. A fire set in Berlin burst into a blaze in Tokyo. Wild winds of fury carried flames to New York, to Moscow, to Brazil, to Hong Kong. And cities across the globe burned. The human race consumed itself in a conflagration of rich against poor, culture against culture, with some beating the drums of fanaticism, be it religion or politics, or the gnawing hate of the other. And so, death won. The 12 who gathered in the bowels of the old stone church understood the horrors and miseries of war. They had taken lives in battle, through strategy, through guile and deceptions, and accepted that the blood on their hands would leave a stain. It seemed peace couldn't win unless death won first. Though they'd come from different walks of life, war had bonded them. They called themselves the 12, and each brought to the war room, in what had been a place of worship, their own skills noted by the underground. They'd been recruited, then trained in other skills. Killing skills. Their number included a teacher, an actor, a dancer, a cop, a medic, a young scientist, technicians, a retired soldier called to duty once more, a thief, a mechanic, an heiress. All spies now. All soldiers in a war that swept through cities around the globe and threatened to leave them in smoking rubble. Deep under the streets, where blood and death had become horribly normal, their headquarters included a large round table, like Arthur's of old. Counters held computers, listening devices, communication centers. Weapons of war, the guns, the knives, the grenades, the explosives, they stored in racks and cabinets. A room off the main was set up as a makeshift infirmary and dispensary. The medic treated wounds there when necessary and dispensed the drugs, locked in another cabinet, for use against the enemy. Hallucinogens, sleeping powders, poisons, venoms. Though each knew the names the others went by in this time of war, they called the medic Fox. Another room held wardrobe, wigs, hairpieces, makeup, face putty, and more used in disguises. Though the actor continued to use her name as part of her cover, they called her Chameleon. Yet another room served as a workshop to make explosives, the wiring, the timers, and the remotes used to detonate. The teacher, who at the dawn of the wars had dug the broken and bloody bodies of her young students from the rubble of the bombed school, now made bombs. Her purpose, one she'd vowed when weeping over those broken and bloodied bodies, was to destroy those who would murder children. She'd met the medic that day, the day that had changed her life forever. Out of the smoke and blood, there had been a light. They'd loved, they'd married, and created a cherished child. To keep her safe, they took the child out of harm's way in the care of a trusted friend. They called the teacher Fawn. She worked with the retired soldier most directly, the one they called Rabbit. The others, due to his age and experience, considered him the de facto leader. He stood now, gray hair shaggy, his face lined with time and duty, and scanned the table. All battle-scarred, he knew, some physically, and every one of them in heart and mind. But they'd fight on. He trusted them as he trusted himself. They'd become, over these ravaged years, family. Before we begin briefing on this mission, a bright spot. The intel on North America, and this has been confirmed by the Underground and MI6. While pockets of enemy activity remain, the tide's turned. Revolutionary headquarters in several major cities have been infiltrated or destroyed. Mole. The heiress nodded. I can confirm. My contact in New York reports the city is in the hands of our allies. Enemy forces are surrendering. Washington, D.C. reports the same, as does Los Angeles, Chicago, Dallas, and up into Canada, Montreal, Toronto. She brushed back her fall of icy blonde hair. Though studs sparkled at her ears, she'd come from a dinner party, they pretended to be diamonds. She'd sold most of her jewelry to buy food, medical supplies, weapons, whatever those suffering required. She glanced at the dancer they called Panther. My sources also confirm. Her accent came from Eastern Europe, her birthplace, and the birthplace of her illustrious career. Ceasefires are being negotiated even now. Good news, but you wouldn't know it from London. The thief, Magpie, shrugged. His voice reflected his life on the streets. Not yet. Under the table, Fox took Fawn's hand, a connection of hope. But North America stabilizes, Europe will follow, and the world follows that. I've treated more enemy wounded than our own these past weeks. Like Panther, Fox's accent spoke of his homeland in Ukraine. Some people are deserting, retreating, Fawn added, running out of London. Her hand tightened on her husband's. Our baby's fine, he assured her. If they run, they don't run to fight, but to survive. Because they were a family there, he lifted her hand to his lips. We'll see our girl very soon. And your sons, Panther. We're grateful you gave us a safe place for our daughter. Fawn hid my sons here before London became too dangerous for them. We all look out for each other. And the innocent, the scientist called Owl added, always. The tech called Wasp lifted a hand. And Italy? I haven't heard from my brother in Rome for more than a week. My wife and my mother in Tuscany can't reach him. The fighting is intense in Rome, Panther told him. I'll see what I can find out. Thank you. I spoke with my sister this morning. The other tech, Cobra, lit a cigarette. She says, as does Fox, she's treating more of them than us. Beside him, the detective constable, known as Shark, lit his own cigarette. My intel says the same. On the run, outnumbered. Supply line issues on all sides, but we're used to that. We may not have hit Flashpoint yet, but we're close. We'll be closer when we complete our next mission, Rabbit said. Wasp, if you will. He rose to man a computer. If we could have the map on screen. Our target is here. Beneath these buildings, evacuated early in the conflict, is Dominion's London headquarters. A murmur went around the table. This is confirmed, Fox demanded. Our last intel indicated the West End was more likely. Misinformation. Likely deliberate. Chameleon pressed her lips together. I don't like being duped. If we'd moved on it as I pushed for, your cover would have been blown. Shark gave her a cheeky grin. Cooler heads, my lovely. Normally I say bollocks to cooler heads, but in this case... Now she shrugged, tossed back her bold red hair. I can't yet confirm the target. I saw what I saw, heard what I heard, Magpie spoke up. And no, I wasn't seen, I wasn't heard. Scavenging, scouting out a new area, and I stumbled on a tunnel that shouldn't have been there. Happened on some air ducts. A handy way to get around. They've got a war room, at least twice this size. Well equipped, well manned. An armory, and I was tempted there, but the well-manned discouraged me. Better to report back and live another day. We need to go back, get the full scope. I've got a pretty full scope, Fox, and sent the old SOS to Rabbit. Magpie used his finger in the air to draw an X and two eyes, the symbol for 12. And that's why we're here. Part of that full scope is a prison. In the HQ? Mole asked. I've been hearing about a prison in Whitechapel. And you heard well and true, Rabbit told her. Magpie was able to take photos of that building and location while slithering through the duct system. The prison is the second part, simultaneous with the first. The first, destroy enemy HQ. The second, take control of the prison and release our people. He looked at Magpie. One more trip through for you, mate. Photos, if you can get them. Any additional information. Fawn, Hawk, and I will build the explosives. Fawn and Hawk will place them. Team 2, Fox, Panther, Chameleon, Wasp as tech, will hit the prison, using the explosion as cover and as signal to move in. Mole and Owl, lookouts for Team 2. Magpie and Shark, lookouts for Team 1. Cobra and I will run communications here. For days they worked on details, on timing, on weapons, approaches, escape routes. When it was done, when Command green-lighted the mission, they suited up, sat around the table once more for a final briefing. And Rabbit passed a bottle of whiskey around the table. A drink before the war. This is our flashpoint, the turning point in this long, hard battle. And we will succeed. Tonight we take lives, and we save countless others. Remember what we fight for. Not ourselves, but the innocent. He looked at Owl. Our children. Then at Fox and Fawn. At Panther. not just for England, but for all. To the 12! They drank, not knowing that one who drank with them was a traitor. Chapter 1. Wasp had gone by many names in his life, but when he flew from Rome to New York in September of 2061, he traveled under the name he'd been born with, Giovanni Rossi. He'd retired nearly 8 years before, and now spent his days in his garden, enjoying his grandchildren, sipping wine in the evening with his wife. He'd gone soft in the middle, and didn't mind a bit. Gone was the whip-lean tech, the slippery spy, the reluctant soldier who hated war. He looked like what he was, a man inching toward 80 and comfortable with his life. There were times, still times, when he flashed back in dreams to when the world went mad. But he woke beside his wife, safe in his bed, and in good weather, even not such good weather, enjoyed his breakfast on their little terrace as Rome came awake. Next to his family, the city where he'd been born, had lived for decades, was the love of his life. He would miss waking beside his wife in the morning, and his terrace and Rome. But the signal had come, and he'd taken a vow that bloody, treacherous night. He'd packed lightly. If he needed more, New York would provide. So he rolled a small case behind him and had a bag on his shoulder. He saw the uniformed driver holding a sign with his name on it and smiled. "I am Giovanni Rossi." "Signor Rossi, let me take your bags. Do you have more luggage?" "No, this is all. Please, follow me." The man spoke with an American accent and with deference as he asked how the flight had been and hoped Rossi enjoyed his visit to New York. Giovanni hadn't expected a limousine, but wasn't surprised. After all, Fox worked for a very important and wealthy man. The driver opened the door for him, and Giovanni slid into luxury seats of smooth leather, flowers in bud vases, a bottle of wine already opened for his pleasure. "With traffic, I'm afraid the drive will take about 20 minutes. There's music programmed if you like." "Grazie. Please let me know if you need anything." Though Giovanni wouldn't have minded company or conversation, the privacy shield slid silently into place. He poured the wine, settled back to enjoy the ride. It had been nearly a quarter century since he'd seen New York, and seen it as an operative of Agenzia Informazione e Sicurezza Esterna. Interesting times, he thought as he sipped, and looked out the window at the lights sparkling in the city that, like Rome, had come back from a brutal beating. Frowning, he thought of the message, encrypted, he'd received. 12. New York. Do not contact me under any circumstances. Transportation will be waiting at the International Shuttle Station on your arrival. Your ticket is attached to this message. Urgently, Fox. How long had it been since they'd communicated? At least 10 years, he thought. How those years flew by. And what could he possibly do? A man of his age, soft in the middle. But a vow was a vow, and he'd taken that vow with blood still fresh on his hands. A little sleepy from the trip, the wine, he sat back, closed his eyes, and, drifting just a bit, caught the taste of something in the air. Something that wasn't the flowers in the vase, the wine in the glass. He was a man over 70, retired for nearly a decade, but training kicked in. He bolted up, dropping the glass, spilling the wine. But the window didn't open. The door refused to budge. Levering back, he kicked viciously at the privacy shield, but it held. It took only a few minutes for him to slip into unconsciousness, barely that much again to die. The driver took his time, enjoying himself, humming along to the music he'd programmed as he watched Rossi's death on the small monitor. He knew exactly how long the gas took to debilitate a man of Rossi's size, how long it took to kill. He'd been trained, after all, in the art of war. For the next steps, he lowered the rear right window a half-inch, engaged the fan so the gas would slowly filter harmlessly away. After it cleared, he pulled into a garage of a house he'd purchased over a year before. His mission required patience, and he'd honed that virtue over decades in a cage. A cage Rossi had played a part in locking behind him. He got out of the car and from the trunk removed a breathing mask, a precaution as he'd given the gas time to dissipate. But miscalculations, small mistakes, and impatience had cost him dearly in the past. He opened the passenger door and studied his work. Rossi lay crumpled on the smooth leather seat. The knuckles of his hands, still fisted, showed scrapes, bruises, blood where he'd beaten them uselessly against the windows, the privacy shield. He looked, his killer decided, like a dead walrus with his ridiculous mustache and pouchy belly. And with his mouth open, eyes bulging, appeared to be waiting to have someone toss him a fish. His killer found that delightfully amusing. After checking Rossi's pockets, he withdrew the printout of the message he'd sent and placed it in his own. He replaced this with another, boldly printed on a carefully replicated business card, and this he slid between the index and middle fingers of Rossi's right fist. It said, "Here lies the dead wasp. He joins fawn, hawk, rabbit. 12 are now 8. Soon there will be only 1. They'll come. Oh yes, they'll all come." In the house, in the room designated for disguise, he removed the chauffeur's uniform, the short brown wig. Slowly, a bit painfully, he peeled off the skin mask that, while uncomfortably tight, wiped 2 decades off his age. Once he'd removed that, he massaged cream into his skin, all but felt it absorb like a thirsty man drinks water. He took out the colored contacts, cleaned the makeup off his hands that matched them to the duskier tone of the skin mask. He changed the black dress shoes with their 2-inch lifts for black kicks. He covered his hair, dyed raven black to remove the gray, with a lighter brown wig, long enough for a short tail. He added a few pounds to his girth under a simple t-shirt and casual pants. He drove east out of the garage. He carefully drove the limo he'd stolen a week before until he parked it beneath an underpass. He abandoned it there. Such a trick would only work once, and strolled away. He walked easily for 4 blocks, enjoying the stubborn heat of late summer. He had a car, a luxury sedan he'd treated himself to shortly after his arrival in New York. He paid the parking fee and drove home again. After removing his last disguise, he replaced everything, organized, inventoried in the room on the second floor, a room he kept secured at all times. In the well-appointed kitchen with its river view, he fixed himself a snack. Some olives, cheese, thin crackers. He poured a cognac. He took the tray into what he considered his parlor, one he'd outfitted with comfortable, streamlined furniture and a large entertainment screen. As his mood was jovial, he chose a comedy for his entertainment. He would prize, always, the freedom to eat what he wished when he wished, to come and go as he pleased. 7 remaining, he thought as he settled in. He still thought it a pity Rabbit had died quietly at home, surrounded by his family. But that didn't mean he couldn't extract payment there, too. When the rest was done, he could select a member of that family as a stand-in. Plenty of time, he thought. He had nothing but time. While for the rest of the 12, oh yes, their clocks were ticking. Lieutenant Eve Dallas slept quiet, slept deep in the big old 4-poster beside her husband, with the cat curled against the small of her back. If she dreamed, the dreams stayed quiet too. She didn't hear Rourke rise for the day, awakened by his personal internal clock. The sound of his shower brought a waterfall into her sleeping mind, its waters blissfully warm and as wildly blue as Rourke's eyes. They swam there together, bodies sleek and naked. Wet, his mane of black hair gleamed in the moonlight. That full moon dazzled on the water and into the wonderful wild blue of his eyes. When she swam under the warm, clear water, the sand below lay smooth and pure white. And when she rose up, he reached for her. Their legs tangled and locked together as their mouths met, and the pleasure shimmered through. Something bit her ankle. She woke with a jolt, with her communicator buzzing. Damn it! Jesus! She snatched it up. Dallas. Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. Report to Underpass, FDR Drive at 90th Street. DB in vehicle. See the uniforms on scene. Acknowledged. Contact Peabody, Detective Delia. Dallas out. Lights on 20%, she ordered. Then sat a moment, scrubbing her hands over her face. With a white towel slung around his waist, his hair still damp from the shower, Rourke stepped into the bedroom. He took one look at her. Well, then, he said. Dead body, Upper East Side. Why are you up? It's nearly 4:30 and I've a meeting. As he spoke, Ireland weaving through the words, he moved to the cabinet holding the autochef. I'd say it's coffee for 2, then. Yeah. Hell. She started to get up, then frowned at him. Mostly naked, hair wet. I think I was having a sex dream. He brought her coffee, strong and black, looked into her sleepy, whiskey-colored eyes. I hope I made an appearance. Yeah. You were wet. I was wet. Shaking her head, she gulped coffee. Then dead body. For real. She got up, which had the cat rolling over to sprawl. With the coffee, she walked to, then into, the forest of clothes that was her closet. Summer's hanging on, he told her. You'll want to keep that in mind. She grabbed a white t-shirt, unless it was cream or oatmeal or another of the myriad shades of white with stupid names. Gray trousers seemed good enough. But when she started to reach for a gray jacket, all those damn shades defeated her. Too early for this crap, she decided, and went with a navy jacket. Black boots seemed like too many colors, and God knew Rourke made sure she had a zillion to choose from. She grabbed navy there and dressed in the closet so it would be done before he could point out the error of her fashion-declined ways. And somehow, when she carried the jacket out to grab her weapon harness, he already wore a sharply cut gray suit, a shirt in a deeper tone of gray with the slightest sheen, and a perfectly knotted tie with hints of burgundy against the gray. I guess when you were stealing your way across the planet, the quick change came in handy. He smiled. It didn't hurt. You'll eat something. I need to. Our uniforms unseen? Yeah, and the victim's already dead. So you can take 5 minutes for food. Sit. 5 minutes. She sat, but started the countdown in her head, even as Rourke handed her a plate holding ham, eggs, cheese, tucked into a golden brown biscuit. She took the first bite. Good. And glanced at the still sleeping cat. Looks like it's too early for Galahad to try to steal some breakfast. What about you? She asked as he sat beside her with his coffee. Just coffee for now. I may wander downstairs after the meeting and see what Somerset's having. She only grunted at the name of Rourke's major domo, father figure, and most usual pain in her ass. Brain's waking up. And it seems to me Carmichael and Santiago were top of the roll. Must have already caught one. People are always murdering people in the middle of the damn night. And in broad daylight, she added. Who's the meeting with? Sydney. Sydney who? Australia, darling. I can reschedule if you want me to go with you. No. I've got the dead body, you've got world domination. It's good to play to our strengths. Now, about this sex dream. I think we were swimming in a river. Why would we be swimming in a river? To be wet and naked? There was that. But other things swim in rivers, like fish and water snakes. And, depending, alligators. I don't see getting wet and naked with alligators. They would take the mind off sex. So do dead bodies. She rose, walked over to strap on her weapon harness, gather up her badge, her link, and all the rest. After shrugging on her jacket, she dragged a hand through her short brown hair and considered it groomed. I've got to go. As do I. I'll walk with you. Why didn't they take the vehicle? She wondered. Had their own? Can't drive? You'll find out. Before he made the turn toward his office, he drew her in, kissed her. See you take care of my cop. I got that. She laid a hand on his cheek. I'd rather be swimming in a river with you. With alligators? No, that's a deal breaker. She kissed him again. Then he watched his long-legged, lanky cop walk away to hunt a killer. In the car, she programmed more coffee from the in-AC, then drove across town. One advantage of driving across Manhattan at not quite 5 in the morning, barely any traffic. No hawking ad blimps overhead. Advantage 2, she decided. She spotted a trio of street LCs hanging in for one more John or Jane before calling it a night. She imagined when they did, they'd hike in their tiny skirts and mile-high heels to the all-night deli a block away for some fake coffee, a bagel and schmear. Along her way, she saw a quartet of 20-somethings that had obviously put in a full-night clubbing. Their voices, laughter, more than a little drunk, carried through her open car windows. A cafe for them, she decided. Something with pricier fake coffee, most likely flavored, omelets from egg substitute, sides of pretend bacon that had never been part of a pig. She drank some of her very real Rourke coffee with gratitude. The towers and lofty homes of the Upper East took over. She could hear the whoosh of cars on the FDR, but those tucked inside their minor palaces wouldn't. A few lights glimmered here and there. Early risers. She sure as hell had married one of those. Insomniacs, maybe a light left on for someone coming home late. So many lives, she thought, in so many places, stacked, spread, scattered. And someone was always taking one, ending one, for so many reasons. She guided her DLE to the underpass, where the traffic above came in a muffled roar. She frowned when she saw the pair of uniforms beside the long, shining black stretch limo. Unexpected, she admitted. She got out, turned on her recorder, flipped up her badge. She got out her field kit before walking toward the limo. "Lieutenant Dallas, sir." The cop on the left, male, black, early 40s, had a mirror shine on his hard shoes. He stepped slightly to the side. "Officer Mitke. My partner, Officer Blaine." Blaine, female, white, about a decade younger than her partner, just nodded. "We've got the 911 caller in the patrol car," Mitke continued. "He states he spotted the vehicle and, curious, knocked on the driver's side door, then opened it. Upon seeing the body in the back, called it in. He admits he waited in hopes there might be a reward." "He's a little stoned, Lieutenant," Blaine put it. "He appears mildly impaired," Mitke corrected. "We responded at 0410, took the caller's statement, then opened the rear door of the vehicle and determined, visually, he is deceased, and has your card in his hand." Eve frowned at Blaine. "My card?" "Lieutenant Eve Dallas, homicide, NYPSD, Cop Central. Your badge and link numbers." "That's correct. We determined something was printed on the back of said card, but would have disturbed the body by removing it to read fully." "Here lies the dead wasp," Blaine said. "There's more after that, but we couldn't be sure what." "All right, let's have a look." She sealed her hands, her boots, then opened the passenger door. The victim lay, mouth agape, eyes wide. The white showed streaks of red under the film of death. He had a faint blue tinge to his lips. He wore a light jacket, a collared shirt beneath, tan pants, brown loafers. He wore a wedding band on his left hand, a ring with a blue stone on his right. A wineglass lay on the carpeted floor, and the stain on the carpet, a splatter on the door panel, looked more like wine than blood. His hands, fisted, looked as if he'd fought something or someone. The card stuck up between his clenched fingers. The victim, as yet unidentified, is male. Hair gray, eyes brown. About 5'10", approximately 200 pounds. He's got a business card, what appears to be one of my business cards, in his right hand. I'm removing it. She tugged it out, and it took a tug. Appears to be my card, but it's not. The paper's thicker than mine. There's printing on the back, all bold, all caps. "Here lies the dead wasp," she began, and recording it visually, read out the message. "Someone wants me to know he killed this guy and intends to keep at it. Who the hell is the Vic?" She took out her identipad, managed with some effort to turn the victim's thumb onto it. The Vic is identified as Giovanni Rossi, Rome, Italy, age 79. No New York address or U.S. address. "Mitke, check the trunk. Seal up first." She backed out enough to toss him her can of Seal It, then her master. She slid back in, began to go through the victim's pockets. "Got a passport and a link, a wallet. He's wearing 2 rings and a wrist unit. Killer didn't bother to help himself. Not even," she noted when she checked the wallet, "to about $3,000 in USD, and, that again in euros. There's a suitcase, Lieutenant, and a shoulder bag in the trunk." "Just came in, didn't you, Rossi? Just flew into New York tonight from Rome. Limo picked you up." Wasp. What the hell does that mean? Wasp, fawn, hawk, rabbit. And where the hell was Peabody? "Blaine, run the limo's plates. Mitke, check international flights. Rome to New York City." She found the link passcoded. Not a surprise. She checked the body for wounds. No injuries visible, other than the knuckles, both hands. She frowned at the window. Looks like a little blood on the glass. "Lieutenant, the vehicle of this description was reported stolen 7 days ago. Executive transportation." A week. Couldn't have it on the street for a week. Had it stashed somewhere. Had adjustments to make. She climbed out. On the off chance, she hit the ignition. It purred to life. He didn't bother to lock the ignition. Didn't bother with the code. Done with it. She hunted and found the mechanism for the privacy screen. Lifted it. Rounding to the back again, she studied the screen from the victim's side. Blood traces. And it looks like he tried to kick it out. She looked back at Rossi. "You're trapped." She tried to lower the window and it didn't budge. Tried the door handle. It stayed firmly in place. Locked in. Pro job. All the markings of a pro. But why the card? My card. The message. "TOD 046, she said when she inserted her gauge. "COD, ME to determine. Poison leads my pack. Slow acting enough for him to try to get the hell out." "Lieutenant, a flight from Rome landed at the international station at 018 hours. Giovanni Rossi was on the manifest." She didn't need to be a math whiz to figure the killer hadn't waited long. Under a half hour from landing? Barely time to get off the shuttle, through customs, get into the limo, and pour that glass of wine. She picked up the wine glass, sniffed it before bagging it, and heard the clomp of her partner's favorite boots, pink cowboy boots Eve had been weak enough to buy for her. "Sorry, Dallas. Sorry. It took forever. Lower West is like a different world from Upper East." Eve glanced back. Peabody had a red-streaked black hair and a high, bouncy tail. She had a white shirt with thick pink stripes under a light blue jacket. At least she wore sensible black pants. "McNabb with you?" "They said vehicle, so we didn't see the point in him coming all the way up here. then back to Central again. Do you need him?" Eve figured Peabody's man, and one of NYPSD's e-detectives, could slide through the Vic's pass-coded link in minutes. But it could wait. No. She bagged the link, passed it to Peabody. Pass-coded. EDD will open it up. She held up another evidence bag, the one holding the business card. Vic had this stuck in his fist. The killer stuck it there. Your card. Made to look like it. This is better paper than what we get. She turned the bag around. Code, you think? Animal names. Well, a wasp isn't an animal. And Roman numerals. Why leave you a message you wouldn't understand? Unless, did you know the Vic? No, he just flew in from Rome. Look, the 911 caller's in the patrol car. Get his statement, his name, contact. Low odds he's in this. I want to contact Morris myself. I can't give a COD on this one. I'll call the sweepers. We're going to need the limo taken in and taken apart. He rigged it. The killer rigged it to trap the victim in the back. I'll take the 911 caller now. Eve stepped away, pulled out her link. The chief medical examiner answered clothed as Rourke had been, before the suit. He wore nothing but a towel. A black one, in Morris's case, hung low on his hips. His long black hair spilled damply down his back nearly to his waist. He had swimmer's shoulders, and though he only operated on the dead, the hands of a surgeon. He smiled. So, we wake to the dead? Yeah, I got a male victim, age 79, dead in the backseat of a stolen limo. Only visible wounds his hands, smears of blood on the privacy screen, the window. I got most of a bottle of red wine and whatever was in the glass and didn't go in the Vic spilled on the floor. Vic flew in from Rome tonight. A poor end to a long trip. He had a facsimile of my card in his hand and a cryptic, you gotta say cryptic, message on the back. She held it up for Morris to read. That would reach the cryptic level. So our victim would be the wasp. One way to dispense with wasps is poison. Yeah, I'm thinking, but can't confirm. He's otherwise known as Giovanni Rossi out of Rome. I've still got some work to do here, but wanted to give you a heads up. I'll contact the dead wagon for you and be in-house as soon as possible. Appreciate it. I assume, until tonight, you were unacquainted with Signor Rossi. Don't know the name, don't know the face. Something might jog when I notify next of kin. Maybe I know his killer. He's the one who made the card. Well, we love a mystery, don't we? I'll see Rossi soon, and you when you come in. She pocketed the link, then walked back to go through the victim's luggage. She found nothing out of line. No weapons, no secret compartments. Just the clothes and toiletries of a man on a trip, along with the photo of the victim with a woman she assumed had put the wedding ring on his finger. Peabody came over. Caller's Trevor Stash, age 22. He lives a couple blocks from here. I let him go, Dallas. He was a little high, or had been. Admitted it. Blubbered a little. Never seen a dead body before, but he could tell dead when he did see it. Figured the guy had a heart attack or something, and maybe the limo driver went for help. Did he touch anything? He says not, and I'd believe that. And he was here because... Cut through here after partying with friends. He gave me a list of names, clubs, then the name and address of the girl he left the last club with, got lucky with. Said he was feeling really good and just tried to be a good person. Thought, at first, maybe the limo had some trouble. Then he saw the body in the back. Also admitted he started to just take off, all shaken up, but wanted to do the right thing. And maybe there'd be a reward. Called it in, waited for the cops. Comes off true, Dallas. Yeah, he's not in it. Vic had jewelry, had cash. It's still there. Night began to give way to day as she stood, shoved her hands in her pockets. Who the hell was Giovanni Rossi, and why did he come to New York? What did he plan to do? Who did he plan to see? More, why did his killer want her on the case? Chapter 2. The morgue team pulled in, bagged and tagged the body. In Morris's hands soon, she thought, and then they'd have some answers. She waited for the sweepers, had a conversation. Eve didn't expect they'd find anything outside the limo itself, but they'd sweep and scan. With Peabody, she got back in her car, then sat another minute, studying the scene, and the white-suited sweepers got to work. Not a lot of people who'd cut through here, at least not after dark. Still, a risk somebody sees the killer getting out of the car. Even in New York, people are gonna notice a big-ass limo sitting here. If nothing else, they're likely to do just what what's-his-name did. Trevor Stash. Clearly, you want the body found, want me called in on it. Don't care about the limo. It's done the job. Had to take some time with it first. Lock down the back seat. Windows are tinted, and that's usual, so people can't gawk at the passengers. Did he scream? She wondered, and started the car. Could he scream? Seems likely enough with the evidence he beat on the glass hard enough to bleed. Poisoned the wine, most probable, Peabody put in. But what if Rossi didn't drink it? Italian guy, after a flight from Rome, sitting in the back of a fancy limo? Odds are pretty good. Not absolute, but good. The killer knew him, or whoever hired the killer knew him. Banked on him sitting back, enjoying a glass of Italian red. The traffic had kicked up, but Eve didn't mind it. Plenty of early birds on the sidewalks, walking dogs, heading to work, getting in a run or a trip to the gym. Not a lot of luggage, so maybe a quick trip. Enough for a few days. You can start checking hotels, see if he booked a room. Limo treatment, so hit the upscale ones, starting with the east side. I'll do the notification. He's got a wife, an almost 50-year deal, 4 adult kids and 11 grandkids. Somebody ought to know where he planned to stay, what he came to do. Coffee, please? Coffee, right, 2. Let's get the Vicks link and the tablet I found in his shoulder bag to EDD after we check at the shuttle station. The killer wasn't worried about that either, but you never know. You never know, she repeated, and used the in-dash to contact Rourke. He sat at his desk in his home office and lifted his eyebrows. Case closed already? Nowhere near. Do you know a Giovanni Rossi out of Rome? The name doesn't strike. 79, retired, cybersecurity, gray and brown, big mustache. Wife, more than 4 decades, Anna Maria, née Adolfi. Your victim, I assume, and no. But let me check on retired employees in Rome. Why do you think I know your victim? Just covering a base. He had a facsimile of my cop card in his fist, with a message printed on the back. Rourke's eyes went hard. A threat to you? No. It called Rossi the Wasp. Does that mean anything? It doesn't, no. Okay. Long shot anyway. I'll run that check before I leave for the office. If I find anything, I'll tag you. Thanks. Later. You mind my cop? I already am. A good hunch, Peabody said. He could have done some work for Rourke, and that connects you. Otherwise, it stays weird. The other angle's the cybersecurity. Maybe he played a part in sending someone over, and this is a revenge killing. A team, Eve speculated, of 12. Which seems like a lot to work a single cyber case. But we'll consider a big one. Maybe busted a syndicate. What was it? Fawn, hawk, rabbit, Peabody remembered. Already dead? That leaves the 8. And the message said there'd only be one. Why leave one if you're on a vendetta? The killer, or the one who hired the hit, is the one who'll be left. Someone the victim worked with, then. Maybe on the take, and the others helped bust him? It's a theory. A reasonably solid one, Eve thought. Picked him up on the west side, but drove across town to dump the limo and body. Maybe needed that much time for the poison to do the job. We'll get a look at the security feed and whoever picked Rossi up. At the International Shuttle Station, she left the car, on-duty light flipped on at the curb. Inside, a group of travelers had the glazed look of red-eye passengers. Others standing in the waiting areas let out squeals, calls of greeting. People hugged, kissed, and some got teary. Others, in suits or uniforms, held up passenger names. Could have got the Vic that way. Hold up his name. Hello, Mr. Rossi. I'm Chuck with Deadly Limo Service. How was your flight? Peabody let out a half laugh. Or, I'm Suzanne with Murders Are Us. Yeah, could be a woman. Women go more for poison. Eve made her way to security, held up her badge. I need to see the feed for disembarking and pickup from the flight from Rome that landed about midnight. 12:18 landing. I'll need to verify your IDs. The dark-suited male with broad shoulders and a waving gray streak through ink-black hair ran the scanner over the badges. Lieutenant, detective, come with me. Bonnie, I need to go to the hub. Got you covered. He led them through a warren, used his swipe on a door, then through another warren and another door. Inside, the many screens showed people disembarking, others clipping their way down tunnels for their flights to wherever. Another screen, and people, looking antsy, bored, or exhausted, shuffled through the line at customs. Still others showed people slumped in seats, some sleeping, others scrolling on links or tablets. Other camera angles displayed luggage areas, shops, bars, restaurants. Barry, NYPSD. Need to see security from last night. Arriving from Rome, Eve supplied. 018. We need to see who picked up a passenger. She pulled Rossi's passport photo. Take half a sec with face rec. I'd like to see him from when he disembarked to when he left the terminal. Cover that. And in about half a sec, she watched Rossi walking up the slope of the tunnel, the shoulder bag on his arm, his wheeled case rolling behind him. He looked a little tired around the eyes, Eve noted. but she saw excitement in them. More, she thought, than end-of-the-journey pleasure. She watched him breeze through customs, give the officer there a cheery smile before he pocketed his passport. The screen shifted as he came out of customs. And there he smiled again, at the man in the black uniform, complete with cap, holding a sign with his name. "Freeze on the pickup," Eve ordered. Mid-50s, she gauged, around 6 feet and a trim 170. Brown hair, blue eyes, mixed race, smooth-shaven, square-jawed. And obviously not concerned about showing his face on the security cameras. Okay, roll it from there. Without audio, she couldn't be sure of the words exchanged, but she saw no recognition in Rossi's eyes, nothing in the brief conversation to indicate the men knew each other. Just a driver meeting a client at the airport, taking his wheeled case, shoulder bag, and leading him out. "We need a copy." "Cover that." "The driver. Can you run face rec there? See when he came in, what he did?" "Gotcha." In about a second and a half, Barry had the driver entering the terminal at 2356. After a brief scan of the terminal, he walked to the waiting area. He sat, then took a card out of his breast pocket. He looked directly at the camera, held the face of the card up, smiled. "No," Eve corrected. Smirked. "Son of a bitch. Want I should zoom in on what it says?" "I know what it says." "Got balls," Peabody commented when they left the terminal. "He knew we'd check and wanted you to see." "Arrogant fucker," was Eve's opinion. "We'll run our own face rec when we get to Central. Pro or not, he's an arrogant fucker. Arrogant fuckers make mistakes." "He pissed you off. That's a mistake." "Yeah, it damn well is." She sat behind the wheel a moment to let the pissed off fade some. "Heading to Central. Go ahead and take the Lincoln tablet to EDD when we get there. Rossi should have his hotel confirmation on there. If not, next of kin might know. And if not, we start contacting hotels. Or you do. I'm gonna dig into the limo. Did Rossi order it? Did the person he came to meet, if he came to meet someone, send it? He didn't recognize the driver, Eve continued, so maybe a pro hit. But I'd bet your ass and mine, if a pro, Rossi would have known who hired the hit. It's personal and expensive. You're thinking whoever got him to come to New York hired the hit. It plays. Someone he knew. Someone he trusted. And shouldn't have. He came alone, Eve pointed out. That says something, too. Why not bring his spouse? Spend a few days in New York, catch a play, whatever. But he came alone. He looked excited when he got off the shuttle. Business, sure, maybe. But he was happy. Going to see an old friend? Maybe a female-type old friend? Eve shook her head. He had a framed photo of his wife in his luggage. No sex toys, no sex meds. He didn't travel a few thousand miles to bang another woman. She pulled into the garage at Central, then into her slot. Old friend, she repeated. Or old colleague. They walked to the elevator. We're going to do a deep run on the victim. Whoever wanted him dead went to a lot of trouble. Got him over here from Italy to do it. You're not in Italy. And Italy has cops, Eve said, as they stepped into the elevator. So it's specifically me. That smirk on his face on the feed, yeah, that was aimed at me. So they had to get Rossi here instead of just sticking a knife in his gut in Rome. Instead, they steal a limo, know enough about mechanics to make the adjustments, or again hire someone who does. Pick him up, have the wine all ready for him. Drive to the Upper East. The elevator stopped, let a couple of uniforms on. It didn't have a scent. The wine, the glass, the spill, the bottle, smelled like wine. Fast acting, no scent. Vic's eyes were bloodshot, and they weren't on the security feed. He had a faint, just faint tinge of blue on his lips. She checked the time as the elevator stopped again. The uniforms got off, more got on. He doesn't care we'll find COD. And I bet it won't be usual. Some weird-ass exotic poison like tarantula venom. Peabody's opinion was, ew. Yeah, I personally squeezed the poison out of this big, nasty spider. Aren't I a clever bastard? Take the electronics up to EDD. When she got off on homicide, she realized the pissed off hadn't faded much at all. She moved through the bullpen and straight into her office, into the quiet, and went straight for more coffee. Needed a minute, she admitted. Just a minute. So she stood by her skinny window, looking out at New York. The Sky trams carried the morning commuters to work, the night shift workers home. Under the streets, the subways did the same. On the street, maxi buses hauled more. Everyone had somewhere to go, something to do. Giovanni Rossi had had somewhere to go, and undoubtedly something to do. Now he didn't. Was he dead because of something he'd done? Didn't do? Something he knew? Or someone? Fawn, hawk, rabbit. Wasp. Who were the other 8? And how the hell did they connect to her? Turning away, she sat at her desk. She'd get the worst over before setting up her board, opening the murder book. She'd notified the victim's wife of nearly 50 years. In Italy. What the hell time was it in Italy? Jesus, she hated the whole planet turning on its axis. Computer, damn it, what time is it in Rome, Italy? The current time in Rome, Italy is 1200 hours and 41 minutes. Great. Computer, engage translation program, English to Italian for my audio, Italian to English for receiver's audio. Acknowledged. Program engaged. She made the call. The woman who answered may have been 75 by the record, but she wore those decades well. She had sparkling brown eyes in a face where the lines and creases somehow added an allure to age. Her hair, a waving mane to her shoulders, wasn't white, wasn't gray, but a glorious mix of both. Ms. Rossi, I'm Lieutenant Dallas with the New York City Police and Security Department. The sparkle in those brown eyes went to full alarm. Joe is in New York City. Yes, ma'am. I'm very sorry to inform you that your husband was killed last night. No. He only arrived last night. He texted me. He'd be sleeping now. He's to call when he wakes. I'm sorry for your loss, Ms. Rossi. His body was found last night, shortly, I believe, after his arrival in New York. But no! No! Even as she shook her head, her tears streamed. My Joe is full of health. An accident? Her hand pressed to her throat. There was an accident? Eve hedged with the truth. We haven't yet determined the cause of death. Ms. Rossi, I know this is a difficult time, but rage cut through shock like a sword. You say my Joe is dead, and this is difficult? Where is my husband? And as grief drenched rage, she began to sob. Where is my Joe? Ms. Rossi, is anyone with you? No, no, no. Joe is in New York. He goes very quickly. Can you tell me why he came to New York? He said he must, but couldn't say. Not until he saw his friend. What friend? He couldn't say. She covered her face with her hands. Only that he must go. He'd taken an oath and must go. He asked me to trust him, and I do, of course. Do you know where he planned to stay? With his friend. And he would tell me all he could tell me when he could. He's a good man, a good husband and father, a grandfather. It would only be a few days, and he was happy to see his friend, but worried. I know when my husband has worry. Where is my husband? He's with our chief medical examiner. Oh, no, but Dr. Morris is the very best, and he's very kind. I can promise you, your husband is in good hands, caring hands. They are not my hands. I must come there. I must come to New York and to Joe. I can make arrangements for your travel, for a hotel. No, she snapped it, then sighed. You will excuse me. This is kind of you to offer. I know how to do such things. If you contact me when you arrive, I can arrange for you to see your husband. Yes, I must see Joe. I must tell our children. No, how do I tell them? Tell our grandbabies. No, this is not for you. This is my duty. I will do my duty. You are a policewoman? Yes, Lieutenant Eve Dallas. You will find out why my husband is dead in New York City. Your husband is my duty, Ms. Rossi. I'll do my duty. It was the best she could offer, Eve thought, and after the call, pressed her fingers to her eyes. Then rising, she started her duty by putting Giovanni Rossi's crime scene shots on her board. When Peabody came in, she looked up from her desk and the murder book. McNabb wasn't in yet, arrived there before I left, but they got the Lincoln tablet open. We went through. No hotel confirmation. He didn't book one. He told his wife he was going to stay with a friend he came to New York to see. Who? We didn't find any communications with New York. She doesn't know. He said he couldn't tell her. That he would when he could. That he had to go. He'd taken an oath. Well, shit. Peabody glanced at Eve's ass-biting visitor's chair, opted to stand. I guess she doesn't know what oath. He asked her to trust him. Marriage rules and 4+ decades required trust. She said he was happy to see his friend again, but worried. Conclusion? Either the friend lured him here to kill him, motive unknown, or the friend's in trouble, and someone took Rossi out before he could help. Eve pointed to the computer. I started the face rec on the driver. No hits, yet. Did you do global? There's a reason I'm the LT, Peabody. Sorry, it's just going through his link. No contacts in New York in there. No communications either, like I said. He tagged his wife when he landed, just to let her know he arrived safe. His sign-off, translated, I love you more, my own, every minute of every hour of every day. And hers, and I'll love you more tomorrow than today. It was so sweet, romantic, true. It choked me up a little. Did it make it harder or softer, she wondered, that the widow had had that last sweetness? Because she had to. Eve set the question aside. She'll be in New York in a few hours. She'll let me know when she gets here. When I finish the book, I'll see if EDD can monitor the face wreck if we don't get a hit. You start a deep run on Rossi. He had a friend, or someone he thought was a friend, in New York. Let's find him. When I'm done here, we'll go see Morris. I'll get started. Peabody glanced at the board. He and his wife really had a bond. A tight, loving bond. When Eve finished the book, wrote up her report with still no hit, she pushed the face wreck on EDD. In the bullpen, the full complement of detectives manned their desks, and Jenkinson's tie of the day struck her eyes like an atomic blast. It might have represented one, she decided, just a screaming mass of violent colors without pattern, without mercy. She dug the sunshades she somehow hadn't lost or broken out of her pocket. Peabody with me. Half a sec, she said, and took several before she popped up. Eve bypassed the elevators for the glides. I think, don't give me the poo-poo. Eve simply stared at her partner. The what? You know, the poo-poo. Peabody waved her hand dismissively to demonstrate. But I think, maybe, Rossi was a spy. Please note, I'm not saying your incredibly silly word that's not an actual word. Why do you think, maybe? Well, it's all so pat, so ordinary. And then, when you go way back, there's the Urbans, and just a mention of him working with the underground. In New York? In Europe, as a cyber tech. But they had spies in the underground. And after? He's listed as working for this Italian company in IT and in cybersecurity. Way ordinary. And for decades. Same job, same place, and same position. It just seems so pat. People live ordinary lives, Peabody. And given his age and tech skills, it's not a shock he was part of the underground. We're talking 40 or 50 years ago, easy, right? Things began going to shit in Europe in about 2016. Started earlier, lasted longer there, in some places, than here. Don't you think his wife would know? If so, we'll find out in a few hours. Meanwhile, we'll keep your spy guy deal under consideration. Maybe he didn't actually retire. It's just a smokescreen. Under advisement, Eve said, and they clanged down the metal steps to the garage. There are all kinds of frosty vids about spies during the Urbans. Vids are vids, not real life. Peabody got into the car. The Ico vid is pretty true to life. We lived it. Don't remind me. And you know what? You know what the hell? Maybe this arrogant fucker decided he wanted the cops, who had a couple of damn bestsellers detailing their cases, and a vid about one of those cases chasing his ass, so he can prove how goddamn smart he is. It wouldn't surprise me a damn bit. But that would be his mistake, Peabody pointed out, because we're the cops who busted the I-Cove case and the cops who kicked Red Horse's ass. Yeah. Eve zipped out of the garage. You know, Nadine's working on another freaking book. The Natural Order investigation. I know. I bet it rocks. I worry about you, Peabody. I don't want to, but I worry about you. I want 2 minutes. Oh, God. 2 minutes, Dallas. We're spending the weekend in the new house. We bought a new bed. McNabb and I splurged because bed. We're putting the one from the apartment in one of the guest rooms. Mavis and fam are going to spend the weekend there too. Rourke says 3 weeks and it's done. But we get a whole weekend. Our office is done, and my craft room, and the main suite. We have a suite! Peabody pumped her fist in the air. The kitchen. Oh, it's just everything. And we've started outfitting the living room. Oh, Bella's room. It's a dream. And the nursery for number 2 is really taking shape. I'm building that toy box to match the chair you're giving her. She doesn't know. Leonardo knows because he designed the fabric for the chair. We're going to have a party, a big, giant party as soon as it's all done, which is almost now. That's 2 minutes plus. I know, but I'm so happy. And you don't mind. Not so much. She didn't really. Not so much. Especially since it was nearly done, and she wouldn't have to hear regularly about tiles, paint colors, refurbished tables. And here we are at the House of the Dead. Relieved, Eve pulled up. Let's go see what Rossi told Morris. Chapter 3. Inside the morgue, the white tunnel always echoed, and always smelled of chemical lemons with an undertone of death. Postponing the inevitable, Peabody paused by vending. I could use a cold drink. I'll buy you a Pepsi. Peabody, Morris stocks them. Oh, yeah, right. You saw the body in the back of the limo. Yeah, but it's different on a slab. I don't know why, but it is. I do know why, she corrected as she walked down the tunnel with Eve. It's because I know Morris has been, in there, pulling out organs and all that, cutting into the body and taking stuff out that shouldn't be taken out. Taking it out tells us why the victim's a victim. You'd think they'd find another way to do that. Until they do. Eve pushed through the double doors of Morris's theater. He played Italian opera. Eve supposed it suited the moment. Under his clear protective cape, the medical examiner wore a suit of pale blue with a shirt of crisp white, a tie of sapphire. He hadn't taken his usual time with his hair, she noted, due to her contact, no doubt, so he wore it in a single high tail that streamed down his back. The micro goggles accented the almond shape of his dark eyes. I think he enjoyed his last flight, Morris began. He had a late supper of bolognese with rigatoni, a green salad, a sourdough roll, some cream cake, and about 16 ounces of Cabernet. Another 2 ounces of Merlot, less than 8 minutes before TOD. Poisoned? Eve walked to the body laid out on the slab. No poison in the wine. In fact, a very fine vintage. He was gassed. Gassed? The lab will have to confirm and identify, but he didn't ingest poison. He inhaled it. And he knew. Morris, in his gentle way, laid a hand on Rossi's head. He fought. His knuckles aren't just bruised and scraped. He has some breaks. He fought hard. Gassed, Eve repeated as she studied the body. So the passenger area was completely sealed off? And gas? Through the air vents? The AC? Again, that's for others to determine. I can only tell you his mouth, his throat, his nostrils, his lungs, and so on indicate he inhaled what killed him. My findings indicate it took less than 4 minutes for him to lapse into unconsciousness, during which time he fought to live. In under 5 minutes, he lost that battle. Morris walked to his mini-friggy, took out the cold drinks, and passed them to Eve and Peabody. It would have been painful, but brief. Otherwise, he was a healthy man for his age. A bit overweight, but not excessively. No face or body work detected, though he had some broken bones during his life. A couple of fingers, a couple of ribs. Well mended. There's a scar, you see there, along his left rib cage. A knife wound, most likely. I think he was a spy. Morris smiled at Peabody as she cracked her tube of Diet Pepsi. Do you? How interesting. He certainly would have lived through the Urbans, and the knife wound appears to be at least 30 years old and carelessly tended. A field dressing, perhaps. Gassed, Eve said yet again. I'll have the sweepers look at how that worked. A lot of trouble for a kill. He was nearing 80, Morris said. Overweight, likely out of shape, but strong. He would have had good upper body strength. So the killer didn't want to risk going head-to-head. His widow's coming in from Rome. I'll let you know when she gets here. I'll have him ready for her. He had good health, all in all. Could have expected another 30 or 40 years. We'll find who took those decades from him. Appreciate the quick work, Morris. Your name on a card in his hand? And the cryptic message. I'd like to be updated as you progress. All right. Let's hit the lab, Peabody. Gassed, she said yet again. There has to be a reason to go to that kind of trouble. Eve rolled it over on the short drive to the lab. Who gasses an almost 80-year-old man in the back of a limo? Spies. Eve spared Peabody a glance. Under consideration. There are easier, less risky, less expensive ways. Thinking spies. Bump into him on the street, give him a little jab. They've got shit that'll kill you in seconds that way. And if you're going to all this trouble, why not poison the wine? Has to be simpler than rigging up some toxic gas. She thought of the smirk. Because he didn't want the simple. He's showing off his clever, his skill. Maybe he showed off, killed the others he named, and showed off the same way. Yeah. We're running a global on like crimes once the lab identifies the gas. He's got a kill list, and there are 7 names still on it. They could be anywhere. If he wants me hunting him, they're in New York, or like Rossi, he'll get them here. If he killed the other 3, Why leave the card on this kill? Maybe Rourke will dig up a connection. Eve wasn't sure if she considered that a good thing or not. In the lab, she scanned the labyrinth of counters, cubes, glass walls. It always made her think of a hive. She spotted Chief Lab Tech Dick Berensky's egg-shaped head bent over at his station, imagined his long, spidery fingers at work. If necessary, she'd bribe him to push on the gas angle. He'd earned the title Dickhead for a reason, and she figured a couple of box seats to the ball game would do it this time. As they made their way through the maze, Eve saw him slide his rolly chair from one end of his workstation to the other, then back again. Something, she decided, had his attention. With luck, she could hold back the bribe for another time. He looked up, scowled at Eve. "What the hell you got going?" "You tell me." Morris said the victim was gassed. "Like a rat in a hole. What they used it for back when. We've got better ways now for pest control." No bribe this time, Eve noted, because she saw the interest in his dark, beady eyes as he gestured to a screen where she saw formulas, symbols, something that looked like a three-legged pyramid. "Okay, what is it?" "Phosphine." "And what is it?" "Jesus, Dallas, it's your freaking murder weapon. Colorless, odorless. For the rats and all, technical grade, they added shit that made it stink. What you got here's a mix of pure phosphine with some CO2. That agent's to take down the flammability point. The pure shit'll go off. It can self-ignite. I alerted the sweepers. Might be more in there, so they need to follow protocol." He held up a spidery finger, rolled down his counter. "It's bad shit, and got phased out for commercial use over 30 years ago. Planet-wide." So not something the killer could access easily. "Hell no! You can make it, yeah, if you know what you're doing and don't mind the risk. Close quarters like that limo, inhaling it, you're dead pretty quick. But, if you know how to make it, you ought to know how to make something that wouldn't maybe light you up in the lab, or in liquid form spill on you and give you a hell of a case of frostbite, like hydrogen cyanide. The fucking Nazis used that, Zyklon B. Or arsine. Or, I get it, easier ways. And plenty you can get. Pest control, right? Industrial uses, textiles. I figure you got yourself a mad scientist." "Wouldn't be the first time. Anything else you can tell me?" "I gave you the murder weapon. You want more? Bring me more." Berensky looked back at his screen, shook his head. "He's a goddamn loose cannon using that shit." "What would he need to make it?" "Balls. That's first because you'd want white phosphorus, and that's a killer right there. Add that to boiling water with sodium hydroxide, and you get phosphine gas." "The gas was released in a limo." "You asked. Made a canister. Maybe got his hands on one from 30 years ago or whatever. That's your deal. Wouldn't mind knowing when you do." "What about his clothes?" "You don't get residue with this. That was an advantage. Harvo will let you know if different, but with this," he pointed at the screen again, "not happening." Dickhead or not, Berensky knew his science. "All right. Appreciate the quick work." Berensky continued to study the screen as Eve moved off. "Badass. fucker's a crazy son of a bitching badass," she heard him say. At the moment, Eve's main concern was the crazy. "He wanted that," she said as they walked out of the maze. "That reaction. Dickhead's reaction. A kind of admiration. A little horrified, but admiration." She paused, frowned at the hive. "Let's see how far they've gotten with processing the limo." They took the interior walkway to the next building, then the elevator down to the garage level. She badged a tech with goggles around her neck and her hair bundled under a clear cap. "Spooner brought in a limo early this morning. Bay 4, and it's on lockdown. Potential toxic substance. I need to talk to Spooner, or whoever's in charge of Bay 4. The tech, short, curvy, barely old enough to buy a legal drink, stopped herself before she completed a full eye roll. "All the way down." She gestured. "Locked down," she repeated. "You can talk to Spooner through the intercom until it's clear." "All right. Thanks." Though it echoed here, too, unlike the morgue, it smelled, faintly, of bad coffee and someone's spiced-up veggie hash. At the door to Bay 4, the no-entry light burned red. Eve looked through the thick glass, saw a team of sweepers in hazmat suits and breathing masks. She pressed the intercom. "Spooner, Dallas, can we suit up and come in?" One of the team stepped back. The head shook, but she walked toward the door. "Not yet, and no need. We found a canister, about 225 grams. Appears to be empty, but it's going to our lab for testing." "Where was it?" "Positioned in the ceiling. Has a remote trigger. Piped into the AC. Canister's clean as you can get, but it's not new, Dallas. It says phosphine, and some joker drew a skull and crossbones on it, along with the name of your Vic." "His name? And that's recent. But the canister itself isn't going to be. It's dated 2024, and it's an old-school device. So's the remote. I need to see it. I'll send you a picture, and you'll get the canister when we're done with it. We need to strip the vehicle down, make sure there isn't more. We got a cam, too, one with audio, and that is new. The driver could see and hear what was going on in the back on the dash screen." "Did it record?" "Yeah, it did. I'll get that to you ASAP. Everything in here has to be tested, scrubbed, and cleared before it leaves the bay. That includes us." Behind the protective shield, Spooner's eyes went hard. "The victim didn't go easy. He went fast, and that's your blessing. But he didn't go easy." "Did Dickhead tell you about the chemical?" "Yeah, enough." "Be careful in there, Spooner." Now she smiled a little. Never anything but. Studying the limo as the team continued to dismantle it, Eve jammed her hands in her pockets. So he watched. More personal. Had to feel it when Rossi kicked at the privacy window. Knew what was happening, but he needed to see it and to hear it. Or have the record for his client to see, to hear. Proof for the balance of payment? Maybe. Could be that. Accepting she couldn't make the sweepers work faster by watching, Eve turned away and started down the corridor. But that smirk, Peabody? I can see a pro holding up the card if that was part of the deal, but the smirk? You don't pay for that. Personal, she said again. And I don't recognize the face. Let's find out if EDD hit a match. I want this bastard's name. Back at Central, she had Peabody go back to digging into the victim's background, and she went straight to EDD. Even the crazed mix of colors, patterns, movement couldn't compete with Jenkinson's choice of tie today. She saw McNabb, skinny hips rocking in a pair of baggies striped in red, blue, yellow, and orange. His red-streaked tail of blonde hair bounced on the back of a red t-shirt with a full moon floating on the back. The moon had a grinning face with one eye closed in a knowing wink. She started toward his station when Calendar waylaid her. Calendar's bibbed baggies hit a green you might get if you fertilized your lawn with plutonium. She'd cut her hair into a kind of wedge, one side ink black, the other plutonium green. Eve thought, why? Then let it go. We haven't hit. McNabb's trying searches with different hairstyles, colors, bald. I'm doing dead guys in case he tried that angle. Nothing's hit. Okay. I'm thinking a pro who keeps it down low enough wouldn't hit. But the card he left on the body sure as hell isn't down low, so puzzlement. We could still hit, she added. We're all over it and back again twice. Thanks. I'll let you get back again twice. As she started out, Feeney came to his office door, waved her in. In contrast with his unit, he wore brown, a wrinkled shit-brown jacket and pants, a tie the color of shit that had dried out after a few weeks in the sun, with a shirt of sad beige. She found it comforting. His wiry ginger hair exploded on his head. His baggy basset hound eyes studied her face. We're working it. I know. I got a program running in here. Not that the kids don't know what they're doing. Calendar's running dead people. Cover the bases. You got COD yet? Yeah, not poison. Or not the usual gulp down some wine and die. He was gassed. Frowning, Feeney leaned back on his desk. In the limo? No question where, and now no question how. Sweepers found a canister of it. In the ceiling, which meant removing the ceiling, installing the canister so it would go through the AC vents, the air vents, replacing the ceiling. Lot of work. Lots easier ways to get the job done. He's a poser. Yeah. Since he was there, the man who'd trained her, taken her into homicide, made her his partner, she pulled out her link. Check this. She showed him the killer holding up the fake cop card and smirking. Arrogant bastard, poser. He installed a remote on the canister so he could release the gas once Rossi was in and secured. And eyes and ears. He could watch him die on the in-dash. Nodding, Feeney snagged a couple of candied almonds from the crooked bowl on his desk. Making sure, maybe. More likely enjoying the show. You gotta connect somewhere. Does Rourke know Rossi? He might have been captain of EDD, but Feeney still thought like a murder cop. Not offhand. He's checking. Something's gotta be there. Or the asshole wants notoriety. Get the I-Cove cop, the Red Horse cop on the chase. Shit. Just shit. Now he smiled. It's a damn good vid. The wife's reading Nadine's new book. She's liking it. Could be as simple and stupid as that. Figuring he'll get himself in a book or vid. Yeah. I'm gonna check with Nadine, see if he's contacted her or tried to. She'd let you know if he had. She would, but cover those bases. What kind of gas? Something Dick had called phosphine. Colorless, she began. Now that's something I haven't heard of in a hell of a time. You know what it is? Got banned right after the Urbans over here, pretty sure. And mostly because some hotheads, mostly on the other side, used it here and there. Killed themselves as often as not. Bioweapons. Supposed to be off the table. But you'll have hotheads. The head sweeper said the canister they found was dated 2024. Yeah, that was the thick of it. An old canister. Considering, Feeney picked up the bowl, offered it to Eve. She just shook her head. Might be stockpiles somewhere. Not supposed to be, but not supposed to don't mean dick. Military hordes. The just-in-case crap. But they got better, more efficient shit like that. It's old school. Rossi was almost 80, and he did some tech work for the underground in Europe. Old school. Might be something to look at. And I will. You do that, and we'll keep running. If we hit, you'll be the first. Eve left, and thought Feeney knew as well as she did, if they hadn't hit by now, the odds dwindled. She started to catch a glide when her comm signaled with an order to report to the commander's office. Word got around, she thought as she changed direction. And Whitney might sit behind a desk, but he had his ear to the ground. When she arrived, Whitney's admin waved her straight into the office. Whitney didn't sit behind his desk, but stood at the windows with his sweeping view of the city he served. Broad-shouldered, in a slate-gray suit, his hands clasped behind his back, he only nodded when Eve said, "Commander, part of being a cop is finding yourself a target or being taunted, and still, I dislike when one of my cops finds themselves in that position." He turned then, his wide, dark face set, his dark eyes hard. Phosphine. Yes, sir. Berensky identified the substance. Spooner and her team, I've been in contact with both. Yes, sir. What do you know, Lieutenant? The victim was an Italian citizen, married, long-term, 4 adult children, grandchildren. He retired a few years ago from the security company, Rome-based, where he works since 2027. He has no criminal record and hasn't traveled to New York in over 20 years. Prior to his employment, he served as a cyber tech for the underground in Europe. There's little to no additional data on that. Thoughtfully, Whitney nodded. Cyber techs were valuable tools, key players in the Urbans. If he was any good, and I assume so, he would have made sure there was little to no data. Even after the wars, some key players were targeted, some assassinated. I believe his killer is a professional. Whether this is his personal mission, or he's working for someone, he's a pro. The card. Not NYPSD issued, but close. The message might be cryptic, sir, but it's still clear. Rossi was part of a group, and likely from his time during the Urbans, as the use of this particular gas indicates. Codename seems the most likely. Agreed. Feeney had one. Sir? Unofficially. A lot of us who fought through that ended up with names. He was Hound. He could always catch the scent. God, we were young. She caught a wistfulness rarely heard in Whitney's voice. Young and fearless. In any case, that sort of name was common enough. If it has to do with the Urbans, Commander, it's a long time to wait. A very long time. People scatter. Feeney and I stayed in New York, on the job, but people scatter. Rossi didn't. His killer knew where to find him and what to say to get him here. An oath. He told his wife he'd taken an oath, and that might also connect to the Urbans. People went to prison, she added. Some for a long time. They did, but many sentences were commuted in the 40s. It's something to look at. 3 others, according to the message, are already dead. Fawn, Hawk, Rabbit. Rossi might not have been the first, just the latest. I'll run like crimes. He may have used the same method, but he may tailor his kill to the victim, Whitney concluded. Yes, sir. Or it's been a lot of years. And it was war. So the others maybe died in the wars or from natural causes since. Without names. And the widow? I don't think he told her anything. Or as little as possible. That wouldn't be unusual. He was older, had family. He'd spare them the details to protect them and himself. I want daily updates on this one, Dallas. If he has a stockpile of that gas in the city, we need to find him. Find it. Understood. His widow is on her way here. I'll talk to her again. She may know something she doesn't understand she knows. Keep me updated, and watch your 6. Yes, sir. I'll do both. She walked to the door, then decided not to resist. Did you have a code name, Commander? He smiled and meant it. Lightning. I could move fast in those days. She didn't know war, she thought, as she worked her way back to homicide. She knew battle and the risks of it, understood tactics, strategy, sacrifice, and blood spilled. But she didn't know war. However long ago it had been, Feeney did, Whitney did. They'd lived it and survived it. They'd built their lives, their families, their careers despite it. Maybe in some ways, because of it. Now she wondered, however long ago it had been, if Giovanni Rossi, who'd lived it, survived it, building his life, family, career because of or despite it, was yet another victim of war. Chapter 4. She turned into homicide, started to signal Peabody into her office. Jenkinson and his atomic tie snarled. Some fucking fuck screwing with our LT. We've got your back, Dallas. We're all in. She started to shoot Peabody a look, then remembered. Jenkinson. Her detective sergeant heard all, saw all, knew all, almost before it happened. I've got it, Jenkinson. With respect, Lou. Bullshit. Come after one of us, come after all, especially the boss. Whatever you need, we're in. Apparently murder had paused long enough, so all her detectives and most of her uniforms were in-house, and every one of them looked at her with fire in their eyes. I'm not the one who's dead, she reminded them, then relented. Giovanni Rossi, lured to New York from Rome, possibly through some connection to the Urbans. gassed in the limo that picked him up. Phosphine gas. I know what that is. Detective Carmichael lifted a finger. I ace chemistry. That's been on the banned list practically as long as I've been alive. That's what he used. Rossi, possible code name Wasp, 79, did at least some cybertech during the Urbans. This may or may not be connected. The man who killed him, either hired to do so or on his own, is as yet unidentified. EDD's working that. There are, according to the message on the card, another 7 targets, also unknown and unnamed. 3 others, Fawn, Hawk, Rabbit, are presumed dead, for a total, with the killer or the one who hired him, of 12. Peabody will send you all the data we have. Nobody works it if they have another case, and that includes you, Detective Sergeant. He just grunted. I'm not a target. For now, she qualified in her head. He wants me in pursuit. I'm gonna accommodate him. Now, for Christ's sake, get back to work. I don't, under the circumstances, want to kick your asses. Peabody, send the data, then my office. Sir? Trueheart, young, earnest, but not as green as he'd once been, raised his hand. Detective? They specify you in pursuit. They get all of us, sir. Baxter, his trainer, his partner, his friend, just beamed with pride. Kid speaks truth. Fine, that's fine. But any of you catch a case, you pursue that first. You're paid to protect and serve the people of New York, not your lieutenant. Can do fucking both, Jenkinson muttered. So say we all. This from Santiago. Eve just walked to her office. She wouldn't have her bullpen treating her like a victim. She wasn't. Once she had been. But now she headed a team of exceptional cops, and she was anything but a victim. And yet, she had to appreciate the one-for-all sentiment. As long as no investigation got the short straw in the meantime. She programmed coffee, then sat to scan her incoming. And sitting, she studied the photo of the gas canister. It looked old, she realized, like something she'd seen in a museum. But, as Spooner had said, very clean. No dents, no rust, no dust, with the skull and crossbones carefully added. And with a more contemporary style remote trigger attached. An Urbans-era canister of toxic gas with a remote from now. The killer, or his accomplices, had the skill or training to weaponize the canister, to remove and replace the ceiling of the limo and install it. To fix it so the gas would discharge into the back of the limo, and only into the back. Seal the doors, seal the privacy window. Install the ears and eyes to watch the kill. A lot of time, a lot of trouble taken with the flourish of the drawing. Personal, she determined. Peabody clumped down the hall. I didn't spill it to the bullpen, she began. You don't have to spill anything. Jenkinson has some sort of radar, which makes him a damn good cop. Everybody just wants to look out for you, Dallas. It only took a look. Yeah, you can look out for you, but that's who we are. And who we are comes down from the top, from you. I don't think you should leave them out of this. Eve spoke with just a touch of frost. Don't you? Peabody's jaw jutted, just a touch. No, I don't. And I'm hungry. Can I hit the auto chef? We'll split a pizza, a pepperoni pizza. I'm just saving time, Peabody claimed, as Eve's stare could have burned holes in flesh. "You'd have said yes, but it would take time. Plus, I grabbed just a mini breakfast burrito in the subway hours and hours ago." It had been hours ago, Eve realized. Fine. "If one of us got a message like this," Peabody continued as she programmed, "you'd be all over it." She couldn't deny it. "We're cops. We're a family of cops. Oh, and I think you should contact Nadine, in case it's the book vid thing driving this. Which I intended to do before you're pulling pizza out of the AC. You can have a slice first. Has Rourke gotten back to you?" "No. And if he'd found Rossi and his vast herd of employees, present or former, he would have." "Yeah, he would." Peabody handed Eve a plate, a tube of Pepsi, then sat on the floor with her own. "So that's probably not it." Probably not. The pizza, Eve had to admit, smelled amazing and tasted the same. The canisters from the Urbans, and the remotes from Now. The camera's gonna be from Now. Code names like Wasp were, according to Whitney, fairly common during the Urbans era. Just a thing. Like Baxter's, sometimes Horn Dog, not always an official spy deal. "It's a spy deal," Peabody insisted, and bit into her slice. "Oh, God, this is so good." "Anyway, digging into Rossi, there are gaps. They don't look like gaps until you stop and look at them as gaps." "Which means?" "Well, I've tracked some travel, back in the 30s, the 40s, that doesn't make a lot of sense, not for a family man. It's listed as business travel for the company, but why is he going to Dubai and Budapest and Dublin and Paris and Prague like that when he's basically a cog in the wheel? It's a lot of travel, Dallas." "Nothing recent? Nothing since he retired? I mean, nothing like before. Travel to Florence, to Provence, to his wife's sister's farm in Tuscany a few times. All travel with his wife or the whole family. But he hardly left home in the last 5 years. And this is the first solo trip anywhere I found. And the first trip to the U.S. in like 20-plus years. Let's contact his boss or supervisor. I've got a call in. Got the runaround, but I've got a call in. I used the translator, but still." Eve kicked back, looked at her board. She wanted some quiet time, some thinking time, but for now, she'd bounce off her partner. Someone contacts Rossi. Someone he considers a friend or colleague. He's taken an oath. She thought of her bullpen. There's a unity, a bond, so he doesn't hesitate. Come to New York. He makes arrangements. Quickly, according to his wife. He's gonna stay with said friend. No hotel. He's happy to reconnect with this friend. Someone from the Urbans. That's speculation, but it rings. Someone he served with. That's a tight connection. Whitney. He mentioned some things about him and Feeney in the Urbans, and you could feel it, that connection. They were partners on the job, but after that, that's another bond, the partnership. But they'd been through a war together. I don't know what that's like, but it feels like it's big. It's like forever. We few, we happy few. What? It's Shakespeare. I can't remember from what, but about war. We band of brothers. What about sisters? With a shrug, Peabody drank some of her diet version of Pepsi. Well, Shakespeare. So I don't think women did much soldiering. Anyway, yeah, a tight connection. Why do you kill your brother? And Fawn, that sounds female. Why do you murder your fellow soldier? Somebody from the other side? Who's still pissed they lost? Yeah, that's an angle. Somebody who lost and did some considerable time? That, at least, would explain the gap of decades. The old school kill, the old canister, the wasp. Or all that's the smokescreen, set up to throw us off. Eve ate more pizza. Too soon to tell. We need to talk to the widow again. How do you live with someone for 4 decades and not know? I've got a great uncle, my dad's side. He was in the Urbans. I've never, ever heard him talk about it. I thought free-agers were pacifists. True, but he wasn't. At least not then. I think it turned him into one, though. Peabody frowned as she nibbled a second slice. Somerset worked as a medic back then, didn't he? Yeah. She'd mine there if necessary. And his friend Ivana did some underground back then. I'll push there if I need to. I don't see how— She broke off when her desk link signaled. Antonio Rossi. That's one of the Vic's sons. She picked up the link. Dallas. Lieutenant Dallas. I am Antonio Rossi. My father was Giovanni Rossi. My mother and I are now in New York. Mr. Rossi, should I engage the translator? That won't be necessary, thank you. I speak English. My mother does as well, but not as fluently. Please, tell me, Lieutenant. You are sure this is my father? Yes, I'm sorry. We're very sure. He looked to be early 50s, with dignified gray at his temples, deep brown eyes that radiated grief. We would ask if you'd tell us when and where we can see my father. Yes, of course. I'll send you all that information and notify the medical examiner. Mr. Rossi, I'd like to speak to you and your mother at your earliest convenience. This will help you find who took my father's life? I believe so. Then we'll come to you. I think this is easier for my mother. To come to you after seeing my father and beginning the arrangements for him. All right. You'll ask for Dr. Morris, she began. Though his grief pumped through the link, he remained polite, restrained throughout her instructions. When she'd finished, ended the call, she looked at Peabody. Let's hope they know something they don't think they know. 7 more, Peabody. He's an arrogant bastard and a crazy fucker, but he's got a plan, and a kill list. Peabody looked at her signaling link. It's Rossi's workplace. I'm going to take this at my desk. She scrambled up and out. So Eve took her thinking time with the rest of her slice. The method of murder with Rossi. Time-consuming. Complicated. Overly complicated, she thought. So a purpose to the method, or why bother? She swiveled around to deal with the stolen limo. Peabody hustled back in, then dropped to the floor to finish her pizza. That was Rossi's direct supervisor. Shocked, upset, genuinely upset when I told her Rossi's dead. She pressed for details. Which you didn't give her. Which I didn't give her. And she wasn't big on giving me many either. A lovely man, a good family man, excellent at his work. And that work exactly? providing cybersecurity for companies and individuals throughout Europe. She said Rossi handled clients remotely or on-site, though in the last few years of employment had requested less travel. And that jibes with the data. She said he was a valued employee, respected, always willing to assist if a team member had an issue, and kept current with tech. If he was so good, why wasn't he a supervisor after nearly 4 decades? I asked, and she told me he preferred working in the field, being part of a team rather than leading one. She asked about his family, and that seemed genuine too, the concern. She didn't know, or said she didn't know, of anyone who had a problem with him, anyone who'd wish him harm, and said she didn't know anything about a friend in New York. I don't think that was genuine. Just a feeling, because she never hesitated, looked me straight in the eye. But, Eve prompted. I felt like there was something under it. I expected the block when I asked about clients, about details of his work, privacy, confidentiality, and the fact he'd retired several years ago. But it just felt rote. Oh, and she had perfect English. Not just good, perfect. I complimented her on it and asked if they had clients in the States. She said they just served Europe. Okay, go ahead and do a good solid run on her. The more we know, the more we know. How old is she? Early 50s. So he'd have had other supervisors before this one. She'd have been a kid during the Urbans. Thinking, Eve looked back at the board. Do that run anyway. If we circle back to her, or any previous supervisors, I'll take it, boss to boss. I'll get started on that. Peabody got up, and like Eve, looked at the board. I've been trying to find out where he got that scar. The one Morris said was a knife wound, and where the breaks Morris mentioned were treated. I've got nothing. Medicals can be tricky, especially from way back. Yeah, but I've got some of the usual. Vaccines, standard physicals, a sprained ankle a couple years ago, but nothing on a knife wound, nothing on broken bones. Eve considered. Morris can give us a ballpark, but I'll ask him to consult with De Winter. She's bones, so she'd likely be able to do better than ballpark. I don't see how it applies to murder, but the more we know, Peabody echoed. Yeah, she murmured when Peabody left. She read the ME's report again. Broken clavicle, 2 broken fingers, 3 broken ribs, broken left arm. A lot of breaks, she decided, for an E-man. And, so far, no medical report on the treatments. Assuming Morris was with Rossi's family, she sent him a text. When you're done with Rossi's family, can you request Dr. De Winter examine the body and the scans, the breaks? I'd like to date them as accurately as possible. Just crossing T's. Dallas. Probably chasing the wild goose, she thought. And that's another stupid saying. Why would anyone chase a wild goose? Then it hit her. Okay. You wouldn't. So, that actually makes sense. Except, when she caught herself trying to wind it around, she pressed her fingers to her eyes. Never mind. I'm chasing the damn wild goose. She started a search on the Italian company, Sicurezza Informatica. From the dates, it looked as if Rossi had gotten in on the ground floor there. A good-sized company, she discovered, with its base in Rome, satellite offices in Madrid, Naples, Palermo. They offered their security services throughout Europe, remote or on-site. The full range, blah, blah, for businesses, individuals, corporations, educational facilities. They maintained a 5-star rating. It looked solid and standard to her eye. With what was left of her Pepsi, she sat back, put her feet on the desk, and studied her board. She studied Rossi's ID shot. A nice, ordinary face. The face of a man who looked as if he enjoyed life and should have had a few more decades of it. And the crime scene still, of Rossi slumped on the leather seat, mouth agape, eyes red-streaked and bulging. Then the closed fist, the raw knuckles, and the card wedged between the index and middle fingers. Frowning, she swung her legs to the floor and looked at the ME report again. Was it a coincidence he'd broken those same fingers at some point in his life? No, because coincidence is bollocks. You knew him, goddammit. You knew about those broken fingers, and that means something. Personal, something personal. Using them, just another little flourish. This is hate, she concluded. It's hate, not rage, not a kill for gain. It's hate. What did a devoted family man, loyal employee, retired, enjoying his life, do to generate hate? She put her feet up again. Wasps sting. Who did you sting, Rossi? She closed her eyes a moment. Hawk. They fly. They hunt. A predator. People say eyes like a hawk, so good vision. Rabbit. What the hell did a rabbit do? Hop around, eat carrots? But they're fast, she remembered. A suspect rabbits when they take off. Fawn? Nothing scary about a fawn. A little deer. Pretty if you went for wildlife. Quiet, maybe. Looked harmless. Was that it? Looked harmless? People ended up with code names, even nicknames for a reason. 3 animals and an insect. And 8 more, including the killer. 12. A team of some sort. It had to be, and most likely with its roots in the urbans. And also likely, they'd all be over 60. Opening her eyes, she studied the photo of the canister. 2024. 37 years death had waited. Had the killer kept it all that time? Hidden away somewhere until he carefully drew the skull and crossbones, rigged the trigger? Phosphine equals fumigation. Kill rats, pests. Wasps equals pests. Saved it for you. Specifically you? Like crimes isn't gonna hit. She'd run them anyway, but it wouldn't hit. Peabody came down the hall. The Rossis are here. Faster than I figured. She started to get up. I thought we'd do the lounge, but she's really hurting, Dallas. So I booked a conference room instead, more private. Maybe I could transfer some of your coffee, the tea you stocked for Mira, into the AC there. That's fine. How do you kill a rabbit? Oh, he might have killed the other 3 he named. A method designed for them. Kill the wasp, poison gas. Kill the rabbit? Peabody worked on the AC transfer. We use stinky repellents, harmless but really foul, to discourage rabbit and deer from the gardens. He's no free-ager, Peabody. Maybe poison? Bait a trap? Maybe shoot, gun or arrow like they used to. If he had that canister, he could have illegal weapons. Yes, he could. Poisoned bait, a trap, seems more his style than a bullet. Nothing time-consuming or complicated about a bullet. She'd play with that, but for now she walked out with Peabody. She recognized the mother and son who sat on the bench outside her bullpen. The mother had her magnificent hair carefully rolled into a bun at the back of her head and wore a stark black dress. The son wore a suit, also black, as if they were already attending a funeral. They sat close, hands linked together. Though Antonio Rossi resembled his father more than his mother, they wore twin expressions of shocked misery. When Antonio saw Eve, he squeezed his mother's hand, murmured something to her, then rose. Lieutenant Dallas. Mr. Rossi. She shook his hand. Ms. Rossi, if you'd both come with us, we have a quiet place we can talk. He was very kind. Anna Maria got to her feet. Her English carried a heavier accent than her son's, but there would be no need for the translator. The Dr. Morris, very gentle and kind. My Joe was very gentle and kind. Come, Mamma. Antonio put an arm around her, led her down the hall with Eve and Peabody. The medical examiner said we can't take Papa home yet. No, I'm sorry, not yet. How long must he stay in that place? The widow's voice thickened with tears. The doctor was kind, but that place, it's cold. Joe likes the warm. I promise we'll clear it for you to take him home as soon as possible. His mother. I had to tell his mother he was gone. She lost her youngest son in the urbans, and her husband, Joe's papa, he died young from wounds that had never healed from that time. And now, another son, lost. I promised her I'd bring him home. She's 102, Antonio added, and more frail than we'd like. I understand. I hope we can let you take him home soon. Eve gestured them into the conference room. We have coffee, Peabody began, tea, water, of course, and soft drinks. It's a very nice tea, Signora Rossi. It's soothing. Yes, Mamma, you'll have some tea. I would have coffee if it's no trouble. Black will do. He thinks to take care of me. Anna Maria looked up at her son as he led her to a chair at the conference table. He forgets he's my bambino. She clung to his hand a moment longer and sat. Then she straightened her shoulders, turned fierce eyes on Eve. The doctor said you would tell us what happened to my husband, to the father of my children. We will. We have questions. We will answer your questions, but first, we will know why Joe is gone. You said he left quickly for New York. Hours after he told me his friend needed him. Have you found this friend? No. Mr. Rossi had nothing on his person or in his luggage to indicate who asked him to come. An old friend, you told me. He says, an old friend. An oath taken. He says he will explain it all when he comes home. My Joe would never break a promise. He left to keep one. Tears swirled in her eyes again, but didn't fall. He can't keep the one he made to me, but he would have. I understand who you are and what you do here. Did this friend kill Joe? We don't know. Eve waited while Peabody set out the tea, the coffee. We do know whoever killed him knew of his plans, and the quickness of his travel, the actions of the killer, indicate his killer knew of his travel details. Until she got this part over with, Eve knew she'd get no answers. His killer posed as a driver. He had a sign with your husband's name on it at the shuttle terminal. We've seen the security feed, and there's no indication your husband recognized this man. He drove a limo, stolen a week ago. This is all deliberate, very deliberate. Eve looked at Antonio. Yes, your father was the target. He was escorted to the limo, and there, trapped inside. The locks were engaged, so he couldn't open the doors, the windows. The privacy window between the driver's area and the back seat, also secured and sealed. The driver released a toxic gas into the passenger area. Oh! Shaking her head, shocked eyes spilling tears now, Ana Maria pressed both hands to her mouth. Madre de Dio! He fought to get out, but it wasn't possible. He succumbed within minutes. Assassino! Murderer! She collapsed against her son, and he wrapped his arms around her, wept with her. Alone. Alone! This man, who harmed no one, dies alone, away from his family, through such wickedness. It was wickedness, Peabody said softly. We're doing, and will keep doing, everything possible to find this wicked person. We need your help. Help? What help can we give? He was away from us. No one at home would hurt Giovanni Rossi. He was loved. His family, his friends, neighbors. Oh, the children would flock around him when he went for a walk. He always had a joke, sweets in his pocket for the children. Who does this to such a man? Someone he knew. Eve said it flatly to stop the rise of hysteria. No. How? Mamma. Antonio gripped her hand. How else? Then he kissed her hand before using an already damp handkerchief to dry her tears. We'll be strong for Papa now, and help however we can help. Now he kissed her cheeks, and whatever he said to her in Italian sounded so loving to Eve's ears, she felt her heart crack a little. Si. She picked up the tea, drank. Un attimo. One moment, please. Take all the time you need. You are kind. You offered to arrange my travel. Your doctor was kind. This girl who gives me tea is kind. So much kindness. So much wickedness. She took another sip and once again squared her shoulders. Ask your questions. What we can answer, we will. Then you will find this killer, this wicked devil of a man, and I will look him in the eye. I will look him in the eye and spit in it. She nudged the tea aside. Ask your questions. Chapter 5. Your husband retired a few years ago. Yes, he enjoyed his retirement. Gardening became more passion than hobby. He had more time for the grandchildren. And she turned to her son, asked something in Italian. Putter around, he said. Yes, yes. Her lips curved into a trembling smile. Under my feet. He worked for the security company for a long time. What did he do there? Oh, he made secure the electronics, the internet. He would find and stop those who used it to cheat or, exploit. He would go sometimes to fix problems or, Antonio, my English is excellent, Peabody said. She means to say he would build systems, electronic security systems, and as part of his duties, search out hackers, those who attempt, and often succeed, in conning the unwary out of money, or attempt to harm. As part of a team. He liked best to be in a team, his widow said. He was part of a team, in the underground, during the urban wars? Yes, he was very dedicated. And the names of his team members? I can't answer. He never spoke of them, not by name. You never met any of them? I did not. Even before he lost his brother, he sent me, we had Antonio and Caterina, and he sent us to where my sister and her husband had a little farm. In the country, you see, to safety. He wouldn't come with us, though I was weak enough to beg him to come with us. He only came when he could, a day or two, a few days at most. Long enough, she said with a smile, that we began our third child, and then our fourth. But he would never, never speak of what he did. Not then, not after. But anything, Miss Rossi. I know something happened. After Paolo was born, our youngest, he was different. His voice when we spoke. And I could see it when he came to see us. Something dark inside him, a pain inside him. But he wouldn't speak of it, and I left it alone. He needed me to, so I left it alone. Do you remember when this was? After Paolo. He is the 12th of January, 2026. Joe was with me for the birth and for another week. Then he came back in May, I think. Yes, he came in May. May of 2026. Yes. This helps? Everything you can tell us helps. He was wounded in the war? Wounded? No. He did the cyber. Dangerous, yes, dangerous times. But Joe didn't fight. Not a soldier, but a technician. He has a wound, an old wound. Eve touched a hand to her side. Yes, the scar. An accident, a fall from his scooter. Yes, that same spring, after Paolo and before Joe comes again. A rainy night, and someone drove too fast and close. Wet roads, and he wrecked his scooter. He hurts the ribs and has the cut. And he broke these 2 fingers in the fall. She held up her index and middle fingers. They were still healing when he came to see us, and the wound on his side infected a little. My sister treated it in the country way, and it healed. A scar, but it healed. And he had other injuries? She looked blank. No. Oh, yes. He sprained his ankle in the garden 3 years gone. And once he returns from a trip with his eye blackened. He walked into the wall. She laughed a little. Up in the middle of the night, thinking home, and forgot where the wall was in the hotel. You mean this? It's helpful, was all Eve said. What about the wasp? She got the reaction she'd expected. A blank frown. In the garden? They will build their nests sometimes. Joe doesn't like to kill them. He says they serve a purpose, but he doesn't want them to sting the children, so he knocks down their nest and tells them to build a new one, but not in the garden. Did he ever mention anyone he called fawn or rabbit or hawk? No. I would remember such odd names as those. How many languages did he speak? Oh, Italian, of course, and English as good as the children's. He insisted they learn to speak English very well. He spoke better English than any of us. She smiled at her son. He had a gift. He speaks very good French, Spanish as well. Some German, even some Ukrainian. It helps, you see, for his work. He is often sent to places where they speak another language, and Joe is very good with languages. How did his friend contact him? I never thought to ask. This clearly distressed her. I never thought to ask him this. Did this friend ever contact him before? He never said. But I think a good friend, Tenente, as he spoke of an oath, a promise made, and he left so quickly. I know worried, but also pleased to see this friend again. How could he be so pleased if this was his killer? He wasn't a stupid man, his son added. He may not have fought in the wars, but he worked through them, lived through them, kept his family safe. He worked in cybersecurity, rooting out those who commit crimes. I don't for a minute think Giovanni Rossi was a stupid man. I think his killer used his loyalty as a weapon against him. It's possible this contact wasn't made by the friend, but someone posing as his friend. Or, if not, that this person had no loyalty. What about co-workers? Do you know anyone he worked with at the security company? Yes, of course. His supervisor the last few years before he retired. Some of the young ones. Many had, like Joe, retired. And the younger came in. He enjoyed them. Working with them, being around them. He said they kept him... Once again, she looked to her son. On his toes. Si, giusto. If you could give me some names, co-workers, the ones who retired, like he did. Some of the others he might have worked closely with, team members. Yes, I can do this if it helps. I'd appreciate it. How long are you staying in New York? Until we take the father of my children home. It may be a few days. I will not go home without my husband. Eve met her eyes. Neither would I. So you know this bond. One death cannot break. I do. My partner and I will do all we can so you can take your husband home soon. I believe you. You have truth in your eyes. I think there's an anger behind the truth. I respect the anger in them. I will send the names. Thank you for coming in. Again, we're very sorry for your loss. Detective Peabody will take you out." Alone, she sat for a moment, playing those questions, those answers over in her mind. She rose, walked out, and met Peabody coming back. "They held up," Peabody observed. "It wasn't easy on either of them. They just didn't have the answers." "They had plenty of them. They gave me the answers because they didn't know the answers." "Is that a riddle?" "They didn't know the answers because he never told them, not even the woman he lived with for half a frigging century. He didn't tell them, not just because he didn't want to talk about it, but because he'd taken an oath. He didn't tell them because he was a freaking spy." First, Peabody's mouth fell open. Then her eyes lit as she pumped her fists in the air. "I knew it!" "No, you wondered it, and you hoped it, because it adds. What's the thing Frosty stuff adds? Cachet? Sure, that works. But he was a goddamn agent, at least up until a few years ago. Didn't fight in the Urbans. Got a knife wound and broken ribs, broken fingers, falling off a scooter?" Eve shook her head. "I figure he was a damn good agent in his day." "Do you think the security company where he worked is like a front? A front for covert ops?" "If not, he used it as a cover." "This is pretty frosty, Dallas." "Murder's never frosty." "No, I mean before the murder. The life he led. Frosty. He was a spy during the Urbans and beyond. He traveled all over Europe, a covert agent posing as an ordinary E-man. And while he did that, he made a family. What seems like a really good family. He not only kept them all safe, removed from his real work, but he kept their lives normal. It couldn't have been easy, keeping it all contained and separated. No, and that's another layer of the frost. I'll give you that. But here's what's not frosty. He had enough experience, enough knowledge to understand exactly what was happening. Going to happen the instant he felt the first effects of the gas. Outside of the bullpen, Eve paused. The last minutes of his frosty life, with all the normality he'd built into it, ended in pain, fear, and the terrible knowledge that he'd die thousands of miles from home. More, Peabody, he knew. He was too smart not to know that his killer had 7 others on a list. It all goes back to the Urbans. And whatever happened, most likely in May of 2026. We dig there. Major incidents in significant European cities after the first of the year and before May 2026. His data says he worked out of London, not Rome. Peabody hunched her shoulders at Eve's long look. That doesn't mean he did, because spy. Get started there. I'm going to contact Nadine on the off chance. She broke off as she turned into the bullpen, saw not only camera-ready Nadine first, but the young apprentice, Quilla. Quilla sat at a chair pulled up at Jenkinson's desk. Obviously unaffected by the atomic tie, she studied him intently as he wound through some story for her. The teenager wore black pants that stopped just above her ankles and her purple kicks. The button shirt she wore untucked matched the sneakers, as did the thick fall of bangs and a few scattered streaks through her brown hair. Nadine, watching them, wore a green suit that matched her cat eyes. Her streaky blonde hair, perfectly coiffed, waved back from her sharp-angled face. Eve caught the fading scents of sugar and chocolate. Whatever bakery bribe Nadine had brought in had already been devoured. "Detective Sergeant, haven't you got work?" "I'm doing it, Lou. You cleared the kid to come in." She had, Eve remembered. Quilla had completed her story on EDD, and Eve had given her the green light to conduct interviews in the bullpen. But that was before Murder and Spies, and what she believed could be a decades-long grudge. "D.S. Jenkinson said you'd be too busy to talk to me today." Quilla, eyes bright, turned to Eve. "But he and Detective Reinecke had some time. Detectives Baxter and Trueheart are in the field, and Detectives Carmichael and Santiago are in interview." Eve flicked a glance to the caseboard. "So it says, right there." "If they have time later, that's chill. If not, I can come back. I'm going to talk to some of the uniforms, and I really want to interview you and Peabody when you're not busy." "Don't you have school?" "This is part of it." Quilla tried for earnest, but couldn't quite hide the smug. "Part of my education." "You gave her the green light," Nadine said. Yeah. "Why'd you bring cookies?" "As a thank you," Quilla piped right up, "for giving me the time, and because everyone here protects and serves." Eve caught Nadine's overtly smug smile. "She's a freaking mini you." "No, she's all Quilla." "My office." When Nadine hesitated, Eve offered her own smug smile. "Does she need you to watch her?" No, she does not." Pushing off Peabody's desk, Nadine went with Eve. "You cleared her, and it's a major project for her. This isn't about that, and what's on my board is off the record. What we're going to talk about is off the record. All right." Just like that, Nadine's agreement and Eve's acceptance of it. Like her victim, Eve thought, Nadine kept her word. But she turned those cat eyes on Eve's board. "Giovanni Rossi, out of Rome. Cause of death not yet determined," then shifted them to Eve. "But it has been, hasn't it? I need to know if anyone's been in contact with you or attempted to contact you about me." Nadine's eyebrows winged up. "I have the best-selling true crime book in the country at the moment, and you're the lead investigator in it. Of course people contact me about you. I'm adapting the screenplay for a major film based on that book. The last one won me an Oscar. I talk to the Hollywood people, and you do come up at least once a week." "Well, shit. That's your card on the board." "No, it's one whoever killed Rossi made to look like my card." "And this message?" Nadine moved closer. "The Wasp? I've never seen anyone who looks less wasp-like. He looks jovial. What happened to him?" Eve waved that off. "Any contacts or attempts regarding me from someone you don't know or didn't check out? No. I get communication from readers, fans of the books, the vid. And yeah, sure, some of them, a lot of them, ask about you, or Rourke or Peabody and so on. I'm careful, Dallas, I can promise you, on how I respond, or have Quilla or my assistant respond. There's nothing personal." "Are you a target?" No. Of that, at least for the moment, she was sure. But they picked me specifically, left my card and the message for a reason. And you wonder if it's the notoriety from the books, the vid. It could be. It could be your reputation on the job. It could be you're married to the richest man in the galaxy. And it could be, she added, a combination of all of the above. Which you'd have considered. I'm considering. Nadine pointed at the auto chef, got a nod. If I had to pick, Nadine continued as she programmed 2 cups, I'd go with the second and consider elements of 1 and 3 in there. What's phosphine? What killed him? Nadine passed Eve her coffee, sipped her own. Like a gas? Toxic gas? It's dated 2024. She frowned now. That's nearly 40 years. Since I've heard nothing about the driver's death, I'm going to assume he not only survived, but is your #1 suspect. Not in custody? No. Rossi worked with the underground in Europe, Urban's era, an E-man. Oh. Nodding, eyes narrowed, Nadine sipped again. 2024. That's about the end of the Urbans, isn't it? I'd need to check to be sure, but weren't things largely settled by then? Here, yeah. I did check. In Europe, it took a little longer, and some pockets still had trouble longer. You weren't even born yet. Me either. I'm sticking with choice number 2. The killer's challenging you. I can put some researchers on it. No, nobody. All right. I can do some research on it. You already are, but you never know. A bioweapon. That's a big risk, isn't it? A big risk with a long, long, ugly history. There'd be a reason to use it. If a crime beat reporter didn't think like a cop, Eve decided, she wouldn't last long. I want to break this when you clear it. Your card left with the victim, so that's a 1-on-1 very least. Alive on now's even better. And if Nadine didn't know how to push, she wouldn't be at the top of her game. I'd like to catch him first, and I'd like to do that before there are 7 more people on this board. He shouldn't have pulled you in, pissed you off. He thinks he's smarter than you and wants the shine of winning. I have good reason to doubt the first and categorically refute the second. She lifted her coffee in a toast. Add, he shouldn't have taken an arrogant swipe at a friend of mine. I'm also goddamn smart and goddamn tenacious. You'll get him, and if anything I do helps, I'll take that shine. And the interview. Maybe you're adult Quilla. Nadine's laugh held easy delight. She's a gem, Dallas. Another thing I owe you for putting her in my sights. She's so fucking bright. And the school, Ontadon, what you and Rourke have done there, he did it. She's doing so well there. Not just academically, but socially, emotionally. She works hard, but she's made friends. You know she's seeing Jamie. Eve slapped a hand on her eye as it twitched. I don't want to hear about it. It's not serious. He's in college, she's still in high school. She wants to do what I do, he wants to do what Feeney does. They both know you can't mix that. But they're good for each other, and I really think they'll stay friends. Fine, friends is fine. Look, I don't want to block her from this project, but I don't know when I can talk to her or spare Peabody. She'll wait. Anyway. She set down her empty mug, then heaved a breath. Hell. Do you have 2 minutes? Just 2 minutes for something completely else? Maybe. Jake. Oh. Eve had the sudden need to roll her shoulders as if shifting a weight. If there was trouble between the reporter and the rock star, what the hell could she do about it? Look, Nadine, if something's gone wrong there— No! Everything's right! It's just so right! It's terrifying and wonderful. I've loved other men before, but never been in love, and it's different. For him, too. For both of us. Together. She pressed a hand to her belly. I get the jitters. Nobody ever gave me the jitters before. I like it. Am I supposed to like it? Maybe, was the best Eve could do. I thought it would be easy once we said the word, the love word, but once you do, it's right there. Before you do, this is fun, it's great, it's interesting and exciting. It's amazing sex. I don't want to hear about the sex. I'm not going to talk to you about the sex. Okay, then. In her sky-high heels, Nadine turned a circle. I'm crazy in love with him, and I didn't expect it. I wasn't looking for it, but now I have it, and I want it. I want to keep it. He's moving in with me. Oh, well, good. It is. It is. Now Nadine paced in her green spikes. He was practically living there before, and he's got his place with the recording studio, and he'll keep that. He travels, I travel. Sometimes we can coordinate that, but it's all good if not. And the problem is? With a hand to her heart, Nadine pivoted. What if I screw it up? How do you not screw it up? I screw it up all the time. Do you? I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse. We're hard cases, Dallas, you and me. Women who've worked their way up to boss because they're smart, determined, they believe in what they do, and they're damn good at it. And sometimes what they do has to come first. Yeah. So? Nadine let out a breathless laugh. And strangely, a little better. Men like Rourke, like Jake, they're damn good at what they do. And they're no pushovers. Who wants to get stuck with a pushover? Exactly. Still pacing, Nadine shot a finger at Eve. We'd never respect that, and we want to respect the person we're with. They're both strong, smart, and, yeah, damn good at what they do. I don't know half of what Rourke does. Join the club. I'm president. But he's damn good at it. Jake is a freaking rock star. Literally, a freaking rock star. He could have anyone. So could Rourke. They picked us. What, like flowers? Nadine threw up her hands. You're right, wrong phrase. Shows my mind scrambled. They fell for us, like we fell for them. Because of all that. Who we are, who they are. Was it easy for you and Rourke? Did it just slide into place and stick? No, nothing was easy. And I had a lot to do with that because he scared me. What I felt for him scared me too. Oh, thank God. Nadine stopped pacing. I needed to hear that. I really needed to hear that. I know it's not supposed to be easy. I know it takes work. I'm smart enough to understand that, and I love him enough to do the work. But I know I'm not easy, and I don't want to screw it up. You will. You'll both screw up. Then you'll both deal with it, figure it out. You look good together. I don't mean physically, though, come on. I mean, you look right together. It feels right. That first night, that horrible night we met, everything started changing, even in the middle of that. She let out another breath. I know timing. And I know I went way over the 2 minutes. Thanks. Serious thanks. I'll get out of your way. She walked to the door, then glanced back. I know I compared him to Rourke, but the fact is, Jake is more like you. Seriously? Yes, seriously. I don't know what the hell that says about me." Since she didn't either, Eve just shook her head. Rather than coffee this round, she got a tube of water. Sitting behind her desk, she wrote up the interview with the Rossis, copied Whitney. Because she felt she was dealing with a kind of madness, a sly, arrogant kind, she copied all the data to Mira. She'd liked the opinion of a shrink, a profiler, a woman whose opinion she respected. Given the time and the amount of data, she requested a consult the next day. She'd already considered and rejected contacting Homeland regarding Rossi and/or the security company. She had many reasons, and some very personal, for not trusting HSO. She considered, then rejected, contacting Agent Teasdale. She did trust the FBI agent and former Homeland agent, but Eve decided to hold her in reserve. She had another way. Taking that way bent the rules, but it wouldn't be the first time. When dealing with covert, why not use the covert? She got an incoming with the scheduled consult for 0900, plugged it in, shot that to Peabody. There was one more potential source, and though she tried to find a way around it, it only took a glance at her board. She didn't look forward to this particular consult. But Somerset had served as a medic, and she suspected more, in Europe during the Urbans. He would give her, if he didn't blow her off, an in-person perspective. He had a woman friend who'd done covert work. Possibly she could try to tap Ivana Liski for information. Again, possibly, she would know if the security company Rossi worked for was indeed a front. Something happened in the spring of 2026. Maybe one of them knew more about that. A long shot, she thought, considering how many people lived through, fought through, worked through the Urbans. But if you didn't take the shot, it couldn't pay off. Might as well get it the hell over with. She shut down, walked into the bullpen. Since she didn't see Quilla or Nadine, she figured the interviews there were done. For now. "That's a smart kid, Dallas. Got a head on her shoulders," Jenkinson added. "Where else would it be? Plenty have theirs up their asses." She had to nod. They sure as hell do. "I'm working from home," she told him, then turned to Peabody. "I'm going to talk to Somerset and Ivana Liski if possible." "That's a good angle. They both lived through it. I've got your consult with Mira on your schedule. If you get anything more, send it." "Will do. I figured to see if McNabb can dig any deeper than I am." "Do that. I've got an angle there. I'll let you know if it comes to anything." She headed out, risked the elevator first. Somerset would be looming in the foyer, as always, she expected. She could push there straight off. Too early for Rourke to be home, most likely, so her angle there would wait. If Ivana would talk to her, she would go to her if necessary. Clearer picture, bound to be, of what was going on in 2026 in Europe than she'd get from any research. Even first-hand accounts were second-hand by the time you read about them. Somerset had lost his wife during the wars. She didn't know when, only that she didn't survive them. She knew Ivana had lost her husband and had 2 sons from that marriage. She knew that in the second-hand way of research, once Ivana moved to New York and started... Was it dating? Not thinking about that, Eve thought, absolutely not. Renewed her friendship with Somerset. That settled more smoothly. When it occurred to her she'd already put in 12 hours and intended to put in more, she just shrugged. Nadine wasn't wrong. She was a hard case. Chapter 6. The rain started as she drove out of the garage at Central. Drivers immediately lost 20% of their IQs, as if rain just washed part of their brains away. At least their driving brains. The wet didn't stop the ad blimps from blasting out about "step into fall sales." "It's still summer, you freaks! It's 80 degrees!" She glanced at her dash. 83! This is not goddamn sweater weather, no matter what you say. And they did say it, repeatedly. She fought her way through knots of traffic, shoving up into vertical twice. Not in a particular hurry, she reminded herself, but had to resist the temptation to hit lights and siren out of sheer frustration. When her mind wandered to her discussion with Nadine, she nearly gave in just to erase it from her brain. Fine, it's fine. I did my job there, didn't I? There are friendship rules, too. Marriage rules, friendship rules. Family rules? Sure there are. They probably varied depending. Her world required rules, and she added them on when necessary. She intended to bend one of them now. Not a real break, but a definite bend by using Rourke's unregistered equipment. She didn't want the all-seeing eye of CompuGuard and the eyes behind it to see her poking into an Italian security company she suspected served as a front for covert operations. Something specific to Italy? Possibly. Something more broad-based? Maybe Interpol. She had a contact there, but wasn't ready to tap it. Covert agents and international police tended to clam right up if outsiders poked in. She didn't hold it against them. The rain, steady and gray, dogged her all the way uptown, made the drive a running series of annoyances, and gave way to sun as she turned into the gates of home. A rainbow arched like a fairy tale over the castle Rourke built. It shined over the towers, the turrets of glistening stone. And still, after all this time, it could take her breath away. How could this glory be home? Her home, the beaten, battered, broken child of monsters. What wild twist of fate had brought her here, to this wonder, this warmth, this welcome? She'd started her day with death, and did so often, and she'd pursue the one who caused that death. But for a moment, just this moment, she could steep herself in the beauty, the sheer miracle of beauty. She rarely, if ever, took photos that didn't pertain to the job. But she stopped on the long drive where the thick green leaves dripped rain, where the still thriving flowers stood heavy-headed with it, and leaned out the window to take a shot of the house with its rainbow crown. Maybe, she considered, when things got very bad, she could look at it and remember the miracle. Now she had work, and it started with Somerset. She left her car at the entrance, walked through the damp air to the grand front doors, and into the foyer. He wasn't there. No bony cadaver in black stood, looming, dark eyes cool, and scanning for bloody or ripped clothing. No fat cat sat by his feet. What the fuck? The one time? She turned to the house comp. Where the hell is Somerset? Darling Eve, Somerset is not in residence. Well, shit. I am unable to perform that function. Funny. Is Rourke in residence? Rourke has not yet returned. Shall I notify you when he does? No. Crap. Where's the damn cat? Galahad is in your office, darling Eve. Update. Galahad is leaving your office. Frowning, she stood another moment, then saw the cat coming down the stairs. Nobody here. You don't count. Then she bent to stroke him when he rubbed against her legs. You count, but not for this. I've got the whole freaking castle to myself when I don't want it. I'm going up. You might as well come. Christ knows you can use the exercise. He didn't seem offended as he jogged up the steps with her. She went to her office. She could access Rourke's private office and the unregistered, but if she waited for him, he could accomplish more than she could in a fraction of the time. She'd set up her board, her book here. Where the hell is Somerset? She asked the cat. He just padded over to her sleep chair, leaped into it, and made himself comfortable. He's always here, but today, no. Not here when I actually want to talk to him. I can contact Ivana. No, that's better coming from him. Annoyed, she began to set up her caseboard. When done to her liking, she sat at her command center. She opened operations and dealt with her murder book. And maybe, since it was so damn quiet, she'd take some serious thinking time. She programmed coffee, angled to her board, put her feet on the L of her command center. As she did, Rourke came in. She hadn't heard him come up the stairs, walk down the hall. The cat's feet were an elephant's compared to Rourke's. You beat me home, he said. You and everybody. Where the hell is Somerset? It's his day off. I hope he's enjoying it. And since Somerset hadn't been there to take Rourke's briefcase, he set it aside, then crossed the room to bend down and kiss her. Disappointed you missed your daily insults? I need to talk to him. About the Urbans. Frowning, Rourke looked at her board. Then this somehow connects to that. To Somerset? To the Urbans in Europe. I figure he can give me a picture. But of course he's not here, so I can't and he can't. I'm in a shitty mood, she realized. It's his fault. Of course it is. Adoring her, he kissed her scowling mouth. I'm going to get us some wine, and you'll tell me about all this. What do you know about sicurezza informatica? Not a great deal, I suppose. He crossed over to open the wine cabinet and choose a bottle. A respected cyber firm based in Rome. It's been around decades with a solid reputation. I think it's a front. He paused in the act of opening a bottle of red. Red, as he thought her mood would lighten with some very nice Cabernet. For what? Intelligence. Covert ops. Is that so? Well, now, that's interesting. If we used your unregistered, we could maybe find out. And still more interesting. We can do that, of course. I'd like you to fill me in first, as it would give me better direction. You can do that while we have a meal. I want fries, she decided. I want lots of fries, like a mountain of fries. All right, then. Jake's moving in with Nadine. Jesus on roids! Why is that stuck in my head? Is he? That's happy news, isn't it? I guess. Sure. Why not? Feeney and Whitney both did stuff during the Urbans. You had to figure that, plus I knew Feeney did. They had code names. Those I must know. He handed her a glass of wine. Hound and Lightning. Guess which is which? That's no challenge, darling. Feeney would be Hound. He'd have the scent, so Lightning falls to your commander. Apparently, he used to be really fast. It was a long time ago, Rourke. But I think Rossi died because of something that happened back then. How did he die? Toxic gas piped into the back of a limo. Do you know what phosphine is? I do, yes. A very unpleasant death. Yeah, very. They found a stockpile. It had already been banned when I was a boy in Dublin. There was a leak and several died. Others were sickened. I think I was 6 or 7, but I remember it. He used a canister dated 2024. Rising, she walked to the board with her wine. I think Rossi was a good man, a loyal friend, and a spy. My victim. His killer put a card with my name on it between his index and middle fingers, fingers that had been broken in the past, and in the spring of 26. I've asked to have De Winter date the breaks. He had more of them. Your card, yes, I see. When he turned to her, she didn't need the marriage rules to know to take his hand. It's not about me. He wants me to hunt him, but it's not about me. Read the message. I have. It's about them. And until I figure out who the hell they are, the 7 left, he's got a clear field. He wants them dead. I don't. I'll get the meal and we'll sit. You'll start at the beginning. Rourke. She set her glass down, slid her arms around him. Yeah, she was a hard case, and here he was, loving her anyway. There was a rainbow. During the Urbans? She laughed and loved him for keeping his mind on her case. No, when I got home. It rained on the way, then it stopped, and there was a rainbow right over the house. She pulled out her link, swiped it up, showed him. Ah, no. That's lovely, isn't it? Send it to me, will you? It lifts the day. Did you have a hard one? I didn't, no. But it's clear you did. So you'll share that with me over dinner, and we'll do what comes next. I love you. So much. Agra. He drew her in again, kissed the top of her head. You're a rainbow to me, even in a shitty mood. He made her laugh, then she squeezed him tight. I'll never understand that. I don't need to. Tons of fries. What goes with tons of fries? He tapped the shallow dent in her chin. I'd say your mood requires red meat. We'll have a steak. Now that sounds like the right choice. I'll get it. You haven't even had time to take a breath. You can feed the cat. I'll do that, and while we're at it, you can start with the happy and Nadine. More than fair, Eve thought as they moved into the little kitchen. Quilla's doing a report or project on homicide. She did one on EDD. You told me. And you'd had a moment and agreed to let her do the same in homicide. Yeah, a moment. So she's there, and Nadine's there, and I wanted to see if Nadine had anyone going at her about me. The card. I follow. She programmed the meal while he fed the cat, who acted as if he hadn't eaten in days. Then she's about this moving-in business, and all jumpy and weird, worrying about screwing it up. I told her I screw up all the time. She looked over at him. You're not disagreeing with that. I don't get, no, darling Eve, that's nonsense. You're just perfect. For me, you are. But you will screw up, won't you? I've been known to do the same myself. Damn right. Anyway, she's stupid in love with him, and I think that's good because Jake's solid. He's not an asshole, and he gets her. I did the friend thing. There are rules. Of course there are. You must have them. I must have them, she agreed, and set the plates on the table. Rossi had rules. Nodding, Rourke brought side salads. She'd never think of that. And a basket of bread. Tell me about him. So she did. What she believed, what she'd learned from his widow, his son, even from Peabody's interview with his former supervisor. So what you see is a good man, a loyal friend, a family man who led a secret life. In a nutshell. Why is it a nutshell? They're compact. She considered, nodded, cut a bite of steak to go with her French fry mountain. Okay, he had a number of old injuries. De Winter can pinpoint dates there. They're not going to be from wiping out on his scooter. I agree with you. Why you? I'd like that question answered. I think, from what we have, he wants someone he thinks is good, but he's better. He's not. She shrugged and ate another salt-drenched fry. I'll run the security feed from the terminal for you. He's a smug bastard. Not Rossi's generation. Maybe 20 years younger, so that's a puzzle. Maybe an enemy's son. Maybe just a pro-hire. Covert ops, my literal cop. There are ways to make one appear younger, different, to disguise age, race, even gender. She paused with another bite of steak halfway to her mouth. Well, fuck me. I'd be delighted to later. But it's so much goddamn trouble. No trouble at all. Not that. But she laughed. If that's it. He went to all that trouble to look a couple decades younger. I couldn't, and so far EDD hasn't matched him on FaceRec. But he leaves a copy of my card and a message? What's the point? She held up a hand. To keep me spinning my wheels a while. To give him time to plan out his next kill. It has to be in New York or I'm out. But maybe he's picked investigators wherever his kills are. Not impossible. But why just the one for you? No, Lieutenant. I believe he wants you. You may be right. It's notoriety from Nadine's books, from the vid. Arrogance wants the best, wants the shine. So New York. But could the rest be here? It's not probable. Just not logical. He had to pull Rossi here. Is he, or had he already, done the same with the others? Sitting back, Rourke sipped his wine. I'd want them one at a time. Draw out the pleasure of it, the satisfaction, and the challenge. And yet, do these other 7 not know? Don't they keep any sort of watch? And know Rossi's dead in New York? Or know when it gets out here? By tomorrow, I'd think, to anyone paying attention. That's a good thought. That's good. So your talk with Somerset to get a feel. Yeah. He'd been, essentially, raised by the man, she thought. and had ways of finding out whatever he wanted or needed to know. How much do you know? Not a great deal. I know he served as a medic, and I know, though he's been cagey and I didn't push, he did more. Why didn't you push? Or just look? Lifting his wine, he looked at her over the rim. If he'd wanted me to know, he'd have told me. And to push or look on my own? Why would I disrespect him just to satisfy my curiosity? Okay. You only know what he's told you, which is... I know he worked as a medic during the Urbans and met his wife. I know his wife was killed when Marlena was only a baby. I don't know how, and there again I didn't push. It's painful for him. Ivana worked covert, even after the Urbans. True enough, but the details are sketchy. Before I was born, or when I was just a lad, before Somerset took me in. Watching him, she tapped her fork in the air. You could have found out more there, too. I could have, yes. I didn't. It's, again, disrespectful. Ivana is his friend, important to him. Somerset saved my life. He gave me a life, and he didn't have to. Rourke handed her some bread. I never pried into his personal life, and accepted what he told me. Why wouldn't I? I don't want to pry either. I don't need details, just a big picture. And Ivana may have more. If he'd been home, I'd have this over with. He'll give you what he can, Rourke told her, and we'll find what we can find on this security company. If it's a front, as you believe, we'll dig down. And I do think, considering murder, Ivana will tell you if she knows more. They fought as you do, Eve, for the innocent, for the right. The fight should be over for them. I just want to say, to you, I'm sorry to bring it back. You haven't. Rossi's killer did. After we finish dinner, we'll clean this up, won't we? And go up to the unregistered. The cat, curious enough to stir himself, followed them up to the secured office. At the door, Rourke plugged in the code, engaged the retinal scan. I've upgraded a bit, and as CompuGuard adds layers, so do I. CG serves a purpose. I don't always like it. Rourke gave an elegant little shrug. And those who want to evade that purpose will find a way. He opened the door, called for lights on full as Galahad wandered in. He found a leather chair acceptable and made himself comfortable there. A plump, watchful gray pillow. Here, privacy shields guarded the windows, the sort that would give the equipment and expertise at EDD a lot of frustration. The vast command center looked the same to her, but then she expected upgrades meant some internal e-wizardry she'd never understand. Rourke crossed to it, laid his hand on a palm plate. Rourke, open operations. It came to life, a quiet hum like a breath taken. Across the black field, control lights snapped on, gleamed like colorful jewels struck by the sun. The command center faced an enormous wall screen, but for now, Rourke tapped to control. A screen slid out of a hidden slot on the black field. This may take a bit of a while, he told Eve. Even if they're only what they purport to be, any good cybersecurity company will have their blocks, walls, tunnels, shields, and so on. Okay. If you've work of your own you want to deal with. He used another control, and a mini data and communication unit opened at the end of the counter. "Upgrades," he said again as she frowned at it. "You can use the mini well enough. It'll require your thumbprint and voice command." She walked to it, pressed her thumb on the pad. "Dallas." And it hummed to life. "I can't use unregistered for reports." Rourke merely stepped over, pressed a glowing red button. It shifted to green. "Now it reads as the comp in your office." Slick, she thought. Just slick. And while more a violation than a crime, Still, she decided, she'd think of it, right now, as a tool. A comp was a comp wherever it sat. Rourke set coffee on the counter for her, then flicked his finger down the shallow dent in her chin. "You can go to your own office, and I'll bring you whatever results I have when I have them. So I not only bend the rules, but I'm a hypocrite about it? This is fine." The rules snapped back, Eve. "If we're honest, CompuGuard's stated purpose is to detect criminal activity, which they do a remarkably poor job of. You don't. Detecting terrorist activity," she rolled her eyes at herself, "and they don't do a hot job there either. Not anymore. Outdated, underfunded, exploitive. So, continue?" "Yeah. Do what you do. Command. Sicurezza Informatica, Rome, Italy. And satellite locations. Shielded first-level search." "Received. Accessing." He took off his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves. From his pocket, he took out a leather tie, pulled his hair back in a short tail. Work mode, Eve thought, and settled into her own. Her first step was to read Peabody's report on the deeper run on the Vic. Everything about it said ordinary, blameless. The ordinary and blameless often ended up on a slab, she thought, but not like this. While Rourke worked manually, fingers swiping, tapping, sliding, so did she. His occasional voice command didn't disturb her as she dug into 2025 and 2026 Europe. Something happened. Something she believed was big enough, important enough to resonate for decades after and lead to the murder. The precise and complicated murder. She found a pair of executions in Athens. Ugly public executions. Over a dozen dead anti-war protesters gunned down as they'd marched in Paris. A group bringing humanitarian aid ambushed in Rome and slaughtered. A bombing of a building in London. Dominion, extremists, a violent fringe element, HQ, resulting in more than 100 deaths, scores of injuries. Beatings of civilians by police in Dublin. Homes invaded, bombed, burned. Children abducted. When the back of the wars broke in the early summer of 2026 in Europe, the tribunals and trials, war crimes, insurrection, treason, assassinations. Some in that dreary aftermath had medals pinned on them. Others sat in cages. And others faced execution. When she sat back, Rourke signaled to her. "Have a look here." He used the wall screen now, and on it she saw what she recognized as blueprints. "Okay, that's the building the cyber firm's in?" "It is, yes. And you see we have labs, offices, temp-controlled areas, secure areas, lounge areas, a fitness center, small but big enough, data storage, 2 conference areas, and so on. And, well now, it's bollocks. Not all, but bollocks just the same. Look here. He brought up a second set of blueprints. This is the building that stood there until the mid-20s. It was severely damaged in the urbans, but not destroyed. Then it was razed, as it was deemed unsafe. What do you see? I see there's an underground area. Looks like 2 levels. And they don't show on the new blueprints. Neither do the tunnels. Interesting, isn't it? As it's well cloaked. Also interesting is this building has military-grade shields. 2 layers of shields that are regularly upgraded. That's not only a considerable cost for a company of this size, this nature, this profit-loss margin, but inexplicable as military grade is for the military, not private companies, not for civilians or civilian companies. Exactly. Do you have them? Well, no, of course, but of my own design, and the expense is built in. We don't have that here. Not that shows. The financials are bogus as well, and I'll go after that shortly. Here's one more. What's this one? This is the home of your victim supervisor. This area? He highlighted it. This also has 2 layers of shields. I believe if I take the time to pinpoint other supervisory staff, I'll find the same. Sometimes you have to work at home, Eve murmured. As we prove most every day. Your victim's home doesn't have those shields, but it did in one area, apparently removed 8 years ago. When he retired. So the company is a front. It carries on its business, a good business, successful, very competent. But that business doesn't pay for these shields and doesn't require them. And it defies logic they wouldn't use and have use for those 2 levels. The tunnels still exist. I've verified that with other buildings. Can you get through the shields? His impossibly blue eyes met hers. Darling Eve, you wound me. Undetected? Ouch! She rubbed her hands over her face, laughed. All right, Ace, go at it. I'm picking through bombings, brutality, corruption, and treason. Do what you do, he said, and went back to his own. Eve worked, drank more coffee, and heard Rourke's occasional mutters, curses, heard the Irish thicken in his voice as he ran into walls. The cat snored lightly in his sleep. Outside the windows, the city lights glimmered. There, bugger, you know, I've bloody well got you. You got it? I'll need a tourniquet if you keep stabbing my ego. She swiveled, stared at the screen. That's a live feed! You got a live feed! I can't keep it for you and stay in the shadows. What they have's too good for that. You have 10 seconds more. Those are the lower levels. There are people working there. That's a goddamn armory! And labs! And I've got you a still, but that's all we can risk on the live. What you have there, Lieutenant, isn't just a front. It's an HQ. My guess? AISE, Italy's intelligence agency. Possibly a collaboration with AISI. What's the difference? AISE is foreign intelligence, and you mentioned the victim traveled through Europe. AISI is domestic. I don't think I want to know how you know that right off the top of your head. I can also tell you that the 2 agencies helped form the underground. With MI6, the CIA, DGSI, France, and others. It was more formally known as the International Intelligence Agency. The IIA disbanded in the 30s or early 40s. Rourke smiled. Did it? Huh. Okay, maybe, maybe not. Maybe parts of it are still in operation in places like this, with people like Rossi still working as agents, operatives. Either way, Rossi wasn't just a cybersecurity drone. She turned away, paced. He was born in Rome, worked in Rome, started his family there. In November of 2025, a group of humanitarian aid workers were bringing in supplies, food, water, medical supplies. A unit of paramilitary ambushed them, killed every one of them, stole the supplies. I've read about that, yes. It was a turning point. Support and sympathy for the revolutionaries dried up. It's known as Massacre of Hope. Hope was the name of the humanitarian organization. I read it just a bit ago. The underground helped track down most of the killers. It took months to track them and bring them to trial, and most of those were executed for war crimes. She turned back. This could come from that. Rossi worked for the underground. He might have helped hunt them down. And this is payment for that. The dots connect. It's a straight line. I'm gonna follow it. In Paris, another massacre. Civilians slaughtered during a peace march right after the first of the year, 2026. In London, the bombing of Dominion's secret HQ in May. All contributed to the end of the wars and fit the time period I'm looking at. We can shut down here. I can follow it on regular equipment. And the HQ in Rome? I'll push on that if I need to. I had questions. Now I've found these major incidents. I can talk to Feeney, Whitney. I still want to talk to Somerset. Ivana could be a better source. I left him a memo. Somerset found the memo when he came in the house. As habit, he used the house comp. Are the children at home? He never asked for their location, as that violated their privacy. Affirmative. Before Somerset stepped back, Rourke's voice came through. Welcome home. I hope you enjoyed your day. The lieutenant would like to speak with you when you get in, as a case she has may be tied to the Urbans in Europe. I suspect she'll work near to midnight if you get in by then. Eyebrows arched, a frown deepening, Somerset looked toward the stairs. The Urbans was an area of deep pain and strange glory, and nothing he wished to discuss. Particularly since he'd planned to brew some tea and end his day off with a book he was currently enjoying. But there was duty, and he had to admit curiosity with it. So he walked to the stairs and up. Since he couldn't imagine he had anything he could or would tell her that would apply to a murder in 2061, he expected the conversation would be brief, as the majority of their conversations were. When he stepped into her office, he saw the empty command center and no cat, who would be wherever they were. Thinking Rourke had talked her into sleep, or something more intimate, earlier than expected, he started to step out again. Tomorrow would do. Then he saw the board. There was pain, sudden and sharp. Shock rushed behind it, just as searing. And decades fell away in an instant. Chapter 7. Just another hour, maybe 2, Eve said as they walked back to her office. The killer could be the son of one of the people Rossi helped hunt, or hired by one of them who didn't get a death sentence. I'm damn sure he's a pro, and maybe so good at it that his face doesn't find a match. But so good at it, he leaves your card, drawing you into this. It's stupid, she agreed. Stupid and risky, but he wants the challenge, the hunt. I can't say why. Maybe Mira will figure it. And yeah, I need to find out. I may not be able to put a name to him, yet, but I have to know who he is. Not only for Rossi, Rourke understood, but because he intends to kill again. 7 times more. So, she broke off as they turned into the office. Somerset stood, back to them, facing the board. Finally! Listen, I just need you to give me some basic... She broke off again when he turned around, when she saw his face. He had, to her eye, a cadaver's face at the best of times, but now, with all the color leached out of his face, with his dark eyes full of grief, he looked like a victim. Rourke moved quickly. You'll sit. Sit over here now. I'll get you some brandy. Yes, a brandy, if you will. As Rourke led Somerset to the sofa, Eve followed. You knew him. You knew Giovanni Rossi. Eve, a moment. Rourke snapped it. He's dead pale. He's in shock. Shocked. Not in shock, Somerset qualified. Yes, I knew him. A friend. The cat leaped on the couch, moved into Somerset's lap. He stroked Galahad gently, his grieving eyes on Eve's. I knew him when we were young. Why was he in New York? I don't understand. He took the brandy Rourke gave him, and his hand shook slightly as he lifted the glass. A victim, Eve reminded herself. You handled a victim differently than a source. He didn't contact you? No. No. I haven't heard from him in nearly 20 years? I'm not sure now. Retired. I know he retired. From? His hands steadied as he sipped again. Something more than grief came into his eyes. His work. Don't bullshit me on this. I've uncovered enough to know he worked covert ops, probably for AISE, out of a cybersecurity company front. I know he worked for the underground during the Urbans, and the gas that killed him came from that era. Phosphine, so I saw. It was banned from use as a weapon even then, and still there were some. You worked with him? I was a medic. Before Eve could slap back at that, Rourke murmured to her, Easy. Somerset. You can't protect him now. Eve needs to know, whatever you can tell her. His family needs to know who did this to him. His family. Now it was fear that shot out of him. He has a wife, children, grandchildren. They have to be protected. This isn't about his family. It's about his team. And Jesus Christ, were you part of that team? I was a medic. Then he shut his eyes. Old habits die hard. I was a medic, he repeated, and worked with Joe and others for the underground. In the last few years of the wars, we made a team of 12. The 12. Each with our skills, our purpose. We made a unit, forged a bond of the sort nothing, I think, but war can forge. What did he do, Rossi? His work was cyber and communications. In the last few years, we had a base, deep below a church, fully equipped and operational. Why Wasp? Code name? We only referred to each other by code names. This was our protocol. He was Wasp, as he could find his way through any crack and sting before you knew he was there. You have all the names. Who was Rabbit? Sylvester Farr, Colonel, retired. He was the only professional soldier in the 12, the de facto leader. He was about the age I am now, so older than the rest of us. He died peacefully 15 years ago, nearly 16 now. Hawk. Leroy Dubois, a mechanic also skilled with explosives. He died in 26. Fawn. Alice. His hand reached up, drew the chain from under his shirt and the wedding ring it held. Alice Dormer. She was my wife. Eve knew love and understood, as Rossi's widow had said, it could and did outlast death. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry I have to dredge it all up, but I do. Your wife was with the underground? Fawn, we called her. She looked so gentle, and had been, gentle, harmless. And she was fierce. She was a teacher, and we met when I came to her school after the terrorists had bombed it. She was hurt, bleeding, but the weeping was done for her. She wouldn't stop digging, and pulled those young, broken bodies from the rubble. Because he needed it, Eve gave him silence and waited for him to say more. We saved some. And some we saved because she wouldn't stop. Her hands, raw and bleeding, but she wouldn't stop. I fell in love with her while we worked on those innocents. In the blood and the stench and the cruelty, we fell in love. What happened to her? He stared down at his brandy, then lifted his gaze, steady and even now, to Eve. She died on May 18th, 2026, with Hawk, with Leroy Dubois. Heroes. They died heroes. And they died victims of treachery, betrayed by one of us. Who? We called him Shark, and he proved well named. Conrad Potter. He was a cop, one who'd been in the military, in intelligence. He was a traitor who betrayed his comrades for money. He died. Not then, and not by my hand. Wasp found him first, and broke some fingers fighting him. Was stabbed, had ribs cracked, but like Alice he wouldn't stop. Joe wasn't a fighter, not a hand-to-hand man, but he found him first. Slowly, Somerset sipped more brandy. He might have killed Potter. Possibly, though he wasn't a killer. But I stopped him. I thought, this is for me to do. It's for me to kill the man who killed my Alice, killed the mother of our baby, who killed my friend. What stopped you? Rourke asked. Alice. In my mind, her voice in my head. So clear, as if she stood with me. Let him live. Let him live a long life without his freedom. Let him live with the shame, with blood on his hands. Death's too quick. Let him pay. Moya Lyubovna. every hour of every day of every year. She was gentle and fierce, a teacher who became a warrior. So for her, I let him live. They tried him in The Hague, and there were more war crimes uncovered. He had so many deaths on his hands. He died in prison, but after decades. When? When and where did he die? On the 3rd of November, 2056, in the prison they call Five Hells in Manchester. She'd confirmed that, but moved on. I need to know about the other 6. You and 6 more are still alive. Ivana, you know. She was Panther, for her grace, her cunning. We were young together and we were lovers. So very young. The dance took her away, and the war made her another soldier. Clandestine. Ivan, you met. Jesus, the let's screw with time guy? He was a young scientist then, not a soldier, or only when needs must. He had no taste for that. A scientist, an inventor. Brilliant. He was Owl. Cyril Snowden, Cobra. Like Giovanni, a cyber. He lost most of his family to the war, in the early days of it. Boy, Somerset looked at Rourke. I trust you'll know this name. Marjorie Wright. The actress. A long, successful career. Such talent. And she used it, that talent, for becoming, for acting, to fight. She was chameleon, as she changed into whatever was needed. You may know the name Iris Arden. I do, Rourke agreed, a little astonished. Arden teas. It's more than tea, but that's what built the fortune. But she must have been very young. Barely 20. Young, yes, and beautiful. She used youth and beauty, and the doors they and her wealth opened to gather intelligence. She was Mole. And Harry Mitchell, who was Magpie. A thief, a very good one. Not as good as some, he added with a smile for Rourke. A small man, agile and quick. He not only scavenged for whatever was needed and couldn't be provided, but slipped and slid into places with good eyes, good ears. And you? Eve asked. Fox. Sly, I suppose, and I like to think clever. You took an oath. 11 of the 12. After? How do you know? It's my job to know. Rossi would only tell his wife he had to go to New York. A friend needed him. He'd taken an oath and had to go. And he came here. He came here right away. He honored the oath. We swore. First, before the mission, an oath, and Potter with us. And again after we lost Alice and Dubois, with their blood still fresh, before we set out to find Potter, that same oath. If any one of us needed help, we'd come. No matter where. No questions. Nothing would stop us. We would never speak of it, as I am now breaking that oath. You're not breaking an oath. You're helping me find out who killed your friend. A war hero. A husband, father, grandfather. And, clearly, a spy. Retired. We would come. That was our bond, to the lost, to ourselves, to each other. So you know where they all are, and they know where you are, how to contact each other. Yes, but we don't. I saw them all at the funeral for Rabbit. It's the last we all gathered together, the last we all spoke together of those times. Are any in New York, besides you and Ivana? No. I know she speaks, not of those times, but sometimes speaks to Mole, Iris, and to Marjorie. But the talk is of grandchildren and personal things. I need their contacts. They need to be contacted now. I'll contact them. They know me, Somerset insisted. Yes, they know of you because they would have kept track of me as I have of them, but they don't know you. If I tell them what happened to Joe, and that who killed them wants their lives, they'll believe me. First, take a good look at the board, at the face of the driver. I have. I don't know that face. He's not one of us. He would have been young when we were the 12, but I'd know that face if he were part of us. All right. Make the contacts. I can arrange for protection. Somerset let out a bark of laughter. Forewarned, they are protection. Wasp had no warning. He had to believe either Ivana or I called for him. Your board tells me the driver met him and drove a limo. It makes me think he believed I sent for him. Rourke would provide a limo for my friend. So the killer used me to kill. I'll contact the others. They'll come. It's not necessary for all of them to. They'll come, Somerset said flatly. We took an oath. They'll stay here. Rourke flicked a glance at Eve, watched her struggle with it, then shrug. This house is secure, as you know. They'll be safe, which is Eve's concern, and yours. And they'll be accessible to the lieutenant. We have more than room enough. I'm grateful. Don't! With some heat, Rourke cut Somerset off. Don't say grateful to me. I wouldn't be here without you. Use my office, with the secure line engaged. Talk to your friends, and we'll arrange for their travel. That's best. Eve nodded at that. Keep the travel off the radar. The killer might expect it, but he won't know when. They should cover the departure and arrival, and, Lieutenant, we spent years in espionage. They know what to do. Old isn't feeble-minded. Rossi wasn't feeble-minded, and he's dead. He had no warning, Somerset insisted, and no reason to doubt. He would have been worried for me or Ivana. Carefully, Somerset got to his feet. I'll contact them, all of them, and make the travel arrangements. See rooms already. It helps to have duties, a purpose, he said before Rourke could object. I was shaken, but I have my balance now. I know you, Lieutenant, will hunt the killer of my friend. And you'll find him. I'm grateful. Don't say grateful to me when it's my job. It's not a job, but a calling. I know callings. He walked away into Rourke's adjoining office, shut the door. The red light, securing it, blinked on. I'm going to need to talk to him again about all of this. Pull out details. Not tonight. No, not tonight. I want them here, Eve. I want him to have the comfort of that. I know it's an imposition. No, you're right. Safe, accessible. He's got plans, Rourke. She rose, walked to the board. He has a plan in place for every one of them. How do you kill a fox? They hunted them, riding on horses, with dogs giving chase, catching the scent. Barbaric kind of sport. A chase, maybe. Or a trap, trapping them. You think the method is connected to the code name? Possibly. I need to get the other 7 on my board. I'll help you with that. He got up, went to her, took her hands. Then you'll call it for tonight. We'll have a house full tomorrow, and you'll have these very capable hands full with interviews, I suspect. Right. I can't keep this contained, just the 3 of us and the ones coming in. I have to report this to Whitney. I have to give Peabody the details. And I'm going to need to talk to Mira. He'll understand, and if he doesn't, he'll have to accept it. You didn't know. I knew he'd probably done some covert work during the Urbans, but it wasn't something he chose to talk about. I knew he'd lost his wife during the wars, but not precisely how. I knew she'd been a teacher, but not that she'd worked with the underground. He's going to need to tell me more. She scrubbed her hands over her face, then shoved them back through her hair. This is hard on you. Seeing him take this kind of hit's hard on you. It's going to get harder. I'm going to make it harder, so apologies in advance, I guess. He's on that kill list. Yeah, gotta be. He stroked a hand down her cheek. You'll make it harder, because you'll do everything you can to keep him from being checked off that list. Him and the others he worked with, fought with. I'll likely have some reaction to your methods. She actually smiled a little. You think? Apologies in advance. Let's get this done. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's gonna be a hell of a day. That night, no one slept well in the house Rourke built. Once again, she woke before dawn and woke alone, but for the cat who curled at her back. Time display, she ordered, and stared at the numbers on the ceiling. 5:12. She could try for another hour, but it wouldn't happen, so why bother? Far from rested, she called for lights. 50% would do until coffee. With coffee, she stood at one of the bedroom windows, waiting for the jolt to wake up her body. Her mind was already up and running. Who killed Giovanni Rossi? Who intended to kill 6 others? Had Conrad Potter had a protege? A relative? A lover? One who waited decades to strike? It made no sense. Rossi and the others had lived their lives, built careers for those decades while Potter sat in a cage. They'd made families and homes while they'd slipped into middle age and some to beyond that. And put, as much as anyone could, the blood and battle in the past. And was that the point? To wait until it was all distant, almost like another life, when this life was precious? When guards were down? Rossi's certainly had been. Was it that best-served cold business, she wondered? She downed the coffee, then went in to shower. Let it simmer, let it cook, let it brew. The driver/killer. Mid to late 50s. No match on face rec. A pro. Another agent? There, the smirk bothered her. Why hold up the card? Why draw attention? The arrogance of it didn't read pro or covert agent. A dozen questions, what seemed like inconsistencies, ran through her mind as she stepped out of the shower into the drying tube. The through line came clear, she thought as she grabbed the robe, short, silky, and scarlet. A team of 12, one turned traitor. His actions caused the deaths of 2 of the 12, and you could call it murder. Now, nearly 4 decades later, another murder, another of the team of 12. Her card, stuck between the fingers, Rossi broke fighting the traitor. Through line clear there, too. Somerset's wife to Somerset to her. She went out and into her closet. Thinking hell of a day, she grabbed black trousers. She started to reach for a black shirt, sighed, then pulled out a tank in what she thought of as a faded sky blue. It justified, to her mind, the black jacket. After dragging on the trousers, the tank, she studied her 500,000 boots. You might go with navy. Her hands slapped for the weapon that wasn't yet there. Then her heart settled back in place as she turned to where Rourke leaned against the door jamb. Jesus, Rourke! Navy would play off the black and work well with your shirt. Fine. I only have 6 dozen navy boots. He stepped in, crossed over, took a pair. Eve turned them over, studied the pristine soles. Make that 6 dozen in one. He chose a navy belt, offered it. His suit wasn't navy, wasn't black, but some rich color between, and made his eyes fire. You're up early, he said, as she slipped the belt into the trousers' loops. Not as early as you. You didn't sleep well. Did anyone? Not likely. Somerset has the travel information. I need that. He copied you, so you'll have it. They'll all be here by late afternoon. All of them, just like that? Yes. She put on the boots. She didn't think they fit like a glove. Feet weren't hands, for God's sake. They fit like boots. Excellent boots. She carried out the jacket, set it aside, then strapped on her weapon harness. I want to talk to Somerset before I go in this morning. I need more details on the incident that killed his wife and Dubois. I read about the explosion, the Dominion HQ. A lot of munitions, equipment, supplies, personnel inside. According to history, the hit was considered a major underground success and a turning point, again major, in ending the conflict in Europe. But that doesn't tell the story. No. Where was he? Where was Potter and the rest of the team? She should have pushed him there last night, she thought. But she'd pulled back. He'd looked ill, so she'd pulled back. And couldn't do that again. He's up. I doubt he slept. We could breakfast now, the 3 of us, in your office. He waited a beat, then one more. Is there any problem with me being there when you talk to him? No. Over a meal just seems unofficial. The cop wife, the father figure victim, and Rourke between. You're probably right. It'll save time. And you weren't thinking of time as much as making him comfortable. She put on her jacket, met his eyes. I'm gonna make him uncomfortable, Rourke. You are, yes. And that can't be helped, can it? It can't. I don't want him leaving the house today. He won't like that. Oh, well, he won't. Not a bit. There will be things he'll want to see to prepare for his friends. I'll see they're done, and he stays home. I can help with this. Eyes on hers, Rourke put a hand on her arm. I intend to help with this. You need to let me. Like I could stop you if I wanted to. And I don't. Ask him to come up. When they started out, the cat, obviously expecting the usual routine, looked puzzled, then followed them out. I'll see to breakfast. Eve just nodded. Food wasn't high on her list. Keep the coffee coming, she said, and walked to her board. All those faces now. The actress, the heiress, the thief, and the scientist, the E-man, the dancer. Then the dead. Teacher, mechanic, soldier, E-man. Traitor. Because it pulled at her, she studied Alice Dormer's ID shot. A pretty blonde with delicate features, quiet blue eyes, a generous mouth. She looked, Eve thought, more like a woman who'd bake cookies on Saturday morning rather than one who'd fought and died in war. Where would Rourke be, she wondered, if Alice had lived? Would Somerset have taken his daughter to Dublin to raise? Would he have been there to save a brutalized, beaten boy, given him a home, a life, a chance? No way to know. She turned away when Rourke brought out domed plates. It did no good for him to know she wondered. It did no good to wonder. It had nothing to do with the investigation. When he went back for a pot of coffee, she put another chair at the table, then opened the balcony doors. They could all use the air. As Rourke brought out the coffee, Somerset walked in. If he looked more cadaverous than usual, she didn't mention it. Sometimes a shot was just too easy. I'm going to record this. He held up a hand. There are things you'll ask about me, background, and so on. I won't speak of on record. I have many reasons, he added, and looked at Rourke. And Rourke between, she thought again. We'll start with that. No record. But then we go on, assuming you want what I want, to identify, capture, and charge the person responsible for Giovanni Rossi's death, to prevent that individual from taking more lives. I want what you want. Then sit, Rourke ordered. The pair of you. He removed the domes himself, then poured the coffee. Chapter 8. When did you get to London? You're not from there, she said when he frowned. Not from England. Not from Ireland. Eastern Europe? Yes. There was war. It took my father, my brother. It took my mother's heart, and then her life. I lived and wanted a different life, so I took the name Kolchak. There are reasons that aren't important to you for this. With those papers, with that name and 3 years added to my age, I traveled for a time. I was young, clever, angry. In time, the anger faded. Very precisely, he cut into the omelette on his plate. Eve already knew Rourke had loaded it with cheese and spinach. I studied medicine, traditional and holistic, and I made my way to London. I thought to insert myself in King's College, obtain a medical degree. Insert yourself? He moved his shoulder elegantly. and it occurred to her that Rourke often made the exact same gesture. I had certain skills. Why not use them to gain entry to such a prestigious institution? I began there, learned there, started a life there. And then war came, slowly at first, insidious if you will, rumbles and dissent, anger, distrust, and more anger. Some had too much, some too little. Some demanded all believe what they believed. Some were from somewhere else and had no business living, working, breathing, so were demeaned, defiled, attacked. It grew and it spread, and the violence erupted until cities were war zones. You served as a medic. Yes. Ivana had come to London with her husband and their little boys, and they were caught in the violence. He was killed, and she was recruited by the underground, and in turn, she recruited me. And I brought Alice into it. Not at first. At first, Alice took in Ivana's children. They were mixed race and so young. Alice hid them until Ivana could get them away, to safety. But she stayed in London? Ivana? The war had spread, from Europe to the Americas, beyond. Where and when would they be safe if we didn't stop this hate, this violence? I'm not criticizing her. He took a breath, then nodded. No. Who'd understand better what it takes to hold back the blood? After the children were away, Alice, she was also clever. She understood what we did and wanted to take part. We married, and she took part. Then Marjorie, then Cyril, and so on. And we were 12. We were the 12. And in those early years of the 20s, you would say elite covert operatives, given a great deal of autonomy. I'm recording now, she said, and he nodded. And Potter, Conrad Potter, when did he join your team? In late 2021. He made the 12th. He had worked in intelligence before, had been in the military, was a police officer. Skilled, experienced, and, to my everlasting regret, trusted. What happened the night you destroyed the enemy headquarters? We were 2 teams, as the mission had 2 parts. Magpie had discovered this HQ when scavenging and scouting. Mole had learned about a prison where many were being held. Some would be transported, others executed. He paused, ate some omelette. Most executed, no doubt, as Flame, a small radical group who wanted to burn it all down, had joined with the larger Dominion. They joined, we believed, as the tide was turning. They were losing, and their counterparts in North America had already lost. The prison was in Whitechapel. Alice and Hawk would set the explosives in the tunnels of the HQ, get clear, then set them off. Magpie and Shark, Potter, would serve as lookouts and backup. Both Rabbit and Cobra would remain at our HQ for communications. The rest of us would hit the prison. We would wait for the signal, the explosion, and go in. What went wrong? Shark left his post. We learned during the trial that he had stockpiled weapons, money, papers. He went in after Alice and Hawk. He intended to kill them both, take the remote, he'd get clear, set off the charges, vanish. helped in that escape by alerting the enemy of our plans to take the prison." He paused, cleared his throat, sipped some water. "He missed a killing shot with Hawk, and as Hawk tried to fight him off, Alice opened her comms so we heard what was happening. But Hawk, already wounded, already dying, couldn't fight him off. Nor could Alice for long. It was all so quick as we were rushing back. She made the decision, and he must have seen it in her eyes, because he ran. She set off the charges. Yes. We had a child. We planned to wait until after the war, but we had a child. I know she thought of our child, and she ran after him, but couldn't get clear. And she pushed the remote. He'd gotten clear enough. Potter, injured, but clear enough. Magpie ran to the tunnels. He called out to us, told us which direction Potter had taken and that he was bleeding. But he'd heard Alice running and hoped. He found her and pulled her out, but I'm very sorry. Yes, of course. He cleared his throat. It turned the tide. Turned back the tide of blood that night in May 2026. Alice turned the tide. Within a few months, it was over, but for a few stubborn pockets, and many of those pockets contained cops and politicians. But people began to rebuild, and to walk on the streets without fear again. Children played in parks again. And the 9 left took an oath. We'd been betrayed. Not for ideology, you understand. Not for convictions, however wrong, but for money. For the desire to live a life of ease built on corpses. So we swore an oath of loyalty on the sacrifice of those who'd fallen. No matter when, no matter where, if one needed help, the rest would come and give it. You went to Dublin. He arched his eyebrows, looked at the recorder. Eve shut it off. I went to Dublin with my daughter as cold check. Alice's grandmother had come from Dublin, and it was Alice's wish to take Marlena to Ireland when there was no war. There was no place for me in London any longer. We lived quietly, a decent enough flat I could afford. After so long, quiet was enough. Then, years later, I found a young boy, half beaten to death in an alley. And things changed again. Having this boy, a very angry boy, disturbed the quiet I'd lived in and with for too long. He didn't know it, but I needed the boy as much as he needed me. When I killed the man who beat the boy near to death, I did it to save him and my daughter. But it also reminded me I'd had a purpose. I found it again. I found myself again. What's on the recorder, I have to share with my partner, my commander, with Mira, with whoever assists in this investigation. What's not on it stays here. I'm grateful. You can toss gratitude aside, he said before she could speak, but I'll still give it. You have a file on Conrad Potter. His eyes flickered, then he moved his shoulder again. Yes. I need a copy. It's going to be more detailed and informative than official channels. Did he have a family? No. An only child and his parents dead by the time he joined the team. Lovers? Of course, but none that, After his disgrace, his conviction communicated with him. Possibility of a child? None that I know of. He had no fondness for children. Friends outside the 12? Potential partners, those he conspired with? He gave no names. He had no loyalty, so I believe he would have. It was for money, Lieutenant. The war was slowing. You could see the ending. Another year. And so much less with what was done that night in May. He saw his chance to take what he'd stolen, scavenged, hidden away, and become someone else. Someone wealthy, perhaps important. Most, if not all of us, would be dead. I've no doubt he had a knife in the back planned for Magpie, and an assassination for Rabbit and Cobra. There would only be one, like on the card. It would be the most logical, wouldn't it? How much money? What kind of weapons? He never said. He never broke there. We found some things in his flat that made it clear he'd been amassing funds and weapons, and for a number of years, but not where. He would be, 78? I believe. He was about the same age as Kolchak. You're actually 3 years younger. Rourke finally spoke. And never said. 4, precisely. Somerset added a year more. They're only numbers. You're a year younger than we thought, and I'm 4 younger than it says on my ID, but we are who we are. As it didn't apply, Eve let that go by as she thought it all through. I could have fixed that when you took Somerset. I had enough skill for that even then. Not worth the bother. When he died, Eve put in, when Potter died, did you go there? To the prison? For what purpose? To see the body. To see the body of the man responsible for your wife's death. I had no desire to see him again, dead or alive, and had other duties. Okay. I'm gonna need to talk to the others, tonight. Understood. And you'll stay in the house. You don't leave the house. She all but heard his spine crack. That's absurd. I have any number of errands to— You'll give me a list of them, Rourke told him. I'll see they're dealt with. Somerset's frown could have called the thunder. As if you have time for such things, or the wit to know how to pick out a ripe melon. I pay plenty of people who have time for such things, and know how to pick a bloody melon. I'm buggered if you'll end up like Rossi, so you'll stay here. I'm as capable of handling myself as either of you, and have been at that a great deal longer. Regardless. Rourke's tone, cool and final, drew a deep, hard line. You'll give me a list, and the errands will be seen to. The boy still needs you. If you love him, you'll do as he asks. That's conniving of you. It is. And smart. Eve gave Rourke an approving nod. He's good at pulling out stuff like that, and it works because he means it. Anyway, if you don't do what the boy asks, the cop will put you in protective custody. You won't like it. She pushed back, rose. So, go make your list. I'm heading into Central. Rourke rose, put his hands on her shoulders. An early start to a hell of a day. Take care of my cop. I need her, too. Don't worry. I'm armed and dangerous. That you are. He kissed her. I'm leaving early and plan to be back early. I want those interviews. Consider yourself under house arrest, she said to Somerset, and left. She had to poke that in, I suppose. Rourke just smiled, sat again. "Have some more coffee," he suggested. He poured. "You'll want fresh flowers for the guest rooms." Somerset only sighed. "Yes, and a ripe melon." Somerset laughed. "Actually, yes, 2, and more. It will be a long list." Eve texted Peabody on the way downtown. It was still shy of 7, but if her partner wasn't up and moving, she'd just have to get up and moving. "Heading downtown now. I have a lot of new data. Report in ASAP. Need to brief you and write up this report before my consult with Mira." She didn't add if Whitney wanted an oral report before she finished her consult with Mira. Peabody needed to give it. No point giving her partner the jitters this early in the morning. And while she consulted with Mira, Peabody could start deeper runs on the remainder of the 12. Possibly one of them had been in league with Potter. If not, possibly one of their contacts, sources, lovers, ex-lovers, family members. And she wanted to contact the prison, satisfy herself there. He'd been a cop, a treacherous, dirty cop. Maybe he'd come into the team already dirty. Maybe some of his cop friends had been dirty, and part of this. Sometimes it was just for money, but she wondered. Why plan to kill the entire team? Easier ways, again, easier ways. Less risky, less destructive. New York was awake. She imagined the trio of street LCs she'd spotted on her way to the crime scene the morning before sat in the all-night deli. Night shift workers probably had their blackout shades down, and the day shift was reporting to work or headed that way. Some of them rode on the maxi bus that farted to a halt at a stop to pick up more. She caught the sweet and yeasty scent from a bakery that probably had fans blowing that temptation out to the sidewalk. Because who could resist? She wondered how you knew a melon was ripe, then shoved that away. Somerset would stay home, safe behind the gates. He might have gone against her orders, but he'd do as Rourke asked. Because there was love. So one worry off her list. She'd check off more when she knew the others were safe in the house behind the gates. Because one of them was slated to be next. She had no doubt of that, and he wouldn't wait long. He might have wanted them all in New York, and she'd helped accommodate him there. But behind the gates, the walls, the security. And if one of them turned out to be part of this, she'd root that out. She pulled into the garage at Central and headed straight up. Bring Feeney in. Yes, she wanted to do that. But to get things in place first. Her board, she needed that visual. Her book, that documentation. And she needed to write it all out in detail. Coal check? She could let that slide. If for some weird reason that crossed into this, she'd find a way. But she couldn't see it. She went into her office, to the coffee, and with it began to update her board. When she sat to do the same with her book, she heard Peabody coming. I got here as soon... Whoa, that's a lot more. Who are... Hey, that's... Marjorie Wright, 2-time Oscar winner. Not a suspect. No, one of your spies. Urban Wars era. Holy shit, really? She looks so elegant and... Why is Somerset on there? Is that an idea of him from back when, too? Because he was, like, dashing. And, holy shit! Peabody's eyes popped wide and her jaw dropped. Somerset's a spy? He was one of the group? You should pack away the holy shits for now, because you'll run out of them. These are the 12, or were. I've added the code names they used. Somerset was Fox. I can see that. You just don't think someone you know could be a spy, which is part of the deal, sure, but... Wow. Alice Dormer, Fawn, was his wife. Oh, God, oh, geez. That's just really awful. She was so young. I guess I never thought about her being so young. So pretty. This is the man responsible. Conrad Potter, Shark. Responsible for her death, the death of Leroy Dubois, Hawk. He was tried for war crimes and spent over 3 decades in a prison in the UK. He died 5 years ago, but there's no way he's not responsible for Rossi. Get coffee. Take my chair. I have a lot to tell you. Did he have family? Potter. An accomplice. Maybe somebody he worked with who went inside for a while but was released? All good questions. I'm going to start at the beginning. Somerset recognized Rossi. She worked through it. Even for Peabody, she left out Kolchak and details on Somerset's background that didn't directly apply to the investigation. Rourke would have called it a matter of respect. She preferred thinking of it as keeping a deal. She was a teacher. Sorry, Peabody said. I can't imagine what it was like for her, for him, for any of them, being part of something like that, and having someone you trusted, a partner really, turn on you. And he was a cop. It shouldn't make it worse, but it does. It does, Eve agreed. I'm surprised he lived long enough to stand trial. He ran, he hid, but not fast or far enough. Rossi got to him first, and broke these 2 fingers fighting him. Eve held up the index and middle finger. Where the killer put the card and the message, it all ties in. But Potter's dead. I'm going to contact the prison, get more details on that. Somerset knows the date, November 3rd, 2056. He contacted the survivors. They're coming to New York today. They'll all be in at the house by this afternoon. Your house? It's secure as it gets. I need to report to Whitney. I need to write this up, send the report to him, to Mira. Then meet with him, consult with Mira. What do you want me to cover? Take them one at a time. Do deep background. You're going to run into blocks during the Urbans, and some bullshit that'll be cover. Somerset, too? No, I've got him. I'd say it's unlikely, but unlikely's not good enough. Any of them were working with Potter. Knowing more about them, even small details, will help us with the interviews. Us? Until we've got more solid, they're suspects. Low probability, but we interview them with that in mind. Potter never flipped on anyone, so very low on the probability. We'll make it 0. I get to interview spies! With obvious delight, Peabody pressed her hands to the side of her head. I love my job! I freaking love it! Then go do it! Wait, what time is it in England? Never mind, I'll look it up. No, I've got it. It's right there with Scotland, and we have to time it when we touch base with McNabb's family. It's, She checked her wrist unit. Maybe 12:30-ish. I could be off an hour either way. At night? No, the other way. They're ahead of us. It's afternoon there. Stupid, but currently convenient. Start the background checks. Feed them to me as you get them. Alone, Eve sat and looked up the prison. It came clear why they called it 5 Hells, as it had 5 buildings. Old stone buildings with guard towers, high walls, electronic gates and steel doors that looked anachronistic against a place that struck her like it might have held dungeons, torture chambers. A quick scan of its history told her no dungeons, but they'd had a permanent gallows until the mid-20th century. Harsh. She found the name of the warden and started her struggle through red tape. After a few redirects, 2 full scans of her identification, verification of same, she shoved her way through to Niall Meady. He looked to her eye as stiff and anal as Somerset, in a black suit, a tightly knotted tie. He had patchy gray hair around a thin, pinched face. Pale blue eyes looked back at her, clearly showing both annoyance and impatience. "Lieutenant, how can we help the New York Police and Security Department?" "I need information on an inmate, Conrad Potter, life sentence for various war crimes during the urban wars. Our facility houses 648 inmates and a number from that era of conflict. At this time, I'm only interested in one. He reportedly died in your facility on November 3rd, 2056. If you're implying negligence or malfeasance, I'm not," she interrupted. "I simply need the details, as they may have some application to a murder investigation in New York." "I hardly see any application." "Yeah, as stiff and anal as Somerset." Conrad Potter was responsible for the deaths of 2 underground agents, part of a team he worked with during the Urbans era. He was tried and convicted and imprisoned for those crimes and others. Another member of that team was murdered in New York the night before last. I'm primary. The killer left a message which referred back to that era with the code names of the other agents. "I hardly see. I would like information on the man responsible for the deaths of those 2 agents, as it may apply to the death I'm investigating." "Got a computer, Mr. Meady?" "Certainly. Maybe you could take a minute and look him up." "I could, if necessary, go through Homeland, Interpol, MI5 or 6, whichever. But that's a lot of time and trouble for both of us." "One moment, please." He snapped it out, then put her in a holding pattern. Hissing between her teeth, she got up, got more coffee. Sat again. Drank some. Meady came back on. "Your information is correct. Conrad Potter, housed in this facility since August 2026, died on November 3rd of 2056 from gliomatosis cerebri, previously undetected." "And what is that exactly?" "A brain tumor, Lieutenant. It's noted in his file he refused any and all cancer vaccines, which is his right. He was found unresponsive in his quarters, taken to our surgery where he was pronounced. His body was scanned. The tumor, one of extensive growth, discovered. He was pronounced on site. Witnessed? As with any death, I viewed the body, signed off, and as the deceased had no family, ordered the cremation. I'd like to speak with the prison surgeon regarding the death. He was attended by Dr. Martin J. Pierce. Dr. Pierce is no longer on staff. Why? Meady let out an audible sigh. He resigned and relocated. Where? You appear to be grasping at straws, Lieutenant. I don't have that information or any need for it. Okay, how about when? When did he resign and relocate? Meady didn't grind his teeth, but Eve could tell he wanted to. One moment. She played it out in her mind as she went into another holding pattern. Dr. Pierce left our staff on November 21st of 2056. She thought, son of a bitch. The ashes. Where are Potter's ashes? For pity's sake. Buried, of course. We're not heathens. Unclaimed remains are buried. I need them dug up, transported to the lab in New York. Lieutenant, I have been patient with your odd line of inquiry, but— No, you haven't. Not especially. But I don't care about that. I care about making damn sure Conrad Potter is dead. We can get DNA. I have neither the authority nor the inclination to exhume remains for such a tenuous reason. I suggest I do. I've got the inclination, and I'll get the authority. You'll hear back from me. She clicked off, sat for 10 seconds as it fell into place for her, then contacted her connection at Interpol. Inspector Abernathy looked both surprised and a little pleased. She recalled he'd been a stiff one, too, but he'd loosened up considerably by the time they had Cobb in custody. Lieutenant Dallas, what an unexpected surprise. Listen, no time for small talk. I'm going to run the highlights. You have to trust me. I do? Yeah, you do. I need cremated ashes exhumed and sent to my custody from the burial site at the prison in Manchester, the one they call Five Hells. Niall Meady's warden. He's not cooperating. This isn't in my purview. You can make it your purview. And I do that because the ashes are purported to be of a Conrad Potter. Life sentence for war crimes, Urban's era. I've got a body in the morgue that tells me those ashes aren't Potter's. I believe I have your war criminal in my city. There are checks and balances. Yes, and one of the checks and balances, the doctor who pronounced him, resigned and took off a couple of weeks after he pronounced Potter dead from a brain tumor. One they didn't know he had until he died? I'm not buying it. I need the ashes to verify. I'm asking you to find a way to get them to me. It's sure as hell not something I'd ask for unless I needed it. He has a kill list. She glanced at the board, tried a specific card. Marjorie Wright's on it. Dame Wright? The actress? That's right. She did covert work for the underground in the Urbans. I imagine you can verify that if you need to. He said nothing, just studied her for a full 10 seconds. Let me see what I can do. Appreciated. Later. She got up, paced. It fit. It damn well fit. Not yet explaining who and how the driver connected, but it fit. She sat again. She needed to write the report, and carefully. She needed to give both Mira and Whitney time to read it and digest it. And she didn't have a hell of a lot of time herself. When she'd written it, gave it no more than a cursory check, she sent it off. She needed thinking time and couldn't take it. Instead, she started a search on the prison doctor. She found a number of individuals by that name, living and dead, adult and child. and a few of those who registered as doctors. But she found no record of a Martin J. Pierce doctor who'd worked at the prison, none who lived or had lived in Manchester, England. Because you don't exist anymore. How much did he give you, Pierce? How much to help him fake his death? Enough to wipe out your past, create a new identification, and I just bet live a damn swanky life as somebody else. She contacted Feeney. He said, "Yo, I need a top-grade search on Martin J. Pierce, a doctor, a prison doctor in Manchester, England. He's wiped off the system, and he'd have done that around November 56 or early 57. If you can't find anything, I'll push it on Rourke. You trying to hurt my feelings? I need to find the bastard, Feeney. That's coming loud and clear. We'll get on it. Thanks. Listen, I've got a lot of data on the Rossi murder, the connections to the Urbans. I'll fill you in as soon as I can. This Pierce guy in that? I don't know if he goes back to the Urbans, but he's in it now. Can you get somebody up there to do a deep analysis on the security feed from the terminal? On the driver, the face? We haven't hit on that. You won't. I want to know if it's fake, a disguise, prosthetics, masking. He'll have had work done, changed his look, but it's gotta be more. You got my interest. Good. I'll get back to you. She used the inner office. Peabody, now. Her partner came on a run. I don't have much yet. Later. Contact DeWinter. I need her to stand by. She was going to look at the injuries on Rossi, but I want those too. I want it all nailed down, but I'm going to send her cremated remains. I need DNA, and as fast as she can get it. Whose remains? That's what I need to know. They're supposed to be Potter's. They're not going to be, because he's alive and killing in New York. Once again, Peabody's jaw dropped. What? How? Read the end of the report I just sent. I've got to get to Mira. Get DeWinter on deck. But... She waved Peabody off and rushed out of her office. Mira would forgive her if she arrived late, but Mira's admin would make her pay for it. Chapter 9. She arrived with 45 seconds to spare. The dragon at Mira's gate turned from her comp screen to give Eve a long, cool look. Did you lose anyone in the Urbans? The admin blinked, frowned. I did. A brother. I'm consulting with Dr. Mira over a case that goes back to the Urbans. Not here, in Europe, but it doesn't matter where. She tapped her earpiece. Lieutenant Dallas is here. Yes, I will. Go right in. Mira sat at her desk. The department's head shrink, top profiler, and all-around smart woman wore a silky suit in what Eve thought they called turquoise. Her rich brown hair fell in soft curls, a new style. Eve spotted little coral drops at her ears that matched the trio of strands around her neck. With her soft blue eyes still on her screen, she lifted a hand. I'm reading your report a second time. It's fascinating and tragic. What a horrible loss, in a horrible way, for Somerset. Yeah, this dredges it all up again, but no choice. And to be betrayed in this way by a kind of brother. She turned in her chair, looked at Eve. A man you believe may still be alive. I take out the may. It's what clicks for me. I understand why. and ask, why did he wait so long? I'll ask him when I find him. I figure maybe he didn't find someone corrupt enough to help him. Maybe it took him that long to figure out how to get out. The warden, who's a pain in the ass, says he viewed the body, signed off, ordered the cremation and burial of the ashes. You doubt that? Not really. He's a CYA type. But you're a medical doctor. Aren't there ways to simulate death? Especially to a lay person, and one who probably didn't look too close. Yes, there are. That would require a great deal of trust from the one being simulated. What did he have to lose? He likes risk. He goes for the edge. He thinks he's fucking smart. He does. Sit. Mira rose, walked on heels the exact color of her necklace to her auto chef. Eve knew she'd get tea, and maybe that wasn't so bad considering the amount of coffee she'd consumed before 900 hours. Conrad Potter. An egoist, a sociopath, and one who kills as much for pleasure as gain. As he has no sense of loyalty, he would have named names at his trial. It may have benefited him, and his own benefit is paramount. Intelligent, a skilled liar, a man also skilled in wearing masks, being whoever he needs to be to win. While he worked for the extremist group, Dominion, as well as the underground, he had no loyalty to either of them. Ideology isn't part of his makeup. Whatever got him more? Mira handed Eve the delicate cup of tea, took her own, and sat in the twin scoop chair. And, I'd say, entertained him more. He played both sides, used one against the other, and it amused him. He stole because he could. Funds, weapons, supplies, looking to the future, his own, only his own. He could have destroyed the other HQ, the 12. He may have planned to. Things went wrong. But I believe he saw no purpose, no future there. The wars were ending. Those fringes remained. Dominion, with flame, looked to burn it all down. Why would he want that? Why stockpile funds and so on if there'll be nothing left? So when Magpie found the HQ, when, Mole located the prison, he decided this was a way out. Destroy the HQ, break Dominion's back, and take out his team at the same time. That works for me. It may have worked for him, but Alice Dormer got in the way. She's the hero of the piece. He's had 5 years to get his money and the rest. They never got that out of him. Years to change his appearance, and skills in intelligence, in covert ops to use again. Just shake the dust off there. If so, he likely targeted Rossi first, as Rossi found him first, and hurt him physically enough to prevent his escape. Broken fingers, my card between them. The killer, whether Potter or an agent of his, wants acknowledgement and a challenge. His ego doesn't allow him to consider you'd best him. He'll complete his mission and then kill you. Mira sipped her tea. Which you've already concluded. I've concluded that's the plan. I'll be screwing up those plans. I'm depending on it. Don't underestimate him, Eve. The killer is highly intelligent, a risk seeker, yes, but very skilled. He's organized, well-funded, plans carefully. His plans are convoluted, but he enjoys that. Puzzles that take time to solve add complications for him. But how clever is he? He loves the complications, the superiority of creating them, rather than the quick, clean, and simple kill. Who are you profiling? The killer or Potter? Mira shifted, recrossed her excellent legs. It fits both. Or, if you're right, only has to fit one. Potter has all the motivation. A vendetta decades in the making. The others lived full lives, could go where they wanted, do as they pleased. He didn't, couldn't, because they stopped him. The way he killed Rossi, the poison gas for Wasp. A deliberate choice. The deliberation would appeal to him. An entertaining death for him. He needs a place. He'd want something upscale or at least roomy, wouldn't he, after prison? Very likely. Tiny pieces, Eve thought. Speculative, but tiny pieces. I don't know how long he's been in New York, so I don't have a way to whittle down possibilities. He had to have a place to stash the limo, so maybe he has a place with a garage or rented a garage. I know who he is. I know what he is. But it's not enough. You hope to learn more from Somerset's teammates. I don't know how much they can tell me, but they'll be where he can't get to them. He'll expect them to come to New York, I think, but he wouldn't expect them to come this soon. Don't underestimate him, Mira said again. I won't. I don't. Somerset said the last time they were all together was for Rabbit's funeral. Wouldn't he assume they'd all show up for Wasp? Very possibly. Are you planning a trip? Maybe. I'm going to delay releasing the body another day. I want DeWinter's report on the old injuries in any case. Because you'd rather he come to you on your ground. I don't think he wants to wait too long. He knows the others are smart, experienced, skilled. Rossi didn't have any warning, but he'll know they will. Because he set it up just that way. Eve nodded. He did. He could have killed Rossi another way. Lots of other ways that wouldn't have tied to him or the Urbans. He wants them to know he's coming for them. And when it's done, for you, well, it's not gonna get done, so he'll be disappointed. Eve set the tea aside. I have to brief Whitney. This has been helpful. I appreciate it. Keep me in the loop. I'd like to be more helpful if I can. I will. Rising, Eve took another moment. I have no reason to believe any of the others were part of the betrayal, but I'll send you copies of the interviews if you have time to go over them, in case I miss something. I can't imagine you will, but yes, I'll make time. Mira rose as well. Be careful with this one, Eve. You, Rourke, all of you. Sharks hunt and kill. When there's blood in the water, they don't stop. Then I'll have to make sure the only blood in the water is his. Since the consult with Mira had given her more to think about, she decided to let it sit in the back of her brain until she'd briefed Whitney. She took the glides and pulled out her link to look at a text from Peabody. DeWinter's on deck. I read the report, and I have to use another holy shit. Yeah, it's worth one. She shoved the link back in her pocket and muttered to herself, because the arrogant fuck's alive. Language! A woman on the down glide sent her a look that translated to tisk tisk. "Lady, you're in a cop shop." That got a humph, an actual humph, before Eve reached the top of her glide. Yeah, my language really matters when I've got an escaped war criminal killer in New York. She strode toward Whitney's office and his admin. I requested to meet with the commander after my consult with Dr. Mira. Is he available? They're waiting for you. He also tapped his earpiece. Dallas is here, sir. The admin just gestured to the double doors. She walked in not only to Whitney, but to the chief of police. Tibble, tall and lean in his slate-gray suit, rose from his chair when she entered. He was a dark-complected, cool-eyed man who wore his duties as he did his suit. Smoothly. "Lieutenant, the commander has briefed me on your investigation, including your latest theories and findings." "Yes, sir." He didn't smile at her response, but a hint of amusement flickered. "No doubt you want to keep these details as contained as possible. I assume you'd trust me to keep the lid on." "Of course, sir. Absolutely." "Then why don't we all sit down, and you can reiterate for us why you believe Conrad Potter is not only alive but in New York and is your prime suspect in the Rossi murder." She preferred staying on her feet, but sat as both Tibble and Whitney did. The prison warden states that Potter's sudden death was a result of an undetected brain tumor. He states that he viewed the body in the prison surgery and signed off on the death, approved the cremation. "You don't believe him," Whitney said. "Do you believe Warden Meady conspired with Potter in his escape?" "I believe he viewed the body, signed off, and ordered the cremation. I don't believe the body he viewed was, in fact, deceased. There are medical methods to simulate death. The doctor, Martin J. Pierce, resigned only a few weeks afterward. I can find no record such an individual existed. I strongly suspect Potter bribed Pierce to aid him in faking his death." "With what?" Tibble asked. Potter was reputed to have amassed funds, weapons, supplies before his capture and imprisonment. "It's difficult to access those from a prison." "Sir, he had over 30 years to figure out just how to do that. I believe he found a way, conspired with Pierce. With his take, Pierce then wiped his data, his records, his existence, and created another identity." "It sounds more like a spy novel than reality." "Potter is a spy. Highly trained, highly intelligent, and organized. Dr. Mira's profile terms him a sociopath, a skilled liar, and one who believes himself better, smarter, and more skilled than anyone else. A risk-taker who enjoys creating complicated puzzles. He needs to win, and he's had decades to plan his game." "You have a relationship with one of the targets, with a man whose wife Potter killed. Your card was left on the body of the victim. I have to question if these factors might influence your thinking." She'd known that was coming since Tibble rose from his chair. "A facsimile of my card, Chief Tibble. Potter isn't as clever as he thinks. Somerset is a target, as are the remaining members of what was known as the 12. But he and they are valuable sources in this investigation. Facts influence my thinking, as do the opinions and conclusions of the experts I consult. Dr. Mira's profiles of Rossi's killer and Potter line right up. In addition, I've asked Captain Feeney to use EDD's resources to find the prison doctor or to verify that his data was wiped. I've requested Inspector Abernathy, Interpol, to consider the matter of Potter's death and expedite an exhumation of the ashes so that Dr. De Winter can determine, through DNA testing, if they are Potter's. Tibble listened silently through the steps. You're putting a lot of time, effort, and resources into this single theory, Lieutenant. There were 12, sir. One was a traitor, so there were 11. One died of natural causes, and 3 have been murdered. So there are 7. 7 who fought and risked and sacrificed. He wants them dead, so yes, sir, I will put all the time, effort, and resources as are available to me into identifying, finding, and capturing him before another life is taken. Tibble nodded, glanced at Whitney. You were right, Jack. She makes her case, convoluted as it is. You know, I'm not pleased to have a war criminal in my city bent on murder. I'm not real happy about it myself, sir. You'll have to get the bastard, Lieutenant. I may have a string or 2 to pull to get you that exhumation. Before she could finish, her link signaled, and Tibble gave her the go-ahead. It's Inspector Abernathy. Take it. Dallas. Lieutenant, I tell myself this is lunacy, but doubts niggle. Are you getting me the ashes? And she couldn't help it. She stood, began to pace. Understand. I've now put my arse in a sling, and I don't care for my arse in a sling. Abernathy. I spoke with Warden Meady. He's a bit of a bell end, isn't he? If that's Brit for asshole, yeah, more than a bit. Are you getting me the ashes? I have an order of exhumation. I have to personally witness the exhumation, take possession of the ashes. Which means going to bloody Manchester, so add that to the pile. That's great. Gratitude. How long will it take? I don't believe you understand or appreciate the various channels of bureaucracy that have to be navigated to send exhumed human remains from bloody Manchester to New York. We've got red tape on this side of the Atlantic, too. When will I get them? He only sighed. I'm already en route. I expect they'll be in the hands of the special courier by 6, who will then transport them to New York. Is that 6 over there? With the planet doing the revolving crap, or real time? I beg your pardon? Never mind. She'd do the math. I'm going to give you the name and location for delivery. Dr. Garnet De Winter, Eve began, and gave him the rest. She'll need to receive them personally and have the proper identification and paperwork. She will. You know, this is your guy who broke out of your prison over there, killing people over here. But I appreciate your help. That's generous of you. Sarcasm dripped. You'd best not be wrong. I'm not wrong, and it's going on your record with Interpol that you assisted in the recapture of a war criminal. It'll be worth the trip to bloody Manchester. I'll be in touch. When she clicked off, Whitney gave her a steady look and a hint of smile. Depending on the type of transportation used, the remains should be with De Winter between 4 or 5 this evening, barring delays. I'll inform her. My strings, such as they are, won't need to be pulled. Tibble rose. I'll speak with Dr. De Winter and expedite the necessary bureaucracy on our end. Thank you, sir. I might question the wisdom of bringing all potential targets into your home, but I've been to your home. They'll be safe there, Chief, and accessible. Make it so. Commander, keep me updated. 24/7 on this one. You can count on that. Lieutenant, I know you'll consider no good deed goes unpunished, but when this breaks, when you have him, you'll be required to do media conferences. International media conferences. Her stomach just sank. Yes, sir. He flashed a grin, rare and brilliant. No good deed. When he left, Whitney walked to his window. You made your case in your report, which Chief Tibble read. He needed to see you make it. He turned back. You're not wrong on Potter. No, sir. No, you're not wrong. So go get him. Dismissed. She walked out feeling as if she'd just passed one of those pop quizzes they tortured you with in school. Then she pushed that aside and detoured to EDD. 2 trips to the circus within about 24 hours was almost more than the average system could bear. To keep hers from shorting out, she turned straight into the dull normal of Feeney's office. He sat at his desk, his brown tie askew, and the small stain on it, Eve suspected, came from the coffee he swigged. He wore an expression she'd seen on Rourke. Irritated work mode. Pissed off e-geek. Fucking fucker, he muttered, then spotted her. Sorry, bad timing. I'll come back. He lifted his hand, made a sharp, yes, irritated, come in gesture. I'm taking 5 anyway. Fucking fucker. I know I dumped a lot on you, so how the fuck does some prison sawbones know how to poof and poof clean as fuck? So, Eve realized, he'd taken Pierce himself. A matter of pride. He had help. I think help from someone with serious skills and financial backing. I tagged that asshole warden. Merry old England, my ass. Guy's a lazy stuffed shirt prick. Yeah, he is. But after a couple rounds, I got Pierce's HR file and his prison ID shot, and still can't find the slippery son of a bitch. But I will, he added, then popped a candied almond. I dumped a lot on you, she began again, and he shot a finger at her. If I need Rourke, I'll pull on him myself. Got that? And she knew prickly geek pride when he snarled at her. Got it. I want to fill you in on why I dumped this on you. I need to close the door. She did so, then crossed over to his desk. The victim, Giovanni Rossi, was part of an elite team of covert agents attached to the underground, with their HQ in London during the Urbans. Though I believe he continued his covert work in Italy, his murders tied to the first, back to the Urbans. So you figured, and I agree. The gas canister, the method, and all that. Right. I learned last night Somerset was part of that team of covert agents. And why don't you look surprised? A little surprised, maybe. But his background's real smooth. Feeney slid the flat of his hand in the air. Smooth, with just the right amount of little bumps so nobody'd look twice. No fingerprints to show it's been messed with. Rourke's good. So you gotta figure something's there. You did a run on Somerset? Shrugging, looking mildly uncomfortable, Feeney picked out another almond. You're moving in with some rich-ass guy? He was pretty much just some rich-ass guy when you did, who's got this other guy doing like a butler thing? Yeah, I'm gonna do some checking. He jabbed a finger at her. Didn't you? Yeah, but I'm figuring, since Rourke's not just some rich-ass guy, he told you about it. Some of it. He didn't know all of it either. I'm gonna tell you what I can, and where the investigation stands as of now. Okay. She sat on the edge of his desk, and in the shorthand of partners, filled him in. I'm gonna say I'm sorry, really goddamn sorry, about Somerset's wife. That's a hell of a thing. I'm gonna say it's risky bringing all those targets to one place. I know it. Riskier for them to stay scattered, so I'd have done the same. They're gonna know this guy as well as anyone's gonna. Marjorie Wright! Man, I never saw that coming. I had a picture of her taped inside my locker door at the academy. You? Really? Before Sheila, he added, and looked more nostalgic than embarrassed. A boy's got a dream. Anyway, I'm gonna give your Potters alive a probability in the high 90s. Can't give you the 100. You need that DNA. I'll take high 90s. The computer gave me mid-60s, but I didn't have time to run another after I found out Pierce had poofed. That'll up it. But comps don't have a gut. Considering, if I don't get a good scent inside the next hour, I'll tap Rourke. But, Potter, how old would he be? 78. Feeney shook his head. The driver, more like mid to late 50s. I don't know if facework can carve off 20 years. Hell, people'd be getting work done instead of buying food. I got McNabb. He wanted a piece of this, and Calendar working on the face. They should be able to detect makeup, face putty, with enough filters and enhancements. But, well, everybody over 40'd be walking around with putty and all that if it takes 2 decades off. A hire's more likely. More likely, she agreed. To do the pickup, show the card, get Rossi in the limo. But Potter would want to do the kill himself. He'd need to. Can't argue with that. I'll get out of your way. I'm gonna find this fucker. I'd put money on it. She opened the door just as McNabb, Calendar beside him, raised his hand to knock. Hey, Dallas, good timing. Cap, we need a minute, okay? He did his come ahead, but not sharp and irritated. What you got? They stepped in. McNabb's baggies a screaming green, his air boots canary yellow. Calendar's sported a pattern that made Eve think of some mad witch's garden. On Mars. In contrast, her kicks were an almost subtle blue, if you discounted the bright orange laces on the left, the candy pink on the right. What we got, McNabb began, is hinky. What kind of hinky? Maximum smooth hinky, Calendar answered Feeney, and shoved her hands into 2 of her many pockets. We started with the standard OCS, added the combined filters, mostly for shits and giggles, then boosted that with some NL beams. Good choice. Did you push on F10, not the F8? We went up to that. McNabb picked up the e-speak, and Eve tuned it out before her brain collapsed and died. When the crosstalk became too much to tune out, Eve lifted her hands. Dumb it down! In the name of tiny baby Jesus, dumb it down for someone outside your species. Too smooth, Calendar said. I got that. Maximum smooth hinky. I didn't mean that. What we're saying is the face. Too smooth. It's like faces have flaws, right? Or something. A freckle, a blemish, something. But not this guy. He's got a few lines, right? McNabb said. Eye corners, expression lines, but the smooth is there. You can cover the flaws, get me, with enhancements, but we're not detecting any enhancements, or not enough to show. We want to bring in Carmine from the main lab. Who's Carmine? Eve demanded. Solid tech, McNabb told her. He's mega solid on flesh. Face structure with it. Like, he's got a way of detecting if you had a nose job or whatever when you were 20. He's not Harvo, queen of hair and fiber, Calendar put in, but he could be, say, a prince of skin and flesh. It's Hinky Cap, and we need Carmine. You gotta figure the guy had face work, right? He doesn't pop for us, so he changed his face. Carmine could maybe see more what and where and find the hinky. They say they need Carmine? Feeney said to Eve. They need Carmine. Okay. She didn't like spreading it out, but she needed answers. Pull him in. I've got to get out of here. Anybody hits anything, tag me. She escaped. She needed 5 minutes, just 5 minutes of absolute quiet in her office, in her own space, alone. Then another 5 to let all the information, opinions, questions, and conclusions settle in. Since she couldn't even think about jamming herself in an elevator, she stuck with the glides. In the bullpen, Jenkinson wasn't at his desk, so no assault by tie. She saw Quilla huddled with Baxter at his. She looked at him, Eve noted, as if every word out of his mouth fascinated. Either it did, or she was damn good playing to a man's ego, and Eve wasn't sure which she hoped it was. Before Peabody could speak, Eve held up a hand. Unless it breaks this case open, I need 10. It doesn't. I sent you 2 full backgrounds, and I'm finishing the 3rd. Good. I need 10. She went to her office, to the coffee, and drinking, let the quiet slide over her. She could wish more field work was required, more angles that took her out, put her on the street. Her last major case involved plenty of that. This one, more a head game. Easier on the boots, she supposed, but the closet fairy always had another pair waiting. She walked to her window, drank her coffee while she looked out, scanned her view of New York. Where the hell are you? You're out there. I know you're out there. And I'll find you. Chapter 10. Eve took her 10, then sat to read Peabody's background reports. She'd started with Alice Dormer first, so Eve did the same. Not a great deal of data there, as Alice's life had been cut so short, and the life she'd lived seemed usual, even ordinary. No mention, none at all, about her work for the underground. A London native, no siblings, parents divorced. Her father died in a fire that may or may not have been arson in the months before the Urbans had been termed war. Her mother left London while Alice remained, continued her career as a teacher, and the mother had died of injuries from a vehicular accident just over a year later. Her data claimed she married not a man named Basil Kolchak, but one called Lawrence Somerset, and continued to teach throughout the conflict. She gave birth to a daughter in November of 2025 and died in May 2026 from injuries sustained in a bombing. Nothing about it being Dominion headquarters. Nothing about her setting the charges herself, giving her life to complete her mission. Peabody had done good work, finding small details. Alice's education, her residences, even a mention of the bombed school and her rescue work there. But her partner found nothing that added a link in the chain to Potter. She moved on to Harry Mitchell, Magpie, the thief. She imagined Rourke would find some common ground there. A street kid, a runaway with a father cited for child abuse, a mother with a couple rounds of rehab. Not as slick a thief as Rourke, she thought, as Harry had done some small time, as a juvenile and again as an adult for his choice of career. He'd had a younger sister, 16 to his 19, when he'd done the second stint. 6 months for attempting to pawn a stolen ring. The sister had perished while he'd been inside, a victim of stray bullets fired when she'd walked home from her job as a hotel maid. And there, the story changed. An early release, compassionate reduction, and employment as a supply clerk. Bogus, Harry, bogus. The underground recruited you straight out of prison when you were vulnerable, angry, grieving. You stole and scouted for them while they had you listed as counting inventory and stocking cans of soup. According to the data, he'd continued to live in London after the wars as a photographer. And indeed, Peabody had attached a number of his photos, starting with the aftermath and rebuilding after the Urbans. His photography took him all over Europe, so you kept your hand in too. He hadn't married until the age of 48, when he became the third husband of a woman of considerable means. They lived in London, had a home in the Lake District, and a flat in Florence. At the age of 63, he traveled primarily with his wife and continued his photography. Retired, maybe, or semi, unless the well-off wife's in the covert business, too. She turned to the third report when Peabody sent it. She found nothing in Iris Arden's background, the mole, to indicate she was anything but a woman born into a wealthy family who'd grown up privileged, entitled, traveled well and extensively with her family. She'd grown up in a London mansion with a full complement of staff, private tutors, then public school, which meant important and private in England for some reason. Everything pointed to a young, reckless, live-for-today sort. The parties given and attended, even while blood splattered. She'd inherited the family business after the wars, and had, by all evidence, run it shrewdly, expanded it successfully. Generous to her charities, one of which she'd founded herself. A school, not, Eve realized, unlike Andidan. She'd married and divorced in her mid-20s. Then, at 34, had married again. She was still married to Sebastian Griggs, a portrait artist. The marriage had produced 3 children, 2 of whom worked for the family business. The third had begun to make a name for herself as an artist. You could have hidden any additional intelligence work, but I think you said enough, maybe had enough. and there was the family business to deal with. Sitting back, she shoved her hands through her hair. When her link signaled, she found a text from Rourke. "No need to interrupt what I'm sure is a very busy day for you. You should know preparations are in place for company. I should be home by 3. If you need or want something else in place, let me know, and I'll see to it. Feed my cop." She had to laugh at the last bit. He never quit. Plus, it couldn't possibly be time to eat again. Then she glanced at the time. Sighed. How the hell does that happen? How the hell did it get to be noon? She didn't have time. Okay, didn't want to take time to feed the cop. And now if she didn't, she'd feel guilty. Which was stupid. It was her stomach. A candy bar was food. But she realized if today of all days she found the candy thief had struck again, she might just implode. Not worth the risk. She considered, stared at her auto chef. Okay, fine. She got up, programmed for a sandwich. Ham on rye with hot mustard. Then she sat, took a bite, and answered the text. It is busy, and I'll brief on what I know when I get there. I'll try for about 3. Peabody with me to meet the company. I'm sure you've seen to everything that needs to be done. And I'm feeding the cop right now. There, done. And taking another bite of ham on rye, got back to work. She skimmed through Marjorie Wright's background. Early years, middle-class upbringing. Acting career got started when she was still in her teens and continued, long and storied. Lots of awards, critical praise, blah, blah. Some kudos for charity work, emphasis on environmental issues. A couple of husbands, a couple of offspring. And during the Urbans, volunteered in food banks, shelters, lent her voice and image to calls for peace. Not a single hint she was or had ever been part of a covert group. She already knew Ivan Drosky, as she'd hunted him down after he'd killed a woman on the Staten Island ferry. The woman, the HSO assassin, who'd butchered Drosky's wife and 12-year-old daughter years before. The mild-eyed, quiet-voiced middle-aged man, the scientist, the inventor of lost time, a device he'd destroyed rather than have it fall into HSO's or any agency's hands. She'd come home to find him sitting in the parlor, drinking coffee, petting the cat. He'd come to turn himself over to her. And in the end, she'd let him go. She let him go, told him to disappear, because if she'd taken him in, done what the job demanded, he'd have been dead within hours. She'd told him never to come back to New York, but he would, for Somerset, for Rossi, for the 12. She'd deal with it. She moved on to Cyril Snowden, Cobra. eWiz, a young, gifted cyber expert with his own IT company before and supposedly during the Urbans. Age 6 when parents divorced. 2 half-siblings, one from each parent's remarriage. Beyond aced it academically, she noted, and got himself a scholarship to Oxford where he also aced it. Tried to sign up with the military during the Urbans, but was deemed physically ineligible. There's bullshit. Recruited. Big brain, more useful underground. His data listed him instead as an ambulance driver during the conflict. after he'd expanded his business. He and his husband of 32 years maintained a home in London, but primarily lived in Sussex. 2 children, son age 29, daughter age 27. 1 grandchild, female, age 10 months through the daughter. So that was the crew, she thought, and sat back. Those who'd survived. She supposed they qualified as motley and spanned from late 50s to mid-70s. Now she had to keep them confined, keep them safe, and find the way to use them to locate Conrad Potter. She heard Peabody coming and wished she had a few more minutes to sort out her thinking. "I think I need a minute," Peabody said. "Ivan Drosky." Eve couldn't claim surprise. She'd trained Peabody herself. If the name hadn't clicked, Eve wouldn't have done her job well. And she damn well had. "Close the door." She rose. "Take the chair." Clearly distressed, Peabody shut the door. "The name kept trying to click. Then when I did the background, the scientist, the murder of his wife and daughter, it did. It's a cold case now because we identified him, but we never found him." "Because I let him go. I didn't tell you at the time, as I didn't see any reason for you to take any blowback if it came from my decision. I let him go," she repeated. "Now I'll tell you why, and you'll need to decide if you can respect that decision. Not only because I let him go, but because he's coming back. He killed the woman, a paid assassin who killed his wife and daughter. That wouldn't have been enough for the decision I made. Couldn't have been enough. The courts decide that, not us. The system decides that, and we're only part of the system. But in this case, the system would never have held up. He'd have been dead or abducted before it could." She laid it out, every detail, from the moment she'd walked in and found him in the parlor with Rourke and Somerset to when she'd walked away. At the end, Peabody looked down at the hand she'd folded on her knee. "If that got out, you'd have been off the force and charged with accessory after the fact. You risked that to save his life. He saved lives on the ferry that day. If that bomb had gone off, he saved lives, then put his in your hands. And you saved his." She looked up now. "I hope I'd have the courage to do exactly the same." "It wasn't courage." "Oh, bullshit!" Temper sparking, Peabody shoved up from the chair. "It was fucking courage and integrity. It was the heart of the goddamn job, and it was right. If I hadn't come to the same decision, I wouldn't deserve the badge. That's not—" "You could have told me." Wound up, Peabody kept going. "You could have trusted me." "Peabody, trust had nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing. If I didn't trust you, I'd have come up with some bullshit story because I knew the name would click for you sooner or later." That didn't dull the anger, or the hurt blended with it, in Peabody's eyes. "You were protecting me, but I don't want that. Standing up for me, having my back, that's different. I'm your partner. It matters. It has to matter." "It does matter. I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I did what I thought I needed to do at the time. I made the decision and didn't give you a choice in it. I'm your partner, Peabody, but I was responsible. You weren't. I'm telling you now because from this point, we're both responsible." "Good!" The single word snapped like a whiplash. "We're both responsible. That's how I want it." Want it or not, that's how it is. According to the law, when we meet with him, you should arrest him. Then I guess I've got enough courage because I'm sure as hell not gonna do that, and I'm pissed off you'd think I would. If knowing she had to deal with Drosky again had kindled a headache, Peabody's outrage sent it flaming. You can stop being pissed off about that, because I didn't. But we're partners, and you need to have the choice. Good! A second lash. Choice made. And you're just stupid if you think there's another detective in that bullpen who wouldn't make the same choice. Not for you, or not just, but because they know the heart of the job. Eve gave it a moment. I'm not stupid. Okay, then. Have you finished swearing and snapping at not only your partner, but your lieutenant? I think so. The hot color Fury brought to her cheeks ebbed. Yeah. Pretty much done. Then let's go meet with this bunch of spies. Peabody waited until they'd reached the garage. Quilla asked to interview me for her school project about our current investigation. Eve said no and got behind the wheel. I already told her no, that I couldn't discuss with her details of an ongoing investigation. I said she could pick any closed case I'd worked on. Peabody strapped in as Eve pulled out of her slot. She decided on the Frances Bryce investigation. Could have figured. Recent, relevant to her, as the victims were teenage girls. Add Jake and Nadine right there with the first victim. Mavis said Avenue A is working on Jenna Harbaugh's music disc. Her parents gave them a lot of what she'd written and recorded in her room. Some she'd written but hadn't actually recorded yet. Bryce took Jenna's life, Eve thought, but he hadn't taken her dream. Avenue A was making sure of that. Mavis told me what she'd heard so far is seriously mag and heading for alt, Peabody continued. She's going to do some vocals on a couple of them. She should have figured that, too, Eve realized. It was so very Mavis. They're establishing a foundation thing in her name for scholarships. I guess you know Rourke's putting it on his label. And that cut's going into the foundation, too. He mentioned it. It means a lot to her family. It doesn't bring her back. Nothing can. But it gives life to her music, and she wanted that so much. I'm glad Quilla wanted to bring that into her project. We got her justice, and they're giving her the dream. When you're a murder cop, it's the best you can get. Plus, the murderous little shit's doing a couple rounds of life in a cage, Eve added, and that's the best we can get. There is that. She looked over at Eve. We're gonna get this one, too. Different motives, different methods, different backgrounds, but Potter and Bryce are, in some ways, the same. Arrogant fuckers. That's the one. So, Peabody butt-wiggled in her seat. I'm kind of excited about meeting a bunch of spies. You have to be a little bit excited. No, I don't. For one thing, they're potential victims. For another, they're friends of Somerset's. Well, I am. I mean, imagine the things they've done and seen, and all that while maintaining a cover. Like being a vid star since you were like 17. I guess that's not so much a cover as what she is. If you fan geek over right, I'll hurt you. I'll seriously hurt you. I can maintain, but think about it. We're going to be talking to a famous actress, to a woman who was born dripping rich, then runs a global company that's made her more dripping rich, an expert E-man, a former prima ballerina, a guy who invented a device that conquers time, which we can't really talk about, but he did that. Don't forget the thief, who's a well-respected photographer. And Somerset. I actually know Somerset, and now I know covert agent Somerset. Former. Peabody pulled her shoulders in like a self-hug. It's frosty. This part of it's mega frosty supreme. You know the tea Mira drinks? You stock it for her in your office AC. It's the dripping rich woman's tea. Of course it is. Resigned, Eve drove through the gates and saw Ivana Liski walking arm in arm with the woman she recognized from the photos as Marjorie Wright. Oh, wow! I'm warning you, Peabody, there will be pain. Which is why I'm getting it out now. You know, since you pulled me into homicide, I've met famous actors. I'm actually friends with rock stars, a fabulous designer, a best-selling writer, and Oscar winner. I'd love my job even if that wasn't true, but that part of it is mega frosty extreme. Whee! Woo! Wow! Okay, fan geeking complete. If you don't want to be limping for the next several days, it better be. Eve parked, got out while the two women strolled in her direction. Ivana, who carried a delicate beauty beside the striking glamour of the woman next to her, smiled. Her eyes, soft blue, looked directly into Eve's as if searching for something. Marjorie, our host, Lieutenant Eve Dallas, and her partner, Detective Delia Peabody. Marjorie Wright. She stuck out a hand to shake Eve's. First, thank you for inviting us into your truly magnificent home. Delighted to meet you. And you, Detective. She shook Peabody's hand in turn. Dame Wright, I admire your work. Thank you. God knows there's enough of it. I've been around since the discovery of dirt. I'll remind you, Marge, I've got a few years on you. Laughing, Marjorie threw back her head so her mane of red waves swayed like flames in a breeze. We're a pair of old girls, Vanna. She draped an arm around Ivana's shoulders as she looked at Eve. But not ready by any means to be put out to pasture. We understand you need to speak with all of us. Harry Mitchell and Iris Arden arrived shortly ago, Ivana told her. Somerset is showing them to their rooms. The others are expected very soon. And I had the pleasure of meeting your unquestionably delicious husband, Marjorie added. I admire what he's accomplished, and I'm grateful for what I have every confidence you'll accomplish to bring Joe's killer to justice. He was a very good man, a very good friend, and a quiet hero when the world needed them. I'll help you in any way I can. Somerset told me he and Rourke have set up, I suppose you'd call it an interview room for you. Marjorie and I are at your disposal. If you'd give us a few minutes to set up, I'd like to speak to you first. Ivana nodded. I'll be ready when you need me. Eve went in just as Rourke walked down the stairs. Hello, Peabody. Welcome to interesting times. I'll say. You met Marjorie, I take it? and saw both her and Ivana outside. Eve flicked her gaze up the stairs. Yeah. 2 more in here? Just getting settled. You set up an interview room? When he crossed to her, he kissed her lightly. You'd need to cloak your board if you used your office. I thought a sitting room on the top floor, quiet, private, might suit better. It doesn't have to be formal, but it needs to be professional. Nothing swank. He smiled and, unable to help himself, kissed her again. Come with me. He went over to the elevator, gestured them both inside. Stairs are fine. Quicker and simpler in this case. Interview A, he ordered. Are you serious? I reprogrammed it, as I thought you'd find it more professional. Or at least amusing. She tucked her hands in her pockets. Sort of both. I forgot you had elevators, Peabody commented. The way they're worked into the walls, you don't really see them. Smooth ride. We do what we can. The elevator didn't open into the room, but the wide hall just outside it. Once again, Rourke gestured. Take a look. If you want changes, we'll see about making them. She stepped in. A big room, a wide view of the back gardens, the grove, the little pond. A room that maybe edged really, really close to swank on her gauge, but didn't go over the top. He'd brought in a table. Nothing you'd see in any cop shop's interview, eh? Not with that gleam of polish on actual wood. And the chairs were dark green leather, generously sized. Rather than dull beige walls, these hit creamy. No two-way mirror, but art she imagined he'd personally selected. It held a sofa as well, a couple more chairs. She turned to the large wall screen. If you need to display anything there, it's now connected to your command center. Auto Chef, Friggy. He opened a carved cabinet with gracefully curved legs. D&C unit. Now he pressed a control that had one sliding out of the wall. Frost extreme, was Peabody's opinion. And handy as well. Washroom, he gestured to a door. You can speak with our guests individually or as a group, whatever works for you. One at a time for now. A couple more to come, right? Yes. Peabody's been briefed on Ivan Drosky and my decision regarding him. Ah, well then. I did wonder. Will the room suit you? Yeah. Thanks. I think you'll find them interesting individuals. I certainly have on this very brief acquaintance. They're grieving, and they're grateful. The bond with Rossi and each other, it's strong. It shows. When do you want to begin? No time like now. Peabody, pull up the files for my office unit. I'll go get Ivana. You'll start with her? I'll go down for her. Okay, save me a trip. And Rourke, keep an eye on the rest of them. Especially Lightfinger's Harry. This place is full of the swank. He laughed at that. The bond, Eve. Harry would hardly steal from the home where Somerset lives, or, if he's still in the game, from the home of a cop. And still. Shaking his head, Rourke started out. Ah, nearly forgot. Somerset's planning a dinner for tonight. Hey, I can't. Rourke waved a hand. I told him he should have tonight, especially, to reconnect with his friends without the cop and the civilian consultant in the mix. Okay then, good. I'll send Ivana up." "It's kind of swank in here," Peabody commented when he left. Yeah. "Do you want anything on screen?" "Not yet. Maybe not at all. We want the option." "Got it. How do you want to play this?" "Straight. And we'll find out if she does the same. Informal interview. She's a target, and she's a source. Protect the target, mind the source." "That's right." Eve walked to the auto chef, program coffee. "That's exactly right." Chapter 11. When Ivana walked in, she glanced around, smiled. "I'm never not in wonder of this house. So many beautiful spaces. Where do you want me?" "If you just take a seat at the table. I need to record this." "Of course." Slim, graceful, she walked to one of the leather chairs. She still wore her wedding ring, Eve noted, a thin band of tiny diamonds that caught the light. "We've got coffee or tea?" "I'd love some tea, thank you." "How do you take it?" Peabody asked her. "Just as it comes." Before she sat, she admired the view out the windows. Yes, always a wonder. "I saw Rourke when he was a boy. Well, a young man," she corrected as she sat. "Shortly after Marlena's murder. The grief, it radiated from him. The grief, the guilt, the rage. He hasn't mentioned that. He wouldn't have seen me, or noticed me if he had, or remembered me if he'd done either. I was very good at what I did. I thought of recruiting him, such a clever one, so skilled, and the anger can be a plus." "Thank you," she said when Peabody brought her tea. "But Somerset needed him, so I let him be. I deleted his file." "You had a file on Rourke?" "My agency did." "And your agency?" "MI6. Ms. Leesky, Ivana, please. You prefer Dallas and Peabody, but we all have connections here. Though I still have connections in my former work, I've retired. There are things about that work I can't and won't tell you. They're above your security clearance, but I believe what you'll ask me here won't apply to any of that. You were an agent, a field agent for MI6? That's correct. During the Urbans, and before. I was a dancer, at first in Kiev. I'd left my home and Somerset. We were very young, madly in love, as you are when you're very young. But I left to dance and he stayed. So I danced, and it was my life. I believed it had to be. I met Lev, worked with him, and we loved, we married, and had 2 children. They were my life, though I went back to the dance. I found a balance. You understand? Yes. And the war spread, and it took him from me. I was asked to use what fame I had amassed, the entree I had to people and places to gather information. For MI6. Yes, initially as an asset, then as an operative. Who recruited you? I can't answer you. She said it smoothly, sipped her tea, then set down her cup. I can tell you I accepted. Anger and grief can be advantages. I trained, and I worked, and I danced. I accepted an assignment to work with the underground. and in turn I recruited Somerset. He'd come to London to study medicine and was working as a medic. He had skills, useful skills, and I could trust him with my life. We weren't what you would call partners, but colleagues. And Conrad Potter? A police officer who'd come into that from military intelligence. He passed all the screenings. Now, as grief showed for the first time, Ivana squeezed her eyes closed. What did we miss? How and why did we miss it? I can't say for certain. If he had help on the inside, all of our resources never found it. I looked, Ivana continued, as Eve let her set her own pace. Alice was dear to me, to all of us, as was Leroy. But Alice was so dear to me especially. I looked. He was, I believe, what we call a lone wolf. None of us saw through him, and that is my biggest regret. She leaned forward. I trusted him. I trusted him with my life more than once. We all did. We didn't see what was in front of us. I thought him cagey, but this was an advantage. I knew him to be ruthless, but the times called for ruthlessness. She stopped, shook her head. But he had no loyalty and no family. If Alice hadn't given her life, he would have gotten away. I have no doubt he'd have killed Harry. It would provide more cover. And then, caught, tried, he never broke. Never said the name of anyone who might have helped him. Because there wasn't anyone, Eve concluded, or no one of any importance. Ivana nodded. Yes. He had no one. I can't fathom who he persuaded to kill Joe. I can't fathom who would wait so long and years after Potter's death to kill again. I have that answer. Conrad Potter isn't dead. He killed Rossi himself, and he plans to do the same with all of you. That's not... Holding up both hands, Ivana sat back. The delicacy of her went steely. I've lost a step, haven't I? More than one, I see now. Retired, living my quiet life. Of course, of course. He had no one. The steel stayed in place as she looked at Eve. He'd need someone inside the prison. A doctor. That's right. The warden. I don't think so. That comes across and clearly as carelessness. The doctor's in the wind and has been. Old ID wiped, so he's got a new one. A good one. We're on it. I still have contacts and can, if we don't find him in the next 18 hours, I'll give you the green on that, but not until. He won't know where to find Potter. He can only confirm what I'm already sure of and pay for it. No, he won't know where to find Shark. Still alive, she murmured. And Joe isn't. Tell me things I won't find in background runs, in files. Tell me what he likes, what he doesn't, what he drinks, what he eats. Ivana nodded. Yes, I see. Useful things. Let me think. Let me think back. Understand, we had to be careful about being seen together outside HQ. Somerset and I had a history so we could meet, and then Alice, of course. I might have lunch or attend an event with Marjorie or Iris due to social circles, but Harry is likely a better source for this. But I can tell you he had a sweet tooth, and a particular fondness for Fry's peppermint cream bars. Candy. 3 sugars in his tea. His fitness routine was rigid, perhaps to compensate for that sweet tooth. He liked the finer things, fashionable things. Even his casual clothes were higher-end brands. She paused a moment. Prison would have been very hard on him, I'm happy to say. He considered himself a ladies' man, and could be very charming, very smooth. This an advantage when the source or asset was female. He was good at what he did. We all were. Any attachments? Peabody asked. Hobbies, outside interests. He had no family, never spoke of friends. Golf. I recall he commented that the wars had infringed on his golf game. After the explosion, after we understood what he'd done, we searched his flat. He had golf clubs, and the furnishings were top drawer. He'd clearly already removed a great deal in preparation, including his electronics, records, communications. You were never able to find those? No. We did track a storage facility outside of London where he had art. Art he shouldn't have had. Wardrobe, as well as jewelry, a valuable coin collection, another of stamps, and more we learned he'd taken from either people he'd terminated or from homes that had been damaged and were unoccupied. Ivana lifted her delicate hands. We were a unit, and before that night, I would have said we knew each other, and well. In Shark's case, I would have been wrong. I was wrong. So was the rest of your team, your superiors in the underground and MI6. Yes, that's true. And none of us can afford to be wrong again. If you think of any other details, we'll factor them in. We appreciate the time. If you could send up Ms. Wright. Of course. I'm at your disposal for as long as it takes. We all are. When she walked out, Eve turned to Peabody. Find out where you can get that candy bar in New York, if you can get it here, and we can start checking golf courses. He stole from dead people. Eve angled her head. And this offends you more than making them dead? No, sort of. I'm just saying it's so low. It could be a bad guy, an enemy agent, and Potter's like 007. I know who that is. She'd watched some of the vids with Rourke. Okay, license to kill, right? And it's war. But then you take the dead guy's coin collection for personal gain? That's Sub-Zero. I think we've established Conrad Potter as Sub-Zero. Rising, Eve walked to the window. Yeah, Ivana had it right. A wonder. What she told us fits Mira's profile like a boot. It's a glove. Not if it's on your foot. And more, we've got candy bars and golf. He's been out for a few years, sure, but he was in a lot longer. You're going to want what you missed. Fashionable high-end wardrobe. If he wants or needs sex, it'll be high-end LC most likely. We can work all of that. We're going to get more. People remember different things, and once they're all together talking, they'll remember other different things. That's exactly right. She didn't like him. Sorry? Ivana. She didn't particularly like Potter back then. Trusted him, respected him, but she didn't really like him. I didn't get that, but now that you say it, I do. She was careful how she phrased things. Some of that's training. Spy training. Eve ignored Peabody's delight. But she's wired to be polite, discreet on top of that. Ivana's not the type to just come out and say Potter was an asshole. I'll say it. Marjorie glided in. Conrad was an asshole. Skilled, nearly brilliant, but an absolute prick. Care to elaborate? Eve invited. I'd be delighted, especially if you have something stronger than tea or coffee. I can make that happen. Then, my darling copper, I'd adore a G&T. Gin and tonic, she added. Peabody, see if the AC runs to one of those. Sure. As she rose, Peabody noticed Marjorie's eyes sparkled, but with tears. Dame Wright, did something happen? I'm a bit emotional. Yvonne and Cyril arrived, and it struck me, and very hard, that we're what's left of us. So a G&T, if you'd be so kind, to fill the crack in my heart. I bet telling us how Potter was an asshole will lift your spirits. Marjorie grinned at Eve, then did that head-toss laugh. Oh, I'm going to like you, both of you, and I'm going to flirt outrageously with your gorgeous husband. Do you have one, detective? A spouse? I've got a guy. Is he adorable? I think so. Then I'll flirt outrageously with him if I get the chance. That's my wiring. Oh, 1,000 blessings on you, she said when Peabody brought her a tall gin and tonic with a slice of lime. Cheers. She took a sip, breathed out. You're quite right about Vanna's wiring. I, on the other hand, have no problem being impolite and indiscreet. If you'd asked her outright if she'd liked Potter, she wouldn't have lied. Not that she can't and won't lie, considering her stellar career, but she won't lie to you. And certainly not about Shark. Bloody hell, I refuse to call him that. Those names were ours. I slipped. She drank again, then set the glass down. You're recording this? It's necessary. I have no issue with that, nor with saying I didn't like Conrad Potter. She wore diamonds as well, 2 little hoops of them in one ear, one in the other. Did I trust him? Absolutely. We had to trust each other, and I believed he'd earned that trust. But on a more personal level, wanker. He considered my work as an actor barely legitimate. The cinema, pablum for the masses. And Cyril, being gay, earned more than one smirk or look of contempt. She shrugged. He was more subtle, more careful with Leroy, who was black. Iris mixed race. But you only had to scratch the surface to see the bigotry. And there was a level of that as well for Somerset, Varna, Yvonne, Joe, for coming from outside Britain. Doesn't sound like a team player. Well, he wasn't, was he? Lifting her glass, Marjorie sipped more of her drink. He seemed to be. Did the work, did it well, collaborated with all of us whenever necessary. Hindsight, Lieutenant. With hindsight, it's clear to see he was more suited to the fringe groups we fought at the end than the 12. Dame Wright, Peabody began, and Marjorie flashed her a megawatt smile. Let's make it Marjorie. We're all just girls spilling the tea. Golly! She means like gossiping, Peabody told Eve. I wondered, as Ivana said Potter considered himself a ladies' man, if he ever, moved on you. Once. It only took once for me to shut that down, as I wasn't the least bit interested. He had more of an eye for Alice, though he never tried anything there, as far as I know, as he was very aware when someone could and would crush him like a bug, which Somerset could have done, but Alice would have done so first. I know he never moved in on Varna, but everyone knew she was MI6, so he wouldn't want to cross that line. And he never tried anything with Iris that I know of. But that would have been his bigotry. He used women. Used sex to pull them in as assets, to gain information. I can't throw stones there, as I did the same myself with men, more than once. But what's that expression? I took one for the team. Potter, on the other hand, enjoyed using people. Using others, exploiting others. It was necessary, but one didn't have to enjoy it. Eve ran her through similar questions as she'd asked Ivana, got similar answers. Then a little more. Oh! He disliked cats. There were a lot of strays and displaced cats on the streets in those days. Potter had an asset who took a couple in, and he complained bitterly about that. Oh, and he was always smooth-shaven. He left a kit at HQ, so if we needed to work overnight, he could shave. Obsessive about it. Sitting back, sipping her drink, she thought back. A vain man. But I'm a vain woman, so again no stones thrown. He respected Rabbit, Sylvester. He'd often ask Rabbit to teach him more about explosives, timers. Maybe it was the military bond. I can't be sure. I'd say he found Yvonne interesting. He often asked more details about his work, his inventions. And I believe he genuinely liked Harry, as much as he was capable of liking anyone. She lifted her glass in a toast again. Of course, he'd have killed any or all three of them without hesitation and regret, and we believed he meant to kill Magpie that night. Without Fawn and Magpie giving us the warning, we would have moved on the prison in Whitechapel, into the trap. You were part of the team formed to take down the prison? Marjorie smiled at Peabody again. There's a reason I did most of my own stunts in the trio of action vids I starred in. I was a badass. I don't see the was. At Eve's comment, the smile became a quick, delighted grin. See? I knew I'd like you. He's alive, Potter, and he killed Giovanni Rossi. For several moments, Marjorie only stared. Slowly, her deep green eyes hardened like stone. Of course, the bloody buggering bastard. Can you tell me how? She did, and when she completed the interview, she asked Marjorie to send up Harry Mitchell. So, we add a bigot who doesn't like cats or facial hair. The superior shit slides into the profile, too. He uses, or used, women, Peabody added. He doesn't respect or value them. The three Marjorie named that he respected, found interesting or liked, all men. White men, Eve said. And all, with the exception of the interesting Yvonne, Brits. Wanker. Eve let out a half laugh and programmed more coffee. She turned when she heard footsteps and thought Harry Mitchell didn't move thief silent like Rourke. But Yvonne Drosky stepped into the doorway. Immediately and instinctively, she shut off her recorder. "Excuse me. I saw Marjorie and asked if I could come up next. May I speak to you a moment, Lieutenant? My partner has been fully briefed on our previous meeting." "Oh." He blinked his mild blue eyes. "I see. Well, then." He cleared his throat. A harmless-looking man with a round face topped by thinning gray hair. "You very clearly instructed me not to come back to New York, and I feel I agreed, even tacitly gave you my word I would never do so. But I have come back. I took an oath before I gave you my word, and one I couldn't break." Unclasping his hands, he spread his fingers. "I understand you may be compelled to arrest me, and only ask you wait to do so until I am able to help you find the traitor who killed my friends. I swear to you, I will not resist or attempt to escape. Nobody's going to arrest you. That ship sailed over a year ago. We're not going to discuss it or refer to it during this on-the-record interview. Understood?" "Yes, of course." "Thank you. I had to come. I traveled under another name, as I felt it necessary for all parties, but I had to come." "Also understood. Subject closed, and record on. Please have a seat." He sat, folded his hands on the table. "It may be difficult for you to believe," he began, "but I am very sure Conrad Potter is still alive, that he calculated how to simulate his death and escape, and he himself killed Giovanni. Is that so? I'm sure of it. If you'd let me explain how I believe this was accomplished, the ashes buried as Potter are being exhumed and transported to our expert at our lab in New York." He blinked again, slowly, then smiled. "I should have expected you to see through his ploy. This is hopeful news." He looked, Eve thought, like someone's uncle who probably raised orchids and had a pair of goldfish. Not at all like a man who'd spent most of his life in covert ops, who invented weapons, one who'd fought, one who'd killed. "Mr. Drosky, this interview will focus on your time with the underground during the Urbans, and most specifically with the unit known as the 12. "Yes. Whatever I can tell you that helps." "Can I get you coffee? Tea?" He looked at Peabody. "Oh, I would love coffee, if it's not too much trouble. Just a bit of milk or cream, if you don't mind. And could I ask, when it's appropriate, if I could express my condolences to Giovanni's family? He made such a happy family, and his loss will be considerable. I'll let you know. As part of this underground unit, you worked closely with Conrad Potter." "I did, yes. We all did. Synchronization was essential. Trust essential. While I became trained in combat, in weaponry, my primary role involved science and invention. I had a small, well-equipped lab and work area in our HQ. I often worked and stayed there alone with my work. I had rudimentary quarters for sleeping when necessary." "Potter found your work interesting?" "Thank you very much," he said when Peabody brought him coffee. He did. He would often come in, ask questions, look over my records. "What did you make in your lab?" "Various drugs. To render someone unconscious, to block or blur memory, to cause physical reactions such as nausea, a sudden headache, or other discomforts. Paralytics, poisons, hallucinogens, medicines as well.